I see the baby knife, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live.
Welcome back to yet another exciting month of the Brawl Stars Championship. We're kicking off the second month of the summer split, where points gained are double. With such high stakes in mind, let's do a quick recap on what happened last month. The Japanese rivalry continues in East Asia between Zeta Division and Reject. Zeta Division laid 3-0s in their path to the Grand Finals, while Reject also found their way there, dropping only one set to Frenzy Gaming. With double points in mind, Reject hit their stride, as they swiftly took the first 2 sets, aiming for the third. But just when we thought all hope was lost, Zeta Division bounced back, proving that they're the better team with a reverse sweep.
No way to stop Zeta Division from completing the reverse sweep, the three-peat!
That led to Zeta Division furthering their lead in points on the leaderboard, poised for the World Finals, and with Reject following behind. In EMEA, the most unexpected has happened. Humble, nowhere in sight on the monthly finals bracket, and SK Gaming getting knocked out in the quarterfinals, all thanks to Team Heretics.
They know that they have it, they pass it over to Lalanda Sashimi's left, flies in the air, it doesn't matter! Team Heretics have done the unthinkable! They eliminate SK Gaming!
Team Heretics took a 3-0 against SK Gaming, a well-fought 3-2 against Inner Circle, and made their way to the Grand Finals. On the other side of the bracket, we have Foot Esports, winning decisive victories against Bound by Oath and Novo Esports. It was a well-fought Grand Finals, but alas, Team Heretics, the Titan Slayer, became the eventual champions.
Be Team Heretics that gets the win! They are your monthly final champions!
This gave Team Heretics a huge boost in their standings on the leaderboard. And though Foot Esports got second place, that gave them enough points to be on top of the leaderboard. The South American region went a little bit less hectic than we're all used to, with SK Kalalis SA putting on a great performance, winning 3-1 to both Dropayados FA and Alpha 7 Esports.
Have been able to make this happen spectacularly so, and they are in the Grand Finals.
But even they couldn't stop the Brawl Cup usurpers, Loud. Loud came back better than ever, laying 3-0s on their way to the Grand Finals and won another 3-0 against SK Kalalis SA, crowning them the June monthly finals champions.
Throws up the pin, the spins, Loud with a flawless streak, not a single set loss to become your South American champions.
This victory gave Loud a lead of more than 60 points ahead of SK Kalalis SA. It won't be a long shot to say that it's very likely we'll be seeing them in the World Finals this year. Last but definitely not least, we have North America, and with it, Tribe Gaming, as they came back with a vengeance after their Brawl Cup performance, laying 3-0s against New Heights Gaming and Space Station Gaming.
Circling around the right, looking for the kill on Sands. Tribe Gaming ahead by a 7-star margin, and they're going to the Grand Finals once again.
With their rediscovered confidence, they waited for their challenge, who is none other than their NA counterpart, Elevate. Elevate put up a great performance, dropping only one set in their games against Eternal and Team Electros. In the Grand Finals, Elevate seemed to be hitting their stride, with great drafts on top of great plays, and it shows, as they defeated Tribe Gaming 3-0.
This corner, and he goes down! It's all down to Zeus, and he's going to go into the gas. Elevates have already gone and done it! Your monthly final champions for June!
This victory boosted Elevate's points to be only 16 points away from Tribe Gaming. Although Tribe Gaming is still currently on top, they have a lot to do if they want to keep it that way. And that's our roundup for the previous monthly finals. It seems that with double points at stake, a lot of teams are threatening the regional titans for their spot in the World Finals. It's gonna be spectacular, and you won't want to miss it.
We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! He's got it! Won't be enough to get the kill! But
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the Summer Split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
From the first qualifiers in February to now, 5 months of the Brawl Stars Championship have brought us to this pivotal moment, the July monthly finals. July isn't the finale, not quite yet, but it is the final chance for teams to shift the tides before the last monthly final in August locks everything in. From there, it's either the glory of World Finals or the gauntlet of the LCQ for those who make it that far. Today, we kick things off with East Asia, where Zeta Division leads the charge, but with just 2 stops left before Worlds, no team can afford to fall behind. So buckle up, every win counts, every match could rewrite a season. And of course, I won't be alone today. Joining me are 3 voices you know and love. It's Ark, Trev, and Ready Set waiting in the wings. Gentlemen, let's get straight into it. With just 2 monthly finals left, how much pressure are these teams really feeling today?
Oh, absolutely. A tremendous amount of pressure goes without saying, doesn't it, really? I mean, with double points, it's really quite a looming prospect because if you're doing really well, then you're going to be getting steaming ahead. If things have just a bit of an off month, then you're going to be paying a steep and heavy price. LCQ and World Final spots on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure's mounted, and, we'll look at the bracket in a little while, but, for certain teams especially, they've got must-win games in the quarterfinals, or they're going to be dropping pretty significantly far behind, so the pressure mounting month by month, and with only 1 more after this, it really is going to be very difficult for some teams.
Now it's crunch time, and we've seen metas shift and teams evolve all year. What should we be watching out for today, Ark?
Well, like the overlay says, the Reptiles are very much on the loose. Ali, of course, the new brawler, causing chaos with all the pros. Just so much utility, so much ability to be sneaky, and the assassination brawlers in terms of the meta really are quite rife currently. And Draco's hypercharge, I mean, it's absolutely devastating. That additional range is just so punishing. Also in this region, Shay's got a hypercharge. I'm looking for that one in East Asia.
Many hypercharges have come to the game, have shifted the meta quite heftily. Some brawlers have made it into the top tier, even though nothing has really been changed about them. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. First up, though, which of the teams do you feel like, Trev, are going to be prepared for this new meta? Zeta Division with a huge lead. Can they keep that top spot?
I mean, it's going to be very tough for them. They've got a very difficult first match, I will say, but they are still on top at the moment with 315. Rejects in second place, 258. Then Navi, Crazy Raccoon, and Rival Esports in those LCQ spots at present. But Friends Gaming, Niwa, Effort Result, and then a couple of teams off the leaderboard trying to fight for those spaces, but the ones off are going to have to have got a lot of work to, and are going to have to play pretty much perfect for the last 2 months to really stand a chance. But yeah, still Zeta Division on top at the moment, but we'll see if things change throughout today, and I'm sure they will.
2 World Final spots, 3 LCQ spots, and Zeta and Reject are almost certain to make Worlds. But an upset in the quarterfinals for either team could change that arc.
It really could. I'm looking very much towards Frenzy's match today. I think that one is quite a key one, especially against a team like Genji, how that could shape up things for Rival Esports. Now it's really make or break. Who would have thought as well, Crazy Raccoon really now just battling for an LCQ spot with Navi. I mean, we thoroughly expected that team to be at the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have thought at the start of the year they were probably one of the ones to look out for, along with Zeta Division. And speaking of those 2 teams, quarterfinal number 4 yet again has that incredible matchup waiting for us with Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division. But we start things out today with Reject versus Effort Result, followed by Genji Esports versus Frenzy Gaming, and Rival versus Navi down there in quarterfinal number 3 as well. So a very stacked lower bracket today. Reject seemingly have a pretty easy run, but, nothing's ever that easy in East Asia.
Nothing's ever that easy, and nothing is set in stone just yet. So before we get too ahead of ourselves, we still need to prepare. We still need to prepare the new meta for the new maps as well. We had a map pool switch, and now we're going to also look at who we believe in. And we don't seem to be all on the same page, at least for that quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, for me, I mean, this is the 50-50 matchup, and who would have thought we'd be saying that? Genji, of course, being relatively absent for the majority of this season, but now having an incredible qualifier, knocking down Zeta Division into the lower bracket. Who would have ever predicted that? But certainly, they've got a chance to really cause an upset here. For Frenzy, they're really battling for that LCQ spot. Genji out of real contention as far as that's concerned. But if they can upset Frenzy, they can destroy their chances. I think that this is actually one of the key matches here today.
If you also want to get your predictions in, head over to the event site right now, event.brawlstars.com. And remember, the Pro Pause ends in 4 days. So this is your very last chance to lock in that Pro Pause XP with trivia questions, MVP votes, and of course, voting for your favorite teams today. Make sure to do that right now. I give you a second. And now I think we're ready. The stage is set. Without further ado, we want to head straight into our quarterfinal number 1. It's going to be Reject versus Effort Result.
Yeah, the Reject, it's been a phenomenal season so far. They've been so consistent, and that is key in the BSC. It really is. Of course, April was the only month where they didn't make a grand finals. They've yet to win one, and that's the troublesome thing. And time is running out in this season as far as that's concerned. I think they're looking comfortable for the world finals as far as things are. And, I think that they will be able to see that through and lock that in. But surely you want to go to the world finals with at least one monthly final win under your belt. And they've been struggling to be able to manage that.
It's been a month since we've seen those guys play, so I'm very glad we had the chance to catch up with Shu from Reject.
ドラコの開始でパムがあんなきついの知らなかったんですけど、でパム普通に返されてめっちゃきつかったです。リジェクトはコーチいないんですけど、そもそも日本になんかコーチとかいう役割を持てる人がいなくて、で海外のコーチ雇おうとしてもなんか言語の壁とかあったりしてちょっとしんどいんで、なら自分たちで考えて戦う方が強いかなって思ってます。ライバルはゼータディビジョンかなって思ってます。決勝で2回負けたんで、そろそろ決勝で勝ちたいなと思ってます。一番攻略するのがむずいのもゼータかなって思ってて、ES もなんか他のチームに比べてずば抜けてて、ピックをミスらないってなったら崩すところがちょっとあんまないんで、ピックでとりあえずトントンに持ち込んで ES で勝てるようにしたいと思ってます。ゼータ戦は。
We're seeing a name this month that we haven't seen in a while. Genji actually qualified through the upper bracket, knocking down Zeta Division. Very unexpected. And that means that now for Reject, none of the top 4 teams are in their part of the bracket, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice for Reject to have this, and especially in the position they're sitting in on the leaderboard too. It kind of perfectly lines up for them to just extend that lead over someone, or even possibly go past Zeta Division if they do drop out early in those quarterfinals, which is a definite possibility considering their opponent.
It's all about never underestimating your opponent. That counts for Zeta Division, but that also goes for Reject. Their opponents' effort results are looking fierce. They still have a way to make it also into LCQ. So let's see what Shu has to say about their opponents today.
エフォートリザルトもマンスリー決勝3回目っていうだけあって普通に強いと思うんですけど、世界大会目指してるんで優勝以外ありえないと思ってるんで勝たせていただきます。
After the result might not be as quite as far up in the leaderboard as their opponents, but I do feel like they could still be here for a surprise. They do need to win both in the July and the August monthly finals, make it further ahead in today's matches to still clinch LCQ, but it's not impossible, Ark.
It's not impossible. Everything is possible, especially with double points on the line in that regard. And who would have seen an upset potentially coming or brewing this month in this matchup for me? But, I've got to look back at the history and just be kind of real. Effort Result have never beaten Reject. In fact, they've never claimed a set against Reject. So if they can actually get a win here today, it would be phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big day for both of these teams. You know, Reject want to keep on trooping on in terms of points. Effort Result need to get some on the board if they want to get towards these kind of post-season events. But the brains and the brawn is the story of this team. Ginazor seems to be the kind of mastermind, the drafter behind it all, and then Napishu and Wahochi, the ones with the swords here, are the heavy hitters, the brawlers to say. And it's just something that, you know, they're going to need to be able to use really well, these drafting capabilities of some of the members of the team. The mechanical skill is going to be heavily needed against a team like Reject as well.
It all started in February and now it's crunch time, especially for Reject. If they do win it all today, they would already clinch their world final slot. Second would not quite be enough, so let's see if they can make it that far. First, they need to make it through the quarterfinals. Here are our beautiful maps, and we see that we had a little change in the map pool as well. We did see Hideout last month, or for the last few months actually, but Hot Potato is coming back in now.
Yeah, I know Trav loves his spuds, and Hot Potato is a great map for competitive. I think it's quite a balanced heist map actually as well, and definitely going to be bringing some nice fresh brawlers into the mix. I think we're still going to seek some of the kind of more common sort of troublesome brawlers that we've got currently in our meta shining through in this region. It's a 94% to Reject in this battle. I think it's not quite as one-sided, but I think it's still an 80-20 at best, just when you consider the past history. So I'm not overly surprised, to be honest.
I mean, Effort Result can sabotage them here a tiny little bit. As said, Reject could technically qualify already for World Finals today if they only win it all. So Effort Result could knock that out of their heads right at the start today. Hot Potato, a map I'm really looking forward to. For me, it's a map that is all about either breaking open the map wide open or just playing some Colette. That was back when, the map was last time in the map pool. Now, heading into this draft, I feel like we have some new brawlers on the road. We had some balance changes, we have new hypercharges, Trav, and Charlie has gotten a little buff that catapulted her into being the top 1 brawler picked and banned at the moment.
Well, bans are going to be the Bonnie, the Draco, and the Piper for the side of Reject. Effort Result go along with the Kaze, the Jae Young, and the Ali, which is no surprise. They're definitely getting rid of some of the stronger brawlers on this Effort Result side, sorry, which obviously means Reject has this first pick. They're getting with the Gene, a bit of range, the ability to pull as well in there, which is really nice as well. Can turn a game on its head, you know, pretty much instantly with that brawler. But I just kind of feel the same as you guys. I don't think Reject are really going to be behind for the most part of it. So having that turnaround, you know, it's useful, but I just don't think Reject are really going to be that much on their toes or against backs against the wall in this game at all. But Effort Result definitely need to get some work done here, get some points on the board, because, you know, their chances of postseason are dwindling, you know, month by month.
Time to collect.
Al coming through as one of the high-pick brawlers in this region. The sharpshooters is less of the meta, but one that I would love to see make a bit more of a rise. Charlie as well. Byron are going to be available here. Grey as well, not picked up just yet, which I think would be quite a nice way to round some things off. Effort Result have been playing a lot of body here, which is not really my favorite brawler, but the hypercharge again does make her a little bit more viable than maybe previously. Certainly I'll be looking to kind of have that Grey to open up the map a little bit on the side maybe of Effort Result, allow the Bell to do a little bit more. We'll see what Reject want to do and maybe stir the pot in that regard. Certainly got the Gene heals. Byron wouldn't be a bad healer to have alongside that as well. Long-ranged Brock wasn't really the one that I was feeling, but for them makes a lot of sense. Now needs another good pickup for them if they want to kind of consider that. And they have banned the Piper, which, you know, is going to be playing pretty badly into that. Anjo being picked up there is their top drafted brawler, so it makes a lot of sense. And I do quite like the synergy with the Anjo and the Gene. And I think the Brock's the only kind of wild card a little bit for me. I think Brock's just kind of dropped off very slightly, but the wall break on this map can be quite key, really.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look with what it's paired with as well, the Gene and the Angelo, the wall break's going to be doing a lot of work. You know, Charlie might have had a little bit of a range buff here and there, but you know, surely if you hit it, definitely not. If you're hitting shots with Angelo and Brock, then it's not going to be able to compete at that range. But bringing a Max into the mix is definitely going to throw it a bit more in there with the speed, being able to evade the shots, get up close and personal with some of these more sharplers and deal some real big damage. So Reject has to be careful. Got to get a decent enough lead to really not have to worry too much about these Max supers coming in and, you know, throwing a bit of a spanner in the works in their plan.
Okay, well, let's see. Can Epic Results get something of a good, solid start in this matchup? Because again, it's one that they've struggled with notoriously this season. And Reject are in a phenomenal position. Today could be very much the day that they can lock things down, and going to be scared and wary about a team that are on the cusp of that kind of greatness. It's going to be a lot of wind in their sails for sure.
Yeah, Vengeful Spirits was thrown out early there, but really didn't get much back from it. Just took out one of those Charlie pets, and the breaks coming through already. Shu just leaving these kind of small amount of walls on either side of the mid, but I'm sure he'll get those cleaned up pretty quickly, unless Epic Result kind of get pinned in the spawn, which they are at the moment, not too far back, and eventually breaking out a little bit now due to Reject having to swap. And there goes a few more walls as well, and the more they go down, the worse of a time Epic Result are having, and they're not having a good one at the moment.
Max speed might change some of that. Phase shift away, but a lot of damage being conceded as these shots from Shu are packing quite the punch. Bit of a wall break as well. There's 2 takedowns. Lovely there from Reject. Very swift to the mark. Oh, and almost finding the max, but not quite enough. Batman now placing down the poison is going to keep Epic Result back for even longer, allowing his teammates now to heal and continue the assault here. Continuous wall breaks as well. They're going to leave nowhere to hide. Ginazuri is going to already have to come in clutch with a lot of these max speeds. So they're going to get some aggression, phase shifting away to stay alive here. But so far, Reject is just another day at the office.
Yeah, I mean, looking for a pull here, Gene, but he knows that Charlie's going to have to drop some spiders when he gets the chance to go for it. Napishu's low, backed into this top left-hand corner. Now the rocket ring comes down with the hypercharge along with it. Doesn't really get a lot done. Breaks a few walls here and there. Heals coming in from the Gene, and Batman narrowly surviving on the right-hand side too. Just going to keep them low, keep peppering them down. Good mark coming through, and Napishu finds a follow-up shot too. Keeps them low, but with 15 seconds, time's running out.
Gotta be finding 2 here. Batman's with the blue, and that's something that they would like to appropriately take care of. Good gadget there on the Gene, and a jump away, and no takedowns whatsoever. Despite having enough time, Epic Result was not able to land a single kill in that game. That's quite disappointing to start things off.
Yeah, really rough one there. Surprising to see them not even get one kill. It's like it didn't collapse on, pretty much anybody as a team, which is definitely surprising. But Reject just holding firm nonetheless, playing that really well. Got a couple of early picks and then just played it slow. Didn't let the Max do what he wants to do best and keep on cycling those speeds. Just kept at range and peppered him down. But Epic Result didn't seem that in the game at all in that first one.
Yeah, possibly some nerves. Again, they know that this is a real top contender for this region, if not maybe one of the best teams we've seen, obviously, Data Division at LAN this year. Reject, that wasn't quite the case, but certainly we can see them at the World Finals going to town on their opposition. They've got so much experience behind them, and that's where Epic Result have kind of been lacking. They've had, again, some results this season, but this is definitely a really tough one to brunt, really. Nice takedown there, again, with a nice Vengeful Spirits gadget. And despite Reject being on the back lines, they're still not looking too shaken. Just taking care of business, staying calm and composed, and just shaping the map to their will. And now Shu pushing forwards, and a matter of time of that cooldown being there for the rocket fuel to again break this 3-tire wall in the center. And Epic Result are just utilizing cover until they can get the Gene into the Max, rather, into the speed side of things. A nice jump away from Batman as well. They're just evading everything at every turn.
I feel like Epic Result just had to get it done in the early game, and now that's kind of not an option considering all these walls are pretty much gone down. It'll be very difficult for them to bring this back. Good couple of taps though coming in from Napishu. A little bounce to Batman there as well, but he eventually manages to get away from the shots. Another speed comes in. Good cycle from Ginazor. Phase shift to the right hand side instead of forwards this time. Peppering him down well, so low, but Shu will pick up a kill instead. And now the pull comes through as well. Doesn't have a phase shift to get away. And Napishu in a 1v3 back in spawn. Surely there's no escaping this. And Reject make it 9.
I mean, that's still no kills for Epic Result this entire set so far. And I mean, Reject are just untouchable at this point in time. Batman might be the one to tarnish the record, staying alive yet again. Oh my word, it's an absolute bloodbath. Reject have just annihilated this first set. And, you know, Effort Result needed to get off to a good start. That's the worst possible start they could have. Unreal.
I mean, that's, you know, and when we see the stats as well, bear in mind this one kill that they got was gifted to them in the last second by Gene walking up and doing nothing. So technically, they got 0 kills voluntarily. Like, they voluntarily gave them a kill out of pity, I feel, there, because we saw Shu with 7 stars over his head on Brock. It's just absolute domination from Reject, and just off that one set, I'm not surprised it was such a dominating prediction from the public.
Reject looking as strong as ever, second in the leaderboard right now, and off to a great start for the July monthly finals as well. Very dominant. I saw that Charlie on the side of a third result. I was a little worried once again. She is the most picked brawler for a reason now. Despite being such a high pick brawler, she still has an above 50% win rate. Didn't work out for Effort Result though, Orc.
I mean, to say the least, I mean, they need to put more effort in and get more results, that's for sure, because that was honestly, it's abysmal. But again, you know, Reject are just that good. You know, that's the problem. Effort Result, they might just be out of their depth here. But again, you know, this is a meta which very much depends on draft. That's kind of a big credit to Reject because they tend to often get it right. But if Effort Result can find something within that and, you know, they get deep into the back pockets with something, I just don't think the Rejects are going to let them. That's the problem. But that's the only way that they've got a bit of a chance here, really, for me.
Beautifully done, by the way, Ark. They put in the effort to aim for some results today, but they got rejected. Didn't work out for them in the first set. Here, now we're finally heading over to Hot Potato, and I know, Trev, that's one of your favorites as well. I'm especially looking forward to it. Once again, there's so many ways how you can play this map. Either break open the map completely. Don't know if Colt and Brock, for example, are still in that much of a good spot right now. We've just seen Brock, so maybe he is. Or if we are going to see some different strats. Chuck could still be an option here as well. First up, though, we're going to wait for the bans here. Lumi probably going to show up quite early on here.
I mean, this was the thing for me, right? Like, this is why I love this map. As you mentioned, it can be played in so many different ways. You can go all-out base race, you can play that break, you can play just kind of throwers, you can play just like pure control. You can pretty much play any composition you want, as long as it lines up well enough with your opponents. But we're going to see the Cordelia slide on in then for Reject as their first pick. Bands of Shade, as Art mentioned, just got a hypercharge, so it's, you know, probably going to be picked even more in this region now. So not surprising to see it banned out along with the Griff and the Lumi. And then over the other side, the Kaze, the Ali, and the Lily as well for Effort Result. Getting those out of the way again. Clearly don't want to be playing against those, and honestly, who can play them all?
Yeah, I think they're good bans. The Griff especially, I think, was on my horizons here, but Bonnie has escaped through. Definitely not the best of Bonnie maps, but certainly a brawler which is still quite prevalent in Heist in this particular region as well. Carl, I think, wouldn't be a bad shout here. I think it's, yeah, the Bonnie comes straight through. It's just going to get line of sight issues, and that might be dependent upon a wall break potentially here coming in. I mean, Frank is an Effort Result kind of pick. It's a very daring prospect, and one that if they go with is going to be, you know, opening up for Bonnie, but also leaving himself exposed. So there's the concern there as well. But Berry is definitely up there in terms of the picks here on this particular map. Bull's had a bit of a rise as well since his rework as well. So with the amount of coverage, it could be a final pick worthy brawler if the walls are still all intact in that regard. And it's the Frank as well coming through for Effort Result. Like I said, it's not a bad brawler to have, but it just depends upon, is it counterproductive to the draft?
Yeah, I mean, it leaves you a bit susceptible at certain points as well, you know, with brawlers that people are reaching for, you know, with the ball, with the primos, that kind of thing, to go aggressive, get damage on the safe. Frank's just going to be feeding those kind of brawlers over and over and over and over. And don't get me wrong, it has a place, it's decent, it's fine. As you said, it's going to break up, allow Bonnie to have a bit more of a good time. But already starting things off, you know, you've got a Cordelius against it, which, you know, is going to be pretty decent in defending both of the brawlers that they've just brought in. Carl to go along with that Cordelius then for Reject, I like that. It's another one of those really versatile ones. Gadget's still very good after a few nerfs as well, and then Colette rolls on in, which is, all three of these going to give the Franks such a hard time.
Yeah, Colette is still very much a very good brawler to have here. It's definitely dropped off very slightly since the Heist rework on the safe, but I still think it's such a great pick to have, especially looking into the Frank. I mean, that's exactly how you want to respond, isn't it, really? You got the Cordelius there for good measure if they go for some dive approaches, like a potential Daryl or a potential Bull or something along those lines. Or again, the Bonnie is already there, and they picked Bonnie into it. Dynamite. I'd still kind of prefer a Berry if I'm going to pick a thrower myself, but I don't know whether it's, again, going to be the pick to have here. I mean, you got the wall break, sure. I'm just not overly convinced on this effort result draft. Not really at all. Reject have got some very, very good things up the sleeve here. So, let's go in. We are looking at immediately effort result on the defensive lines here, as Reject going in quite on the aggressive, getting the safe down for the first stage, and that's already a promising result. Effort result still falling behind here, but if they can clear up this defense, it could be quite nice. The body jump is quite key here, actually. Now the safe getting down to that first stage level, but effort result are still not aware to the fact that Reject are just going for the base race. They've got to take care of the defense, and if they don't do it, then it's going to be very close, to be completely honest. Let's see if they can finalize this one out.
Yeah, I mean, this is such big damage coming in, and there's no way they can defend this. Shu's going to be able to just burn straight through this, and, I mean, Reject are just all over. I mean, they got decent damage. Don't get me wrong, leaving 33% on the safe isn't bad by any means, but they're just not in control of this game whatsoever. Reject, they're just covering absolutely everything. Very worried for effort result at the moment now. You know, the composition definitely had some holes in it, and it's being exploited very heavily by Reject.
Okay. Well, Reject so far have looked so dominant, and for effort result, they've got to start to kind of make some moves. This is probably one of the steps where they could potentially have a decent time of things, but I mean, in Heist, you know, you can't always necessarily depend upon the base race. They've got to have some control as well and try and get themselves back in the mix here. Reject's getting some good damage, and so far down to 50% already.
Yeah, well, it's just this Carl proving some real issues. Colette as well for the Frank, not giving him any room whatsoever. Has the super now as well. Will go straight in. Carl adds to it as well. Tries getting some damage and getting this last shield out of the way, and they do. 24% left on that now. There's 75 still on Reject's side, and this is going to be done right here. And there's nothing they can do. They can't defend, and we're seeing nothing from effort result at the moment. Really, really worrying. 2 sets down and not a single sign that they're going to be able to bring this one back. Pretty much 0 kills in the first set and pure domination in the second.
Yeah, just honestly really strong stuff from Reject here, and for effort result, it's just looking so bleak.
We didn't see them in a while, didn't qualify for the last 2 monthly finals. Now Effort Result has a chance to prove it to us all that they are meant to be in the monthly finals. So far, I feel like they do that with the draft. I loved the Dynamite idea. They snatched away the Bonnie immediately. She was left open, as you mentioned, Ark. Surprisingly, super good on Heist. Previous set as well. Had the Charlie, had the Bell. Good draft from them. But they can't really put it to good use, it seems, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, still, you know, mirroring the kills that the Carl managed to get. So Bonnie did pretty well, but, you know, if you look at the others, just 1 and 2, and don't get me wrong, it's not like the other team didn't get 2 and 0, but they were just focusing solely on that safe, where it seemed effort result were actually trying to get some of those kills. So, you know, it could have been a lot worse, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was good by any means, but they had their moments where Hochi comes in here and there, gets some kills, but Reject just managed it so much better, and I think it's fair to say we kind of come in expecting that. They are, you know, the better team, the better mechanically, the better drafters, so we didn't really think there was much hope for effort result as it was, but I thought they were going to be in it more than this.
It's just so dominant, you know, that's the thing. It's hard to kind of see a world in which effort result can dig deep enough. I feel like Reject are just at that level now where they're just a bit out of their depth.
Dueling Beatles is going to be the next map. Let's see if that's the turning point here for Effort Result and they can finally snatch away a set from Reject. Looks like that should be a walkthrough from Reject, but who knows what's going to happen in this map. It is a map that we've already seen last month, so they should be prepared for it. Let's see what they have in terms of a draft for us in store.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a map that can very quickly go the way of Reject again. It's one of those you get trapped in spawn and you're there for pretty much the entirety of it. For F result, we're hoping it goes the other way because, you know, they need to get something going, and having Reject trapped in spawn for an entire set would be a good way of kind of being the catalyst for that comeback. But I can see this going Reject's way again, just pinning them in spawn for 2 games straight and taking this in a quick 3-0. Lumi's going to be able to slide through as well, which is very surprising considering how often it's been banned. But you look at the F result bans and you're like, all right, fair enough. I'm not sure if I'd like to play against any of those more than I'd like to play against Lumi with the Kaze, Draco, and Ali, and then Jae-Young, the Berry, and the Lily banned out from Reject. So this was very tough for Effort Result, I will say. They don't have enough bans to be able to get rid of everything that they want to.
The bans flew in so quickly. Love the Lumi pick here, so impressive with her gadget. Basically a Lu on the field, but with every single press of that green button, she did receive a little nerf, but still a phenomenal brawler to have. Draco banned out here, no surprises. I feel like his hypercharge has definitely helped him, one of the better brawlers right now, and Hot Zone has always been, and is right now, his best mode arc.
I'm sorry, I'm still reeling off the back of that Lumi pick. It's just, I feel like the nerf didn't really touch her in that regard. So it's just a really strong one. Hank, yeah, I like it. I mean, Effort Result do like a lot of Frank on this particular map, so I'm glad they went with Hank instead. Either tank though into Lumi, it's just not going to be, it's not going to be good for them. You know, it's, yeah, Charlie's available here as well, which is like such a strong brawler to have into a Hank. I just feel like the draft for Effort Result today is just not really working. It just seems like every step of the way. I mean, you can see from LT's face, right? I mean, he's just constantly smiling. Reject are just so happy with just the way that things are shaping up to be. I mean, Griff coming in as well, going to open up things and make it really difficult for Hank and Lumi. I mean, yeah, I think it's kind of chalk trap.
Yeah, I mean, the break's really good as well there for the Griff against the likes of the Hank, who's just going to be out in the open now. It's going to benefit, obviously, the Bonnie, having this map broken up and the ability to play at range a bit more as well. But I still think this regen composition might just be just very solid. The Lumi, as I think Sunny was mentioned, it's just like having a Lu on the map without having, you know, what's being a better brawler than Lu as well, and now they've got the Charlie too. I mean, this is surely wraps for Effort Result here. They do have this last pick, might be able to drag something back, but I'm seeing this as a Reject 3-0.
Yeah, again, you know, you've got Lumi on the other side of things, you pick Hank, and that's like just already a super strong counter to you, but then they can always double down, and that's exactly what they've done. I mean, Charlie not only great into Hank, but also into the Bonnie, and it just makes so much sense. I mean, the Charlie's gonna be able to handle the 2 brawlers that Effort Result have already drafted, let alone the fact that the Griff can just open everything up and leave the Hank fully exposed. Squeak gonna come in, and that's not even a brawler which for me is a very meta picker. It's really quite low down in terms of the kind of appearances in the scrims, and it just feels like this draft is a bit all over the place, really. I mean, that's before you even consider the mechanics and what Reject can bring to this region. It's yeah, it's a really daunting prospect, and I just don't see how Effort Result escape this set.
It's going to be difficult for them. There is a possibility, obviously, because, you know, Hank's still a very solid brawler. Bonnie, good at the moment as well. Squeak, as you mentioned, it might be a little bit out of favor for a few people at the moment, but not bad on this map by any means. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, with the Griff wall breaks, it makes Squeak's time a little bit harder to really make use of these gadgets, but Napishu coming through on this right-hand side. Batman should be able to win this matchup quite easily. Goes for now as well, should be able to move forwards, and with no super there for the Hank, should be able to clean up, and does. Wahochi doing a good job of staying on the zone. Eventually we see Reject getting onto it now. Jump comes in, gets one, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and control still in the hands of Reject for now.
Well, in terms of the objective, relatively evenly matched, but this is a map where control is everything. Hypercharged Batman gets the super at the back of it as well. Doesn't quite manage to connect it onto the Hank, but I like the fact that he didn't utilize it onto the brawler that was already so weak, it didn't really kind of make sense to. So despite the miss, it was the right decision making. And look at this, now Reject, yeah, fully in the driving seat, aren't they really? And that right hand side lane, the Lumi into the Hank is just going to be a very strong matchup for the Lumi. 50% and climbing now. Effort Result being in this position, have got to do so much. It's the biggest of mountains to climb, not just in the series, but in this particular game. It's going to take a lot, and Bonnie's going to have to really come in clutch here at a time when the Charlie has not got any defensive measure.
Yeah, well, Hank's going to come out of that cocoon straight into a Lumi super, not going to be doing him any favours. Still ticking up here, getting towards 70% now. Hypercharge comes in. Batman just going to run in a straight line there as well. Should be able to get Wahochi, but he jumps on in. It's a 1v1 now. Batman versus Shu, and Napishu gets a good shot in. Does get the kill, 82%. It's about 40, so halfway there for effort result, and a long way to come back. Hypercharge comes in, might be able to get a cycle, and does. Just burning through them and gets 3 as well. It's non-stop for Reject. Brilliance from him, and this should surely be the game going to Reject.
Shu's collecting his records. I think that's the 3 consecutive hypercharges in one game, just sealed, secured, signed and delivered. Unreal from Reject. One final stand moment here from effort result. Can they do the unthinkable? It's just a 4% needed here from Reject. They can just storm the zone when everyone's available to do so, and they do just that. Match point for Reject in one of the most dominant showings so far we've seen this year. One game away from the semi-finals.
I mean, better towards the end. You know, very much better from the side of effort result there. But I think it was just kind of that mid portion of the game where they just got so much percent on the zone. They got up to about 80 before we saw effort result get to 30, and that was when it kind of ran away from them. The start and the end weren't bad by any means, but need to work on that mid portion. Break comes in early then for the Griff, and once again effort result starting things off with decent lead in this early portion. The slow comes through on the right-hand side. Batman trying to make the move and should be able to get Napishu here, and does. Yinazor coming towards him as well. Gets cocooned, and this should pretty much bring him down, I feel. Some good shots coming in, and does get taken down. Wahochi join him back in the spawn, but a 30% lead is what they started off with, which is even better than last time.
I mean, it's just so dominant. I kind of feel like the Lumi and the Charlie could probably 2v3 this game even. The Griff there really just to rub sheer salt into the wound, because as soon as everything's broken up, there's just nothing that effort result can do. They got a good early game approach. That's again their best attribute here, and it's just again something that just tends to crumble over time, as we've seen in this series so far. Now 40% on the zone, getting towards 50. This is their best shot so far in this entire matchup. Can they get a game on the board at least before this one's over? Because so far it's been so suppressive by Reject.
Yeah, and Napishu was low and forces super out to him. Super comes in from Shu now as well. I hope she'll go for a hypercharge of his own. Switch back into that cannon form to get a bit more range. Hypercharge from Shu available, gets it off and manages to stay alive a good amount. Gets the kill. I mean, that is unreal from him. The lockdown comes in as well from the Lumi, and that's going to be a kill there as well. But this is better from effort result. They're in it, and they're in a pretty decent position percentage-wise.
It is, but position-wise, all over the place. And now the Batman's got the super as well. The cocoon can just land straight onto the body, or the Hank, take your pick. Lumi stun potentially inbound here as well. Oh, beautiful cocoon there as well. Straight into the hands of the Lumi when it comes back out yet again. And Wahochi's got nowhere to go, as now Reject gets fully back in the driving seat and even out the scoreline. Ever closer now to a spot in the semis and securing things, leaving effort result potentially here in the dust.
I mean, Batman just eating that gadget, staying on top of the zone, accepts being slowed down. 90% now, and 3 people still all playing together in this mid. Hypercharge comes out, and that's going to clean up the percent. Reject take down effort result in pretty swift and convincing 3-0 with no real pushback.
It's about as dominant as it gets in the BSC. And for Reject, starting the day off incredibly strong. A very important day for them to get right, and that's exactly what they did in that first matchup.
And with that, unfortunately, for effort results, the dream of the LCQ is over. It was their best set, the last one. Dueling Beatles had one last strong showing there, but it still wasn't enough to beat the top 2 seed in the region. Shu on a whopping 12 kills here. We were talking so much about Lumi and Charlie. That Griff did actually a lot of work to him.
Yeah, I mean, he played very well. The amount of hypercharges he kind of ripped off in a row. I think he got 3 or 4 in a row at one point and kind of won them that first game. So really nice stuff from, I think, all 3 members of Reject. Played incredibly well throughout this series, and they had to have done to be able to, you know, beat effort result in such a convincing way. They're not a bad team by any means. I just think Reject's absolutely on top of their game at the moment, and have this kind of easier bracket should mean they get to the grand finals.
They are still the top 8 team in the region, but yeah, talking about the bracket here, 1 quarterfinal out of the way, Arc, 3 more to come.
Yeah, certainly. And this next matchup, make no mistake about it, although it's on the other side of things with the big heavy hitters, certainly in matches 3 and 4, this makes a huge difference to Frenzy Gaming's outcome in LCQ prospects. So with the way that Gen G started their qualifying stages, knocking down the Zeta division into that lower bracket, that to me is like the scariest part about this next match.
I'm super excited for that next one. I think that was also the only one where we differed in our predictions. It's a 50-50 match for us. And why that is, I think we're going to touch on that after a quick break. First up, you still have some time to get your predictions in yourself for that next match. Head over to event.brawlstars.com to do so. You can also still earn Pro Pass XP. There's only 4 more days in the Pro Pass, so make sure to do it now. We give you a minute to do so. Welcome back to the July monthly finals. We're still in East Asia. We're still here with Trev. We're to say goodbye to Arkand. Welcome back also, Reddy. It's been a month since we've seen you. Who was the one character or the one player that stood out to you most in that match?
This is a real tough one. Of course, we did listen to the folks at home, and Shu stood out more than anyone else. He's one of the mechanical executors for the roster, and I have to agree with this one. I'm excited to see what he's going to do in the remainder of this bracket, especially since things seem to be pretty open for Reject all the way up to the finals.
Yeah, Effort Results did have a good run, at least in the last set. It looked like they had some fight still in them, but in the end it was a 3-0 for Reject. I do not feel like that next one is going to be just as dominant though. It's Frenzy Gaming versus Gen G Esports. And for Gen G, this is the first time this year they qualified through the upper bracket. We did not see them very often in the monthly finals this year, and they beat no one other than Zeta Division 3-1 in the qualifier. This is the first East Asia loss since February for Zeta Division, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to see Gen G in the monthly finals end of, never mind through the upper bracket and beating Zeta Division. So, I'm expecting big things from them this month. Bono, Cookie, and Moding coming in as this Gen G roster. But yeah, as you say, coming in, upper bracket, beating Zeta Division is a crazy thing to do. Not many people in East Asia can say that they've done that. So, yeah, massive props to Gen G for coming in like that. And there you go, it was a 3-1 as well, so didn't even have to take it to the 5th and final. So, they're definitely one to look out for today. I think I still have my money on Frenzy Gaming, but Gen G a definite dark horse through this monthly finals.
It's curious because these kings of the region have finally been made to kneel, and it's at the hands of such an unlikely team as well. This is only their, I believe, second monthly final that they've made in this region. This is their second top 8. You're telling me they can take down #1? That's why I got my money on them.
After taking down Zeta Division, it must feel great, but they cannot underestimate their opponent. On the other side of the ring, we have Frenzy Gaming. They're still in contention for the LCQ spot. They're just 22 points behind Rival, just up 1 slot in the leaderboard. And they also nearly took down Reject in an earlier monthly final this year. That took them to a final set, so I think, yeah, Gen G Esports still has a tough opponent with them here, Trev.
Absolutely. I mean, Frenzy Gaming, they're just consistently here, and that's more than can be said for Gen G, who just consistently, for the most part, aren't here. So Frenzy Gaming, definitely the team, in my eyes, who are coming into this one the favourite, regardless of Gen G's success recently. But I think it's definitely a matchup to keep an eye on, and possibly a 50-50.
And as always, we want to hear what those teams have to say about each other. We had the chance to sit down with Danchari.
現地スポーツは、予選で、ゼータを 3-1 で倒してるんですけど、プレイヤー、各個人個人の力はまだ 少ないと思っていて、連携力だったり、ピックだったり、立ち回りがとても上手いチームだと思ってるので、個々の力の部分でそれを補って、トータルで上回って勝っていきたいと思います。
We've had 4 monthly finals so far, and every single one Frenzy Gaming attended, but it never made it out of the quarterfinal. Is today the day of those ready?
It's curious because I'm looking at this graph and I'm not sure what kind of linear regression we're working with here, but I'm pretty sure 4 top 8s in a row doesn't mean that July is when you finally crack the top 4. Now, to be fair, they are facing a team that has only made it into the top 8 twice, so they have that going for them. And you heard what they had to say as well, like, okay, yeah, they're strong, but the weaknesses that they have, those make our strength.
And Frenzy, as mentioned, still are in contention for the LCQ slot, so they do have to make it out of the quarterfinals today to still get that slot, get those points. Genji on the other side, again, they did beat State Division in the monthly qualifier. Was that just a one-time thing or not? It was enough for you ready to vote for them today.
It was. It's that plus just like some other factors as well. Like, I think that this is like a good meta for them. Things have like stabilized, of course. It's been an entire week since the qualifiers, but this team, they're pretty good at like playing some of the tanks as well. Just generally South Korea is quite good at that. And this is a tank heavy meta. Like Draco, especially one of the larger talking points.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it before the show, how tank heavy those players really are. Love to play them. We talked about Draco before today. He did receive a hypercharge, made him even better than he already was. I still feel like he's mostly only played on Hot Zone though. I still feel like Lumi is gotta be that best brawler. We have Charlie so strong in the meta right now because she had a little range buff. And with that, there's already 2 brawlers that are quite good into tanks, I believe, on the map here. Let's see, Trev, what they're banning here. We're heading into our first draft of this match. It's Genji Esports versus Frenzy Gaming.
Yeah, big one for both of these teams. Frenzy Gaming desperately needing the points to try and get into this postseason. Genji trying to crack the top 8 of East Asia at the moment, but Frenzy Gaming, as we saw, have been more consistent. Not by any means consistently incredible, just getting those top 8s, and that's enough with that kind of consistency to get towards that LCQ. So that's something they're going to look to keep up. Obviously, with probably the easiest opponent yet in terms of quarterfinals, they're hoping to get into the semis for the first time. But the bans are in. We have the Charlie, Byron, and Brock from the side of Frenzy Gaming. Genji get rid of the Gene, the Gus, and the Bonnie. Obviously, leaving quite a lot of these really solid brawlers open at the moment, but I feel like a lot of the ones who are really solid kind of don't really work on this map too much. Angelo coming in as the first, though. Ready, sir?
Yes, Angelo has been left completely open by Genji Esports. To be fair, it's really tough to ban out like all the really good first pick things with some of the new entrants, like Bonnie being one of them. She got a hypercharge, she gets a stun. She's so good right now. Angelo is always going to be a good thing to have in your back pocket. He can, do some pretty serious damage towards the end of the round. But notice that a couple things are open that I think both of these teams would be quite partial to. Kit, wide open. Likely not as a 2-3, but totally open as a 4-5 for Frenzy Gaming. Hank is going to make his way through as well. Just pretty solid stuff so far. I think both teams would be partial to going some kind of cheese strat. It's been quite characteristic of Frenzy Gaming in the past. It's really going to shape up once we get those 4th and 5th selections, but Genji Esports, with their Hank, are going to have some, permanence on this point, and they're also going to get to sit behind some of these walls unless Frenzy Gaming break them open.
Yeah, we're just going to see Genji just rip a kit right now and just go the most cheese strivers to try and get through to the semi-finals. But they're going to go with the Bell. A bit more range to go along with this kind of short-range tank, which, as you mentioned, will do quite well when just sitting behind these walls, holding control. It's going to be very difficult to push in, considering Frenzy Gaming so far have gone a bit more of a squishy, sharpshooter route, which isn't going to be as good in those kind of later portions of the game. But we are back over to Frenzy Gaming for their next 2 picks now. We had the first, so Genji will have the last. With a couple seconds left, they're going to have to make their selection pretty fast. They're going to go with the Lu. Something to try and kind of play against this this tanky kind of option that Genji have gone for with the Hank. And honestly, I will say Lu's not the most, I wouldn't say the most common pick on Bell's Rock, but we'll roll with it.
Yeah, he's mostly played for getting that super down, getting the CC, maybe a bit of like area control, which, okay, cool. I see how that would work towards the end. You also don't want to get run down by a Hank, for example. Typically, he plays pretty passive, though. I think this Lu is going to be really the most difficult brawler to execute on this map because he gets outranged by the bell, he can't shoot through walls, and guess what? Hank can. But here's the aggro for the team. Squeak is going to be trying to aggress this Hank that wants to sit behind the walls, so I definitely can understand the math there. But Frenzy Gaming's composition, it doesn't really like tell a story here. I feel like that Angelo can get some survival towards the end, maybe get like an early pick, but I don't see how the remainder of Frenzy Gaming's brawlers really come together.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, you know, the Squeak's going to be pretty good at pinching, mainly, is just how we roll with it. Tick is honestly a solid pick against what Frenzy Gaming have brought to the table. They're going to be able to sit behind the walls pretty successfully here with the Hank, with the Tick. The Hank's going to be defending the Tick for the most part as well. So, honestly, don't mind this Gen G draft at all. Starting to make me kind of doubt my prediction, but Frenzy Gaming's not bad by any means. It's just going to have quite a difficult time bringing down the tankiness, and obviously how passive the Tick is going to be difficult to bring him down too.
It also feels like a wide open thrower selection for Gen G. Nothing that Frenzy Gaming really had to deal with it. So now they're going to have to feel the chip damage from this Tick for the entire match. What Tick is going to do, he's going to fire down mid, as you can see here, and he's going to make those lane swaps pretty difficult. So if Frenzy Gaming aren't pleased with their lanes, which you can see they go for the swap here, typically Tick is going to be getting free damage off of that. But they've managed to do it successfully, in fact. They push Bono all the way to the back left, and Moding is feeling the heat.
Yeah, even burned through that Tick head as well and got a tiny amount of wall break along with it. Really nice play from Frenzy Gaming to be able to get this kind of push and get them into the back of the spawn. Bono had to kind of come out of the game for a while there as well, wait for this freeze to wear off, and pretty successfully done that now. But Lu just following him over and over, but as you mentioned, the Tick making it really difficult to rotate, and it's pretty much bought them this entire control back.
That was quite a pierce there for Mira. It allows Tori Deyansu to pick up the kill with his gadget, and Tori Deyansu is just farming up his hypercharge at this point. Moding also has his hypercharge for the next round. Not the worst situation for Gen G Esports because they have lost this round, but you know, it's not about winning the battle, it's about winning the war. We got a couple more rounds to work with, and note the supers available for Frenzy Gaming. They have the Lu, and that's going to be crucial for the end game, or if they get aggressed quite hard by Gen G, which is probably not going to happen. They're playing a pretty passive composition here, so Frenzy Gaming are looking quite well equipped.
Yeah, Torredesu doing a really good job on this Squeak, I will say as well. I thought it kind of going to be very difficult to burn through these brawlers with that. Seeming to be going okay. Super available now. Just narrowly misses that bubble. Mira going to get some burn down damage. Super comes in, makes a connection with Moding. Not going to be using that slow though. Bono's still burning down and back in spawn, but has a super if he falls low to stay alive anyway, and a hypercharge available for Moding.
Those two supers are going to have to go a long way. Gen G Esports need to get every last scrap of value that they can out of these. Here comes a Tick super down. Moding seems quite confident he's going to get another super by the time things close in, so he's just sending out a regular one. And it's dealt with by Frenzy Gaming, but it costs him quite a bit of ammo. Here comes Lu on the right side, immediately feeling the heat of Hank's bubble, and oh my goodness, what a snipe from Bono. Drops things down to a 3v2, and it's looking great for Gen G to close out this round.
Yeah, Torredesu choosing not to go and pinch that Hank there surprises me quite heavily. I thought they had a pretty short pinch on him there, but chose to go a different route and go for the Tick instead, and it's worked out pretty well for Gen G in the end. They've managed to get this round, and Frenzy Gaming now the ones on the back foot, losing their momentum. But a hypercharge is ready to roll then for the Squeak, and can be quite well used on a map like this.
Could pressure out this Hank, who's putting himself in a tough spot. Mira's trying to flank him from the right. Here comes Squeak looking for one bounce, two. No contact onto Bono, not into anyone in fact. But here come the snipes from Mira. Moding is trying to survive, but you can't tank the Angelo hypercharge shot, not when it's all the way charged up. It's 3v2, Gen G Esports now with only 2 brawlers left. Cookie's looking for every bit of value that he can get with the mark on Mira, and a long-range shot and another hypercharge out from Bono. Has to rotate away from this Lu. He seems to be safe for now. That's a long-range takedown for Cookie. It's a 2v2.
I mean, if they win this, they've brought it back very well. Mira just keeping Bono low. He doesn't even want to start cooking him a bubble because he wants to heal, but he can't. Mira's relentless with this damage, and Bono left in the corner on his own. Mira going to get down the burn shots and get the kill. Close to a comeback, but cut short by Frenzy Gaming in the first game here.
So scrappy between these two teams. you could see what lanes Frenzy Gaming wanted to go for, and at many points actually were not offered those. Also, we saw Genji voluntarily putting themselves in really rough situations. I feel like this Hank can be really solid, but it needs assistance, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of support for it. Usually you'd have something spamming heals to get in position, and that might have actually been a read from Frenzy Gaming, because as you can see, they banned out the Byron that would have enabled this Hank to be even better.
Well, the bouncy shot from the reverse polarity hits again. Cookie doing a real good job here, I will say, but unable to get much done in terms of games on the board. Bono just trying to cook up these bubbles, waiting for someone to aggress, and Toridesu will eventually. Gets a gadget in there as well, so a bit more extended damage. A bait, another reverse polarity from Cookie, but this one doesn't connect.
Oh, not quite. Genji Esports find themselves so backed up as they don't really have any space to work with. Moding can't really sit at mid. Bono seems a little lost, like he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He would love to sit behind this wall, but whenever he wants to, you have Toridesu pushing him from the right side, even Lu flanking him. That's going to be a kill for Bono. Now getting in close range versus Mirror, snapping up a second kill. Cookie is tapping. That's the first shot that he's missed in a while. The last hit goes to Moding, as Genji Esports managed to close out this very first round. It came as a result of this extremely aggressive positioning from Bono, and Frenzy Gaming trying to hold on to their position, just being sort of obstinate, didn't want to move away, and they had to pay with blood.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Frenzy were kind of feeling good off the start, and then that Squeak Super missed, and honestly, he doesn't seem to be hitting. Oh, he gets sniped down as well by the hypercharge of Bono. These Squeak Supers just don't seem to be hitting at all, and a 3v2 situation like this cannot be one that Genji lose. Surely going to be able to even out this game, even out this set, sorry, and bring it to a 1-1. Now the hypercharge coming forward, that's just going to tank a lot of damage for Bono going forwards. Hypercharge mines laying on the floor as well, and that's going to be cleaned up. Genji looked a lot better in this game, but Frenzy also looked worse.
It's a positioning that we actually didn't get to see in game number 1 that finally came to fruition in game number 2, which is that Hank was enabled to get in an aggressive position. Did you see like how reliant the composition from Frenzy was on staying at mid? Because once that balance was disrupted, once they weren't able to 3v1 an aggressive Hank, it all fell apart. And to be fair, Hank was also like getting a little pick there at the beginning of the team fight, so that certainly helped. But Frenzy Gaming needs to be extra cautious of this. They have to have those comms. They have to have the positioning to punish an aggressive Hank, and they've even gone for the lane swap to boot. It's Angelo at mid, and he's already linked so many arrows into Bono.
Yeah, Bono so low here, 730, it does get killed. Moding goes down as well, and this is much better from Frenzy. It's just flip-flopping back and forwards as to who's dominating. It was Frenzy to start, then Jinji, now back to Frenzy again, and just one round stands between them in the first set here. Gadget early on from Toridesu. Doesn't find any connections, has a super, will be trying to find his hypercharge, but gets absolutely slapped with a Hank bubble.
Him using that gadget earlier on actually enabled Bono to get into this position because he knew he was going to get his punish, but here comes the windup. That's hefty damage. Thankfully, Hank did have a shield for a brief period, which let him stay alive a little longer, and that's even more damage. Moding falling. Frenzy Gaming in a 3v2. Probably soon going to drop to a 3v1 with Bono going down, and Cookie's just one tap. The final dodges are not enough to save his entire team. It's set number 1, headed to Frenzy Gaming in a pretty close series.
I mean, it's night and day. Like, one time Genji look incredible, the next they look terrible, like, and it's the same for Frenzy as well. Like, they looked really good, then they look bad, then they look good again. So, you know, next logical step is Genji win the next set, right? When they become incredible once more.
I guess so. You kind of mentioned it's a little bit of a flip-flop between those two teams. None of them has showing us yet their most consistent gameplay. And keep in mind here, for both of those teams, it will be the first match win in a monthly final. Whoever makes it to the semis has written history for their own team here. One team still in contention for the LCQ, and for Genji, today is all about sabotaging their opponents, really. They can really throw a wrench in the works here if they win their match today already.
A lot of other matchups, a lot of scenarios really depend on the outcome of this first match right here. I mean, when it comes to Frenzy Gaming, Genji Esports, they need to win this match in order to make an LCQ. Frenzy Gaming they lose this quarterfinal, they're out. Gen.G, they need to win the next 2 monthly finals in order to take this all. An unlikely scenario, but these are both of their lives on the line in this one match.
I mean, after what we've seen from them in the monthly qualifiers, it's not a thing that will never happen. It's not an impossible thing to happen. I feel like Gen.G has also proven in this very first set that they are indeed looking a little stronger than what we were used to from them. They only made it to one single monthly final, didn't make it out of the quarterfinals. They did have to play against Reject in their first match as well, which is a bit of an unfortunate matchup. I'd say Frenzy should be the ones, it should be possible to beat them. They're just sixth in the leaderboard right now. Gen.G is 9th. Let's see. Frenzy Gaming, so far so good for them. They did take that first set, but Trev, as you mentioned, it wasn't a very consistent performance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either of the teams were consistent at all, to be fair, so I think it's very much up in the air as to what will happen from this point forwards. Like, it could genuinely just be a 3-0 sweep to Frenzy, but it could go all the way and be a 3-2 to Gen.G. Like, it's very unpredictable at the moment. I don't think either of the teams were kind of on their A game, and both really have some work to do if they want to be able to get through Reject in the next round, no matter who wins. Bans are in, though. We're on to Layer Cake, as we said. We got the Hank band out, along with the Ali and the Draco, and then Frenzy going to get rid of the Lou, the Squeak, and the Barley, banning out pretty much more than half of their previous comp.
That is so interesting. I would not have expected Squeak and Lou being banned out here. It is the picks from Frenzy Gaming in the previous round. They seem to rate those brawlers quite highly, but it has left open so many other options like the Kaze. Still a very good pick right now. She hasn't been in the game for too long yet. At this point, all of those pros know far too well how to play her, also technically how to counter her, but she has still some of the highest win rates amongst all of the brawlers in the game ready.
Her as a first pick puzzles me just a little bit, though, because I agree, she's fantastic. And I think also when you throw her into pro play, that's when you're going to get to see people consistently hitting that crit spot and churning out tons and tons of damage. It's roughly 3k every single time. Lily, I think, is a worthy matchup for her. I'm trying to see where this Kaze first pick is going to fit in, because I'm not certain whether it's totally like a first pick worthy brawler. You can see that Frenzy Gaming did want to line up some bans that would be pretty solid against her. Like, for example, the Lou would be an excellent way to defend against a super aggressive Kaze. Now, that Lily, I think, should be pretty good. Also, Lumi, excellent for holding mid. But that's sort of an issue, because Frenzy Gaming are going to get that blue star for free. They'll just dash to mid, get the blue star, and then they can play defense for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and the body, solid as well, in my opinion. You've got the aggressive tendencies, got the passive ones as well. You've got to choose when you want to go in and out. It's a very solid brawl for Bounty in general, but will work on Layer Cake. And I like the Kaze as well, regardless of it kind of maybe not being a first pick. From what we saw in East Asia last month, no matter where it's played, it's dangerous. No matter when it's picked, no matter where it's played, it's going to be a solid brawler no matter what. So we'll see if Mira can bring that kind of same energy as the past month, and Willow will come in as well as a thrower. Kind of much needed, I feel, on a map like this. Can be good against the likes of the Lumi when can't get around the walls, and can kind of have some good counter plays to something like a Lily whilst remaining a thrower as well.
Love Willow on this map. She is excellent, especially for defense, because if an aggressive brawler gets on top of you, as long as you've dealt enough damage to get your super, then it's smooth sailing. In fact, you might even be able to get a kill out of it by mind controlling them. Barry is making an appearance here, and just like judging by the bans, I feel like that's a little bit enabled. They're going to go for really a more control-based comp, and also like in terms of the enemy thrower, that's going to be a rough matchup for Barry as far as damage goes, but I'm seeing some potential for control. It is untraditional on this map, though. I will say that.
Yeah, well, going into the second set, Gen.G really need to get this one in the bag to even things out. Frenzy, if they win it, they'll be in a very good position to close it out in 3 with the momentum that they'll have racked up across the first 2 sets. But composition-wise, I don't mind either of them. Both got that thrower and Moding being able to heal up and cycle the supers nicely once he starts getting them. Mira trying to work up for one of his, but Lumi just leaving these Morning Stars on the floor for now. Will return them eventually, and the gadgets going to be used are going to be incredible.
Looking at some of the other brawlers on the field, Bono on the right side is going to be trying to get that super. Just needs to close in range versus Tori de Yansu while not dying. He knows that he can get punished if she switches to the ninja form, so needs to stay away from some of those kunais. Gen.G Esports as a whole are just playing for control right now. But what's their in? They do have Moding with a super, but he can't really afford to push in solo. And there are defensive abilities on the other side too. Bono's going to try and ping dip this guy, looking for it. The super available, and still a kill, in fact, with Moding getting the elimination. A solid defense as well from Frenzy Gaming, though they have not managed to stay alive, unfortunately. It's 2 kills with a combination of Barry and Lily that puts things in the lead for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much just provided them with that lead there. The Willow not making the best of plays. Now the dash comes through, not going to be able to get the kill either. I don't think the heals are there. And Willow in the backline's not doing anything either. Just gifting stars at this point, going in one by one. There's no coordination whatsoever. And Toradesu about to do more of the same.
More control play from Gen.G Esports. What's the aggression from Frenzy Gaming? Well, they can't do much when they got a Lily up in their face, a hypercharge and super in, and then the vanish out. That is a classic Lily cycle. Super in and gadget out. You can't really beat it. But Frenzy Gaming do have some utility. They're going to have to make the unthinkable happen. Hypercharge in from Toridesu. Mira needs that super. He's got it. He's got a stun with that hypercharge, but he's going to have to work for it. That's a rogue Lily in their base. Toridesu stunned on the left side, but only briefly. 5 seconds to go, and only 4 stars to win the game. 2 seconds left. A stun on to Cookie, but the rejection from Bono on the bottom left gets this one for Gen.G.
I mean, it got close towards the end, but if Gen.G do more of that, then they'll be in a very good position. Frenzy Gaming need a better start. They were just feeding and feeding and feeding. It was just non-stop. It got to about 10-0 or 10-1 because of the blue star at one point, but they just weren't getting anything. And the Lily was just running riot on them all. Get the blue star again. Kaze does remain a little bit aggressive. Mira trying to search for super, but at the same time, probably will be feeding others.
Much different approach from Gen.G this time. They're going to send Lily aggressive immediately, trying to get in range of Mira. Gets a drop down to 1 tap. Thankfully, he's retreated on the left side. And the control is played by Moding and Cookie at mid. They've allowed Toridesu to get aggressive on this right side, where he'll post up for as long as he's allowed and just look for an opening. It's not going to be offered right now, even with the assistance of Mira. And here comes another vanish from Bono, trying to get in close range. Doesn't waste his shots on this Willow and gets a super to get the takedown. Oh. Double hypercharge stun from Mira. That's the comeback that Frenzy Gaming needed to keep this one under wraps.
Yeah, I'm not sure if those two members of the Gen.G side thought he was going to go up towards Bono and try and get that kill, but kind of just turned straight on them and got 2 of them with the stun, with the hypercharge. And now in a good position to kind of burn this game down, play at range and wait for them to push through. But Lily is going to have something to say about that. Wants to use the super, thought about it then, but didn't get it off. Gadget being used. They know he has, though, as he wasn't in the grass when using it. Hypercharge available too. So this is something they're going to be very cautious about.
Comeback potential for Bono. Even versus an enemy that does have an escape. Could be the Willow, could be the Bonnie, whichever is higher priority. Oh my goodness, there's no shot. He missed the hypercharge super with Willow using the gadget. That is a complete waste of utility. It leaves him 5 stars in the hole, and that was free stars. He just had to go onto a different target with different reaction time. 20 seconds to go. Gen.G Esports, they do at least have a Barry hypercharge. That's survivability right there. But their chances of coming back are just about gone.
Yeah, Cookie low. But chooses to go in now. Moding making the move. Willow still got a super as well. Mira going in, gets the star. That's brilliant from him. And another double kill out of the Bonnie. Really nice stuff. And this one's going to end 13-4. And Frenzy Gaming just 1 away from getting the second set. Now Gen.G 1 away from evening things out. And this is a big moment for both teams.
I'm not sure whether that was just the fastest Willow reaction time I've ever seen in Brawl Esports on any single player, or whether it was just a good read, like a good prediction. Maybe the super was hovered a little bit too long, but in any case, I would say it's more likely that was just a colossal misplay from Bono than an outplay from the Willow. He's going to bait the gadget this time, gets the kill, just like he did in the last round to start things off. Mira with a double kill, back into the cannon form to stay alive, and Toridesu picks up the kill. That is a huge 6-star lead to start off this one for Frenzy.
I'm sorry, did Bono just throw his super backwards there as well whilst Bonnie was mid-air? I'm so confused as to how he's just wasted that as well. Really unfortunate stuff. He's going to land directly on top of him now as well. Doesn't actually get the kill, but should be a bit closer to the super. But a hypercharge available from Mira, and already has 2 kills above his head as well. So 4 stars. And he can try and get some more. Great taps coming in. Bono low gets taken down again, and it's Mira getting the killing blow once more.
That is why Bonnie is so consistently banned. She is absolutely crazy right now. We will see a bit of a comeback from Gen.G Esports. They're punishing an aggressive Kaze on the left side and taking back control of that blue star. It only puts them at a 5-star deficit. They've got plenty of time to work this back. Oh, a missed dash there from Tori Desu. Not quite going to get punished just yet. No one really has a positioning. And another gadget response from Willow. But still, Bono is able to take this victory on the lane matchup, and he gets his hypercharge out of it. Things are looking pretty good for a Gen.G comeback if Bono is able to find the right target.
Yeah, I mean, Bonnie is looking primed as the target, but has that kind of method to get out. Super comes in now from Kaze. Gonna do some good work, just keeping them back for a bit of time. In 20 seconds, just bought them about 5 by throwing down that super, so he won't mind that. Moding not able to find the connecting blows here against the Willow. The Willow doesn't mind going down, dives into the dirt, and now going in. Mira can't get away from this, and the push is coming in. Just controlling each other, but he does go down on the right-hand side. Super comes in from Mira. He's not going to be able to get enough to turn this one around, and that is really unfortunate for Frenzy Gaming in a game that they should have ran away with. Gen.G turn it round.
I feel like Gen.G were supposed to win this one because I didn't really see how the mathed out for Frenzy. I feel like that Lily just didn't execute in game number 2. When you have the hypercharge and the super as Lily, it's like impossible to predict or dodge. It was just this like out of this world read from Willow to dive at that exact moment. That was not a reaction, that was a prediction.
Really like that Barry pick as last pick on the side of Gen.G. Here on the other side, Frenzy, they have 3 aggressive brawlers. That's huge comeback potential. But despite all of that, Gen.G are able to turn things around in that first round. Now that last one, phenomenal Lily gameplay to turn things around once again. Frenzy Gaming had the lead for the longest time, but Bono on that Lily really looked phenomenally. And Trev, you mentioned it in set number 1 as well, that flip-flop is continuing. So you were right with your prediction that Gen.G takes this set now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Frenzy Gaming should have, though. That's the thing. Like, they had so many good moments, and they were so heavily in the lead of that the third game, that I think they should have just closed that one off. It was very surprising to see that they didn't manage to at all. You know, Gen.G played it well in the end. They turned it around, and Lily started hitting some of those supers, getting some kills. So really nice from him. Brings it back to 1-1. We do head into triple dribble next, so that's going to be kind of deciding who goes back ahead and carries that momentum through once more.
As someone who really enjoys those close matches, I want both teams to be neck and neck because every single team that is here in the monthly finals in the end deserves to be here, and we want to see them for as long as possible. I really enjoy this game. We have 2 sets so far. Both went 2-1 in the end. It's a back and forth. Not one team of the 2 here has won 2 games in a row now already. Who's gonna take a triple dribble? What do you think?
Look, I got to put my chips on Gen.G. I feel like they're pretty good at playing this aggressive stuff. You saw what they were able to do in this previous set, where they turned a game mode that can usually be pretty back and forth into something aggressive, which just based on like my prediction here, I thought Gen.G were going to take it overall, and I think that one of their strengths is this aggressive play.
We've seen so many aggressive brawlers so far. Triple dribble, a map that you and me have costed a lot, Trev. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a bit more of a laid-back comp now, a bit more control. Maybe a Gus could come in again. We are in East Asia though, so I also wouldn't be too surprised to see Shade, for example. He's banned out, so that's not gonna happen. Kaze as well, Barry. And then on the other side, we have the Charlie and Lumi ban. So a lot of the same names popping up here. Willow banned out as well. Throwers are super good on this map because of that mid. You still feel like we're gonna see some throwers later on here, or with those best 2 out of the way, no chance?
I think it's still a possibility, you know, like even Barley's good on a map like this, but Draco's managed to slide through, and that is one of the brawlers that you've got to be very cautious about. Ali still in the mix as well, available. Those 2 kind of brawlers that we mentioned at the start, the hypercharge from Draco and Ali just in general, very solid. But yeah, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow for Frenzy Gaming here. Not the draft I'm sure they would have liked to see off the start.
I feel like Frenzy Gaming are probably just giving the Draco to Gen.G because they think they can counter it with Lu. They countered a Hank earlier with the Lu, so it wouldn't really shock me. Bonnie also worked decently for them, so not a really bad selection there either. Solid damage. You've got the stun available as well. They may try and enforce a long-range matchup. One of the nice things about Triple Dribble is that there is like a quite wide spread of geography. Mid, not necessarily cluttered, but there are a lot of obstacles that can enable these throwers to thrive. But you do also have some long corridors where Bonnie is going to be able to do her thing. Now, as far as consistent damage into that Draco, she doesn't have any CC. Frank is the response. This is another very viable way to deal with that Draco. He doesn't outrange Frank, doesn't really have any way to deal with the stun from Frank. Could run CC as a gadget if he wants, but it's a little off meta.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it's something that we have seen the Frank deployed already in East Asia this month, and it did work. So for Frenzy's sake, I hope it does, and for my prediction's sake, I also hope it does. But a little bit unconventional here as well. Colette gonna come in then for the Gen G side, the same counter that was used when we saw it in Heist as well for this Frank. So starting to fear a little bit for the Frenzy Gaming side, but Frank's gonna have a good HP pool to try and deal with this Draco, but it still might be overwhelmed here.
I think the Colette is going to be devastating into the Frank and into the Bonnie. Having two brawlers that are countered by the Colette is quite rough. In the case of Frank, it's a hard counter. In the case of Bonnie, it's still a counter, but they're a pretty competitive range. And you pointed out, Ali is wide open, and Gen G are going to take it. This is what they have gotten a reputation for, especially after their matchup versus A Division, is that when you let them have these brawlers that are at the forefront of the meta, they're going to take them. Now, that's something that Frenzy Gaming have to know and aim to leverage against them with like their selection of Frank over here, but it could very much fall apart. They need some final thing to really enable the Frank, shut down that Colette in particular. If they are able to target that, then that would be awesome.
I was prawn ready.
Well, Hank's going to come in, and you look at this Gen G comp, and you've got to be scared of Draco and Ali on the same side. I didn't even think we were going to see these brawlers being played today, never mind on the same team, in the same composition. And the Colette as well, to be able to counter out sort of the tanks on the other side. I like this from Gen G. I don't mind the Hank as the last bit though from Frenzy. I really do think that can work quite well.
I'm curious how this Colette is going to execute. Really only takes her 4 shots to get her super, and then she can 3-tap every single brawler in the game. No healing abilities available for Frenzy Gaming, with the exception of Hank's super. So all very vulnerable to this Colette. It's going to be a demanding matchup for her, but Gen G Esports are just going to have to enable her. That was weird. What is going on? Huh? No. Surely we're not watching the East Asian Monthly Finals. Surely I did not just see that happen.
We are watching the East Asian Monthly Finals, Rennie, and I also
unscathed, but at least he's alive. 45 seconds to go. Gen G are down to 1 goal as a result of have an entry point.
I mean, it was a lovely defense from Mira. Say, nonetheless, get the ball to the once more there. Shot is as well. You have to kind of question though how they're going to fare in this over to go though. Tori yet going in, get stunned, and need to gadget push. Another being used in the walls
charge, basically.
So far up the map there, but no from that team really trying to provide the ball. Mira going to might be able to something off here.
It was the most clutch ever. Gen G Esports, and it came down to literally 1 tap a day. Most important brawler Draco now taken down, but there's a Colette in the hypercharge that is going to be pretty devastating. Defense banner Frenzy Gaming. Daisy chain all the way up the field. No way. Defense banner Frenzy Gaming. Daisy chain all the way up the field. No way. Defend this win for Gen G.
Gen G. The ones closing it out in overtime when last ball falls though. Hypercharge going. They can't pick up the ball and gadget. Unfortunate for Moding again, and that really got a bit of goal too.
That was a misplay. He was able to receive the ball, arrow play, and that was pretty lucky.
No hypercharge now for Mira. Cookie has hypercharge available for Mira. Now chooses to go forward. Not going to find anything really. Big there. But we do see Ali back in the spawn, not going to be able to have great moments from both teams, I will say. We saw exceptional defense, and this really to be the game we deserved, as you know, so close.
Mentioned they're so good.
It's still entertaining, nonetheless. So I am a little bit, I don't know, less faithful in what she has to bring to the table this time, because I think we got to see them play exactly what they wanted. They sort of spam what the meta is, and they were not able to deal with it. I think Frenzy Gaming were just like outdrafted them a little bit right there, where they knew that they could give them the Draco comfortably, and they were going to pretty much out-tank it. Even through a Colette is pretty impressive right there, and I think just shows deeper knowledge and just a better ability to come up with a cohesive composition than Gen G was able to offer.
Heading into draft now, it's set number 4 so far. No clear winner here as set 1 taken by Frenzy, Gen G takes set number 2, set 3 back on Frenzy's side. The bands are in now. It's going to be Finks, Lumi, and Loot on the side of Frenzy Gaming. Gen G starting the draft with a Draco. We usually are not big fans of a tank first pick, but Draco is just that strong, especially on hot zone trap.
Yeah, I mean, Draco going to be a dangerous thing to be faced with for Frenzy Gaming here. But clearly they've got ways of dealing with it, as we did just see. And they even kind of provided them the alley in the last one as well, and gave them what looked like possibly one of the strongest compositions in the game, but had those countermeasures ready to roll. So if there's more of the same from Frenzy Gaming, just letting them take this kind of stuff and then playing the countermeasures, I'm sure they're probably going to take this in the fourth here.
Looking at some of the responses to Draco so far from Frenzy Gaming, Griff, always a solid way to go. You can also break open some of those walls that an aggressive brawler would like to hide behind, so that can be pretty helpful. Lets them win this range matchup against Draco. But know that they have selected the Hank here. It raises an eyebrow for me, considering that even before he got a hypercharge, Draco was considered the way to counter Hank, even when he was the single brawler leading the meta several months back. So that raises a little concern for me, but at least Gen G isn't able to select it themselves and go for something that would have supreme survivability on the point. They are going to have this Bonnie, though, has a ton of health, and also can use that hypercharge to great success. And here comes Jae-Young as well. That's going to get these brawlers in a position for Bonnie, who's usually pretty slow. That's also going to be a pretty valuable asset to have speed for free.
Yeah, well, real nice composition here from Gen G, I will say. I like it a lot, but Frenzy Gaming still have this last pick. We'll see what they do choose to bring out. Obviously, this is the last one they need. They can move to the semi-finals and face off against Reject if they just win this Ring of Fire. Gen G need 2 on the trot now to be able to get to the semi-finals. And both of those, either one getting to the semi-finals, will already be breaking records for both of them. They're going to go for the B in there as well, which should be good against that kind of tankier mode of the Bonnie, the more long range, good against the Draco. The Jae-Young, providing some speed, might give it some issues, but I do like that B pick quite a lot.
B, she's so strong, and feels like in the previous meta she would have been a first selection here even. To see her reserved for the last might feel unusual if you haven't been super tapped in. But let me let you in on some insider knowledge, and I won't linger on it too long. Her slow is not really working as effectively as it was before, especially since there's going to be a speed boost from moting that's going to be a huge assistance, and also that Rattled Hive is not going to be reaching all the way to the home base. Not really the greatest selection for Red Team, or at least it's not at its full potential, but it has gotten Frenzy Gaming some pretty sizable control off the beginning, but Cookie's shutting it down at long range.
Really nice stuff then coming in. Moding. Super comes through. Gets the kill again. Really nice once more from Moding. Toradesu doing some good job on the left-hand side, but the two of his teammates just not providing the same work.
It's pretty tough. Frenzy Gaming, they are not really able to come together as a team and support Toradesu on the left side, who's actually getting ignored. Here comes Bono, moving up mid, popping the hypercharge and getting extended range. Looks for 1 and almost gets 2 or 3. As Frenzy Gaming retreat off of this point. It's looking excellent for Gen G Esports right now, but they are going to have to weather the storm of this Hank hypercharge. Going to pop it in just a moment here to get a bit of value. Does get something on the Cookie, who is slowed all the way on the back lines, and Bono finally falls. So now Frenzy Gaming have gotten back control of mid. It's going to be disrupted, no doubt, by Cookie's super out here. Denied on entry by Mira. Frenzy Gaming continue their reign over this point.
I mean, regardless, still so much percentage from Gen G. We're seeing some good kills from Frenzy, probably more than what Gen G are getting, but the gap was huge. It is slowly closing down to about 25% now. Mira gets a slow through on Bono and shouldn't have another gadget left just yet. Hypercharge comes through and he's going to get some big range off that. Cookie around the side with his Hypercharge and so much damage being done. Just about getting on the zone and extending this lead to 20% once more.
Bono, this unstoppable force, has to face a Hypercharge in order to be taken down. That's the dodge from Cookie. That could cost him, though, actually. That was one of their main ways of getting back on the point. They do at least have the speed from Moding, and they have the health of Bono to work with, and Cookie should be able to get this super back, depending on how aggressively Frenzy Gaming decide to play. Only 8% to go for Gen G Esports. They need to find some point of entry onto this hot zone, but they cannot seem to get in. In fact, they're totally spread thin. Another Hypercharge out from Griff. Moding can't get in, and that's it. Frenzy Gaming, they're going to a match point, and I just have to wonder if a Bonnie Super could have changed that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could have done, right? He just wasted it to get an extra percent in that 1 second, that one moment. But he could have got way more percent by waiting and using it from spawn when his teammates are pushing in. When a Draco starts to make a move, jump in as well. And yeah, I have to agree, that is a poor use of a Bonnie Super, in my opinion.
It may have cost them the game, but they can still come back. In fact, they looked so good off the beginning of the last game. They had things basically 60-0 at one point before Frenzy Gaming started coming back. We see an ideal matchup on the left lane. That's Bono versus Tori Desu. Thankfully, Tori Desu is able to get a heal, but Bono survives with the use of his gadget. He's won his lane. Now he's got his sight set on this left side. Not going to be slowed down by Mira, who's really trying to use all of the tricks in the book, everything in his kit, but cannot seem to get any pressure on this point at the moment, and already is facing a Draco Hypercharge staring down the barrel of a team wipe. Unreal, this brawler.
I mean, that was wild from him, getting 3 there and 50% lead now for Gen G. This is looking much better, much more convincing than the previous. A gadget's going to be used there as well, and he will survive that, leaving just Mira in the mid. Bono still in behind. They got a little bit of percent there, but nothing in comparison to what Gen G are getting.
Eerily reminiscent of the last game. Let's see if Frenzy Gaming can pull it back in the same manner that they did. The Hypercharge Super out from Tori Desu. He does get taken down on the left side. Thankfully for Frenzy Gaming, they managed to eliminate the Draco on the right, but they cannot get any permanence on this point. It's still only at 22%. A Hypercharge Super out from Mira at long last, but the permanence is still here. Bono had to pop a gadget to get in, but it has brought them to just a 16% margin. The last time that Gen G Esports lost control, they weren't able to get it back. Thankfully, they had better utility this time with a Hypercharge out from Bono in one ready for Cookie.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get the cycle off there. Cookie has his and is ready to use it now. Chooses not to, goes for it as well, and just narrowly avoids that returning Griff shot. Can he get... Oh, I mean, he's not hitting the shots. Mira not able to get that job done. Frenzy Gaming, they're on match point, but Gen G bringing it back bit by bit, and 1 game away from a set 5.
I like Gen G's composition. They just got to keep control. They win that initial matchup on the left lane versus the Hank. It applies so much pressure to the B that she's cross-eyed. She can't really find an optimal target. And I got to give a quick shout out also to the mid brawlers here, because they've been consistently hitting the B as well, keeping her off the point. They have better health, they have better survivability than this B, who, even with the shield gear, is only working with 6,000 HP. She can't safely stand on this point. She has to keep a lot of range from her opponents.
Great slow there from Mira and a wonderful assist for his teammate. Really low back in the spawn now though, and Cookie trying to get some work in, but getting hit himself whilst he's quite slow. Heals there for Moding as well. Now the Dragon form for Bono. Trying to push through his mid, but getting dealt with much better by Toridesu this time.
Key difference from this game over the last one. We didn't see Draco win that left lane, and look how much that's tilted things in Frenzy Gaming's favor. Gen G Esports, they can't really find a way to punch in. In fact, Cookie is taken down at max range by Griff. We'll see Bono try and charge in. Could really use that Hypercharge, which he finally has earned. Hypercharge and Super the next time Draco is coming back. But look at the discrepancy between the percentages earned so far. It is a 40% lead. Here come the Hypercharges in from Gen G. You just got to press the purple button, and sometimes it lets you win the game.
I mean, that was really nice, but a flank round. Moding's got to go down here and does to that rattled hide. The jump from Cookie should be killed on landing. Oh, what a super coming in there from Toradesu. Got the one next to him, got the one in the top of the map, and 25% between Frenzy and the semis.
Frenzy Gaming now counting up to 80%. And Genji doesn't have a Draco super to bail them out this time. Here's a hypercharge in from the Hank. And a last-ditch effort from Cookie to get on this point. He has a hypercharge, but it's not even gonna matter. Genji Esports go down in the top 8 once more, and Frenzy Gaming have broken the curse. Break out the banana, buddy. You've earned it.
A happy birthday banana. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. It doesn't get much better than that, does it? You know, sometimes I opt for cake, but a banana for your birthday, go for that as well if you feel like celebrating. Frenzy do come out on top in a slightly weird, different celebration. But hey, I'm open to it.
Socks for Christmas, bananas for birthdays. Is that a thing now? Well, they did beat them in the end. Frenzy Gaming do beat the curse, as you mentioned, Reddy. Never made it out of the quarterfinals so far in the monthly finals. Today's the day, though. And Genji Esports, they beat none other than Zeta Division in the monthly qualifiers. Now, it wasn't enough against Frenzy, but oh, they made it close, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Genji, they definitely pulled their socks up from previous months. They beat Zeta Division in the qualifiers in 3-1. It's a shame they couldn't do it in the monthly finals as well, because what a turnaround that would have been from their previous months. Not qualifying a couple of times, then beating Zeta, then making a run in the monthly finals would have been great for them. But I'm so glad they're showing this, Sonny. I'm so glad they're showing, vast knowledge of the East Asian region with these predictions.
I love the pattern we're looking at here right now. Every single time, the team that has taken the first game has also won the set in the end, but it's been a back and forth in every single set. It's been a 2-1. What a close match we had here. Still, in the end, it's a 3-1. We are not going all the way to set 5. Frenzy Gaming is joining Reject in the semifinal number 1. I am looking forward to that, and we still have 2 more quarterfinals to go ready.
I'm looking forward to this. Navi versus Rival Esports is coming up next, and that is a rematch. This is going to be super, super exciting. I cannot wait.
Rival Esports just 22 points ahead of Frenzy Gaming. They're of course now hoping that Navi wins this one, but let's see if they actually will do so. You can get your predictions in. Who do you think will take this one? And we'll give you a bit of time to also grab some water. It's very important to stay hydrated.
ライバル e スポーツには、絶対に LCQ の枠は譲りません。僕たちが勝つと思ってます。ゼータが LCQ の枠を一つ増やしてくれたのはとても嬉しかったです。これのおかげで僕たちも LCQ に、指がかかるようになったので、このチャンスを絶対逃さないように頑張りたいと思います。おい、マメシ、テリー、アイシー、お前らじゃあ LCQ 勝てないから、俺らが代わりに LCQ 行って勝ってやるよ。LCQ の枠は僕がもらいます。
Two matches later, we're still in the July monthly finals. We're still here with Reddy, and we get Ark back this time around. I'm sure you watched the match in the background. Who do you feel like has been the player to make Frenzy Gaming the winner of that match?
100% certainty. I bet my house on it, and it is Mira, of course, as the match MVP coming through there. Very exciting back and forth. I was cheering for Genji. I can't lie. Me and Reddy sort of both that for our predictions. It was our 50-50 matchup of these quarterfinals, but of course, Frenzy Gaming now have kept their LCQ hopes and dreams alive.
I feel like all three players have been showing up great. Danjari done a perfect job as well already. You mentioned it. He would have been your MVP. Of course, the people have voted over at event.brawlstars.com. That's the MVP we're seeing here to still get some Pro Pass XP, because that Pro Pass is going to expire in 4 days. So you better get those points in this weekend and also next weekend. Quarterfinal 2 out of the way. We have 2 more to go. And if they're as close as this one, I don't know if I will survive today, but we'll see. Navi versus Rival Esports is up next. Ready?
This one is so exciting. I've been waiting to see this rematch. Navi and Rival Esports, we've seen them face up, if you've been doing your homework, a couple of times this month. If you've been watching the Rival Challengers League, that has been a really, really fun one to watch, and I cannot wait for the latest edition. This is very important for both teams. This is crucial for their postseason.
Of course, Navi are such a force to be reckoned with, attending every single semi-finals this season thus far, and consistency is so key, and I'm sure Reddy will be able to get more from your insight as you were casting that event as well. So this definitely is a rivalry that runs very, very deep in this region.
That's right. We've seen them face a couple times in the Rival Challengers League, the last monthly final that there was. In fact, this record right here takes it into account. That's why it's a challenging rivalry. A couple of those wins from Navi were from that very monthly final where they took a couple of wins over Rival Esports. Now, the context for that is they were both 5-set series. That's absolutely grueling, and it's definitely a close matchup today.
4 times they have faced each other. 3 of those times Navi did win, so let's see if they can do it again today. Rival Esports on the other side, they barely survived the loser bracket in a monthly qualifier, and they're under a lot of pressure from Frenzy, who's trying to snack away the LCQ slot.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation here for Rival. Just hasn't quite been the season that they were hoping for. Certainly the lack of qualifying in February has cost them dearly in that respect. And a loss to Crazy Raccoon in this qualifier to a 2-3 scoreline is tough. It's getting even tougher as double points now is such a big factor.
Yep. This is a really, really close one. Navi, Rival Esports, gosh, the lead that Rival Esports have right now to keep themselves in 5th place, it's not very large. It's extremely tight, in fact, only 22 points.
Once again, we asked the 2 teams what they think of each other. They're faced before, so this time we sat down with Terry to talk about Navi.
나비 솔직히 좀 많이 강한 팀이긴 해요. 아무래도 저희도 이제 몇 번 졌던 적이 많았어가지고 이번에 확실하게 긴장을 해서 그리고 확실하게 좀 준비를 해가지고 상대해야 되는 강팀이지 않나 싶습니다.
Rival are still holding on to that 5th place in the leaderboard, but yeah, it's Frenzy Gaming that is following them quite close here. Ark, who is going to take that LCQ slot in the end? We might already find out today.
I mean, I would have had my money on Rival Esports coming into this year, honestly. I think that no one really expected Frenzy to kind of have the run that they've had and be in contention still. It's quite the kind of upset, really, and you can see how different with the roster changes that we've had coming into the Rival Esports roster this year. It has cost them quite a lot, but there's still time to recoup and make good. Like, again, looking back on things, that lack of qualification in February is really what has been undermining them this season.
So Frenzy is now hoping that Navi takes this one. Navi themselves had a pretty good run through the monthly qualifiers. Now they're standing up against the top 5 in the leaderboard in their bracket today. Not an easy task to make it into a final. Would be time for Navi to make it there again. They did have a great run in April where they did go all the way to the grand finals, but they're yet to win one. Now, looking at our predictions, Navi takes this one. I'm super excited super eager to also see what the people at home have voted. Ready?
I'm curious too. This was a really tough choice for me, honestly. I wanted to predict Rival Esports. My heart wanted to predict Rival Esports, but just as the months have worn on, I've lost faith in them. In this particular map, there's no way that's real. What? 91 to 9%? Now, look, Respect Navi is a huge organization. They're partnered, in fact, but it is not that harsh of a reality.
There's certainly a lot of history, but I mean, that's just so brutal in favor of Navi. But Navi Nation, you know, does come out for the BSC time and time again, as we know. So they have got a lot of people cheering for them.
Heading into draft here. Draft number 1, Navi versus Rival Esports. Let's see who's going to come up with that, with the tanks comp again. We've seen a lot of Lily today. Draco, liked to see that. Barry showed up once as well. Still one of the best healers to have behind your tanks. But on Kaboom Canyon, you probably just want to base race, or at least that used to be the case. We now have a change in heist since 2 months already, where you have those 4 tiers on the heist safe. Base racing isn't the strat to go anymore. I feel Ember is going to be banned on both sides, and this is a brawler we don't see too often already.
It is not, but you know what it's really good into? Aggression. It's great at burning up bushes, and it's awesome against Charlie, which is one of the #1 ways to defend out here, and she is one of the most picked brawlers around the entire world right now. At least, you know, using my NA brain, I can tell you it is the most picked brawler in North America at the moment. And while it's not entirely worthy of a first pick, it can be pretty good as a 2, 3, or 4, 5. Navi are just going to run with it. It is a favorite in this region. It's very consistent, and judging by that Amber, they have banned specifically to make this a good Charlie game, because you can see that Carl is banned too.
We got so lucky that Charlie came up, because you were talking about your NA brain. I was going to say how small it must be then, but turns out pretty big. Pretty big. Great prediction there, of course. Charlie was, you know, really championed by East Asia first, and it's kind of now started to trickle down the regions, as we've seen in previous year as well. Like, East Asia do tend to kind of float ideas around. There's an idea which is not too much of a surprise. If left unbanned, Chuck is going to steamroll onto the map, and it's a very dangerous brawler. Obviously, there's a lot of defensive capability for it, or you can go in with the aggressive approach, which is kind of my preferred one, but you do still have to have something for it, in my opinion. Either a Cordelius or even sometimes a Mandy can do a great job at trying to line up those shots. On this particular map, though, it's not necessarily going to be a straight line to the safe, which makes it hard to kind of connect with that hypercharged shot. So I think that for me, there's still some options here, but I was just going to say, as well, escaped through the bans, and it's a really, really good brawler. I think Colette still here is very, very good. Not necessarily as, you know, a first pick worthy brawler that we've seen in the past on Kaboom Canyon, but one that's open. Lily here as well, still available as well. So there's some still very, very good brawlers. Angela's going to be a tough one to have in the hands of Navi, just because of the Chuck really and its aggressiveness moving forwards. But I think they should double down the aggression, go with something else, maybe even a Daryl just to roll onto the safe, or something to have alongside things, or Draco. It's going to be tough though with Draco on this map. It's so wide open, but you know, obviously by conceding shots, you're going to be earning that super, and the hypercharge, as we know, is just impossible to avoid.
Lot going on here. Let's break it all down real quick. When you see this Chuck, usually the response into it is we're going to go something that can defend against that. Thankfully, Charlie is the way to go, since you can just cocoon him. You just need a cycle. It only takes her six shots to get that super, so she should be in the clear. And then you also base race him, and that is where that Melody is going to come into the mix. B as a control option for Rival Esports is going to be kind of interesting. It's going to be annoying to shoot through some of those spiders from Charlie. I'm not so certain of it. I feel like we don't see it on heist that often. But in terms of the safe damage, I feel like Navi should take this one. Rival Esports, it takes a lot of guts to pick a Chuck into the Charlie, but I feel like more than anything, they couldn't let Navi have this brawler. In fact, maybe expected them to ban it, since Rival Esports have a 2-3, and that's usually where Chuck is the strongest.
Well, certainly the B seems to be a bit of a targeted approach for the Draco. Certainly not going to have a great time into the Melody. Let's see, already we're seeing such aggression coming through here from Rival Esports. Immediately onto the safe, getting down that first stage already. And Navi are falling behind, now getting the stage down themselves, but that's what I mean. It's a very dangerous start as both sides going for that race.
Really, the math here for Charlie is to get that cycle going, but it's so tough when you're facing 2 brawlers that can do this. And IC is abusing the tech where he's able to more consistently hit that safe. But look at the side of Rival. They have not really been able to shrug off this aggression. Finally, though, B is able to punch through, but things are not good on the home front. Rival Esports, they tick things down to 0. It really felt like each heist safe had like a ticking time bomb attached to it, and was really only a matter of time before either team broke through. It was the defense that Rival had that enabled them to get the win here.
That's the thing with Draco as well. If left on the safe, able to mark it up and get that additional damage shot, they need to really utilize this B that they've really put a lot of faith into on the side of Rival Esports to keep it back off the safe, as that's quite a dangerous prospect here. Navi making a good aggressive move forwards now this time round, depriving the Chuck of that valuable setup process, and that is the way to go about it. Chappie already has super as well, so now able to close the gap. Work with Kuru to ensure that take down the Terry and just land shots onto the safe now. Chappie choosing to go for the B now. He's get the safe down that first stage, which it is, but neck and neck are things currently as the Chuck was able to get some good value in the meantime for Rival Esports.
Look at that play from Ryohi just now. He was trying to bait out the big sting from B, but Memeshi was not taking that bait. Here comes supreme damage in from Rival. The hypercharged super out from Kaze, and the mid control belongs to Memeshi. That's some pretty serious damage onto Rival Esports' safe, though. It's dropped down to that second shield, but thankfully, they are ahead of Navi by a single tempo. In fact, really just like a gust of wind could knock this second shield off of Navi, and they'd be down to no shields left.
Chuck is just too prevalent here for Revenant Esports, and Navi are struggling on this defense. They've now got the Charlie with a hypercharge there, but you want to be going on the aggressive and being able to open those doors. And the Chuck was able to escape through as well, and Curry gets the cocoon, but it's a little bit too late. The damage is going to rain through regardless, and that is going to be a really, really solid showing from Rival Esports to start off this Rival story.
Rival knows ball right there. They drafted excellently. They gave a fire Charlie game to the enemy side, and they just had the knowledge that actually Charlie, she's not able to shut down both a Chuck and a Kaze at the same time. She's only able to hit one target at a time. She can only cocoon one target at a time. That's very smart for them.
Rival are not ready yet to give their LCQ slot away. They're here to fight. If they would beat Navi today, that would make the second match ever they win against them in their fourth four-match run that those two teams have against each other. And I just feel like it's crazy that we're already halfway through the year 2025 and we still see Chuck on heist and only on heist, Torque.
I mean, it's kind of a brawler which, in my opinion, is due a bit of a rework in that regard. And I still feel like you've got to really have a strong strategy against it if you're going to leave it open. I think it's just a massively, band-worthy brawl if you haven't got the coin toss. Just don't take the risk or don't lose to it because, again, leaving it open is too risky. You've got to have a really solid defense strategy or aggressive strategy.
Also keep in mind here, all four of the casters voted that Navi will take this one. Also 91% of the viewers at home. Rival said no to all of us. Let's see if they can continue this run, if they can take that momentum also into New Horizons. Another new map in the map already.
It is a new map. In fact, it is a returning plague. I don't know what y'all's opinions are on New Horizons, but I feel like it paves the way for a little bit of cheese. Some supremely defensive play where people like to camp out in these little angles that are formed on either side of the map. But you know what? It's cool because I'm down for the long-range play that usually occurs at mid. You get to see some snipers, which I feel like we don't have many sniper maps remaining in the competitive map pool these days, so very welcome.
That's very true. We haven't seen a lot of snipers at all today, I feel, unless you want to count Charlie to one of them now, since she has received a buff in her range. Yeah, we didn't really see any. Mandy is still in a very good spot, I feel. I would love to see her on this map. Her hypercharge still makes her one of the best brawlers in the game. Let's see, though, Ark, you would love to see Piper, I'm sure, one of your favorite brawlers.
It still is to this day, and I think it was Bobby, wasn't it, who tweeted out about the recent sort of releases of brawlers and how the assassins are now so prevalent. And I want to see some sharpshooters come back into the meta. I want to see a bit of a shift and a bit of a shake-up because they're so fun to watch, and some fantastic Brawl Esports moments in historic time just really do shine through a lot of those sharpshooters. So but certainly, at the moment we're all about the reptilians, aren't we, here on the casting desk, and with it's just one of those things where the assassins are just so hard to control. Some good bans already. Lumi's there for sure, but Ali has escaped the ban, speaking of reptiles. So whether it's the best map for it, I'm not too convinced, but we'll see whether it wants to show its face.
The tanks and the assassins and the counters to those are the most prevalent in the meta at the moment. Some of the sharpshooters that we do see have some ways to deal with those tanks. For example, Gene, he's banned out here, so Lou as well. Don't know if we're going to see any other long-range options here. I guess you could count Bonnie to those. She's also more of an assassin type, though. Great first pick here from Rival. Also great comeback potential. We have talked about this before already, how you can let the other team win and then just jump in with Bonnie at the last second, get that one kill that you might need to turn things around for your team, and that's why she's so good on knockup.
She has good survivability, she pops a gadget, she gets speed, she's got health. What's not to love? Well, it's the fact that she is pretty slow by default, so that opens up a possibility for Na'Vi if they want to go something like a Bell, for instance, on this map. And it's totally possible. For now, it seems like they're leading with something far more aggressive, going with the Draco. Now, this is unusual. Reason being that Draco, in order to get that hypercharge, in order to get that super, or at least what has enabled him to do it so effectively as of recent, is that he's got that tank trait. So you gotta take damage, you gotta trade health and, you know, safety for your team as well. You don't want to get down to one tap. Trades that for super, trades that for the utility that's going to allow him to win the game. Na'Vi right now seem to be looking to run them down. That Jae-Young combo with Draco is super threatening. Rival Esports might have to totally pivot their draft.
The Gus drop-off needs to be studied, and that could be the final pick here for Na'Vi, and just kind of have it in the back pocket, combine the shield with the Draco. It's a very unusual map to have Draco. They're really doubling down with this on the side of Na'Vi, and it might be a mistake. If Rival Esports wants to break open the map and they're going to bring in the alley, yeah, I said it coming in. It's like, I was playing it when it first released on this map, and it did seem to have a great ability to get straight into the action. Grace here, still open, which for me would be another great idea to have in the back pocket to get some wall break potential here, to allow the Bonnie to really thrive in that regard. Cordelius is where they're thinking, as it can bring, again, Draco into the realm. For me, Cordelius and also Otis are really great counts to Draco, so Rival Esports really looking to focus their attention onto that very idea. Now, what is this final pick here for Na'Vi? It could be Kaze potentially, going to be Buster coming in for them. So they're really going to be playing a lot of a passive approach for this to allow the Draco and the Jae-Young to step behind it, have that additional speed and plus the heals from the Jae-Young, but I don't know whether it's going to be necessarily the way that I would approach this particular map. And you can see that from the side of Rival Esports. They're very much going on the aggressive, allowing the Bonnie to be able to earn that valuable utility to get the stun, the hypercharge. It's you know, they're able to play the long game, but also play a much swifter one with brawlers like Ali, who can just go straight onto the assault. You got to remember, her invisibility is dangerous. Her ability to seek and destroy is really going to provide so much information to Rival Esports. You can't lurk in the bushes on this particular map in any way, shape, or form with a brawler like that on the field.
Well, in order to even get that active, you got to do damage first, and I'm curious how Rival Esports plan on doing it. They do have Terry closing in, and this is pretty smart into what Na'Vi have gone for here, because whenever you see a Buster, you better anticipate that your enemy is going to try and crowd up in that radius to give him a hypercharge for free. And we see IC, the tank specialist for the team, going in, immediately getting that aggression, and just hopping out immediately afterwards. He's able to jump in water, and he's able to jump on the bush, so he should be able to jump in and out, sort of like a Miko would, except Ali is much faster than a Miko and gets that reload even more quickly. We'll see the migration of Na'Vi. They've gone from west to east, and pretty soon here they're going to be looking to migrate into the mid to make use of that utility that they've farmed for free by staying in close quarters.
You can just see how effective this alley pick is. Again, I really enjoyed playing it on this map, but I'm no pro. And you can see that has translated forwards now with the Buster hypercharge going forward, some defensive measures needed for Na'Vi, and they get the job done with 2 men staying standing. Fantastic composure, especially as I felt like Rival Esports had a very good effort there at really putting Na'Vi on the back foot and just putting them in a bit of a corner. It wasn't to be, so fair play to Na'Vi there to hold their own and to see that round through, but one more for a game is needed here.
What Rival is trying with the alley and with the Bonnie is studied. It's been executed before and it can work, but look at Terry in there with the hypercharge super, but now a response. IC taken down. Here comes Mameshi for the 2K. and that's the round win. And this is sort of what they tried to do at the end of round number 1, was they sent in the alley, and then they sent in a Bonnie to clean up. It didn't work last time because they were just too far estranged, and Navi had utility left over. It worked here, and I bet they'll try it again.
Cruz is all alone, but look at that. The Weekend Warrior gadget is just so strong. People forget that that gadget is just honestly what makes Jae-Young such a great Valiant brawler in this current meta. Now with additional heals available and the speed, Navi might be in the corner, but they're much able to escape it, especially with that Buster Hypercharge now available to a Chappie. It's had a good, solid chance. They can't feed too much into this Bonnie, though. The Hypercharge is there for Mameshi. They give him a super. That stun alone could be enough to allow Terry to come in and just jump into the equation and just get the job done. So Rival Esports certainly not out of this picture. They've sped it now. Look at this. And he's made it 2 versus 1. Oh, but a beautiful pull for Chappie. Makes it 2 versus 1 now. And Terry is going to struggle in this. He's going to have to go all out, try to get super. Great shielding already from a Chappie, allowing Kuri to get these shots to connect. Wonderful stuff there from Navi, and fantastic composure for that game.
Same strategy attempted, but the execution was not there. It worked in round number 2. What changed? It was literally just the manner in which they did it. A little gross, honestly, towards the end. Now, to be fair, that's a lot of pressure put on that Bonnie. She has a lot of responsibility, but in order for you to stun people as Bonnie, you have to land on them as Bonnie, and it proved to be too much to ask. Kuru is speeding things up, but Chappie is already decently fast on this brawler. Let's see how they plan to do it this time. Once more, Kuru has estranged himself from his entire team and then migrates closer in when IC starts to aggress him. That's part of the strategy, is he wants to get this guy in close range. It seems to be working out so far. And once again, Navi have migrated to the right side where they seem to be a little bit safer, but they need to mind Terry's Hypercharge super, which he's going to be getting pretty soon if they stay clumped up like this.
You get worried though when Kuru separates. Despite that gadget being such an effective factor in that last round, it's definitely a scary prospect that that is the very person which Rival Esports are looking to expose and isolate. Terry goes in now into the realm, but he's going to come out in a bit of a precarious position. But IC able to go on the aggressive as well. Ryohei now in that realm, comes out of it, the gas closes in, and these much needed heals from Kuru are going to have to come in massively clutch. Now the speed comes in, and a hypercharge from the Buster at just the nick of time, but the alley comes in, 2 versus 2, 2 players go down. Now, can Navi stay standing? Ryohei's staying alive here. Can he get it? No! The body shot's too strong! Mameshi gets it done, and the round goes the way of Rival Esports, but a very, very close one.
My reaction there is, wait, his wall peeking is this fire? I did not think that that was going to go the way that it did, judging by Draco's health pool that he has to work with and the poison closing in. There were a few mistakes made there. I want to see this Cordelius work a little bit better for Terry. It seems like he missed the timing on his gadget when he tried to hypercharge super someone in the last round. He can do it again, and look at the positioning here. Navi, they're opting to stay in the back left for now. They could migrate up the left side, but they know that they're going to feed a hypercharge to Terry if they do that. And it seems to be a reality that they're actually quite fine with, given that they have resumed this position.
Well, there's a tremendous amount of utility here for Rival Esports, but that Bonnie hypercharge really is staring me right in the face here. And it's just about whether Navi have got enough heals, enough support to be able to take care of it if the dive is there for Mameshi. Playing it slow, I think it's the way forwards, but it has allowed the Draco to get into Dragon form now. Not able to get much value from it. Does go straight for the biggest target. There's the stun from the Bonnie, but Chappie is there for support. Ryohei's staying alive there with the last stand gadget, and it's 3 members of Navi. Terry gets 1. Can he do the unthinkable here? No! The gas will be the person to take him down in the end, not one of Navi. But it's still around for Navi, which keeps them alive in this conversation because this is getting close. And Navi, they really do need this set to even out the scoreline.
Have to respect the effort from Terry there, but really the
100%.
primary thing that he's going to be providing here is getting that super and just removing someone from the equation so that Mameshi can make the real stuff happen, or so that IC, you know, fights a 1v2 instead of a 1v3 when he initially goes in. Here's a hypercharge and super out from Ryohei, and look at that! Bonnie's forced to use a super to get away. Thankfully, Terry is in a safe position, and IC is in the bush, as his name would indicate. He's able to jump away. But that's some wasted abilities for Rival Esports. They didn't really have a choice when Ryohei popped the hyper and tried to go in with the super.
But did Rio he need to pop it then? They can just sit back with this comp and wait for the perfect moment to get this round and get a set off the back of it. I feel like there's wasted utility that Navi might be, picking themselves for. Oh, but the alley outsteps itself there, and that's costly. Rival Esports now have got to do a lot of catching up. Terry's got to jump away, but close to the gas there, and no connective stun from the body taken care of swiftly by Navi. Terry's got nowhere to go but the gas, and that is a very, very important set. Navi are back in the game.
Unfortunate right there for Rival. By that composition, I feel like they had so much of a chance. Like, what Navi had was really good, and it's so characteristic of the way that they typically play as a team. In fact, both of these comps were very reflective of how the teams play, but the execution from Rival was just sloppy, in my opinion. There were opportunities where they didn't execute, things were done incorrectly, pretty much just too many mistakes, too many errors from them as a team in a set that they could have otherwise won.
I do also like the draft a little bit better from the side of Navi. They even out the score with that here, and they had the perfect answer with the Draco and the Buster to the two rather squishy assassins on the side of Rival Esports. With the Bonnie and also Ellie, you need to await the perfect moment to actually go in. Ellie also wants to be able to jump, either using Watcher or bushes. This map would be the perfect one to do so. But yeah, they just had always an answer. They had so much HP paired with the Jaeyoung as well. It's the new Poker double tank, it seems. Just put a healer alongside your two tanks and it works perfectly, even into such a strong brawler such as Ellie.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I may have missed a little bit of Genji match, but is that the first instance of Ali today, which puts her on a 0% win rate? I thought that was my favorite brawler actually on the side of Rival Esports. It really put Navi in a position where that Buster final pick was so crucial to get right, and I was curious as to what it was going to be, whether it was going to be a Gus to combine with the Draco, but Buster worked out so well. It allowed them just to wait for the gas to be that fourth man on their team, and you can see how effective it was. Navi looked shaken in that first set, but in the second, much, much stronger.
We've only seen Ellie twice now in today's monthly final, and she didn't really have the room yet to unfold her true potential. I do feel like she's a strong brawler in the meta, but whenever she does slide through a draft, it's usually for good reason. She doesn't have the highest win rates also in the scrims from the last week, so yeah, maybe we're gonna see some more Ellie later on. I would like to see her shine a bit more. For now, Navi even out the score. It's 1-1 in this match as well. Quarterfinal number 3 is shaping up to be a good one. Ready?
Is very entertaining. Man, I'm still hung up on it. I wanted to see Rival Esports win with that draft. I feel like the execution was just a little bit off, but the speed that Navi had made them less vulnerable to the Bonnie hypercharges. Still should be one of the brawlers like in the forefront of the minds of these players, and as you watch this, because she is so strong. Those double stuns, those are game-winning conditions. Here on Dry Season, she is an especially valuable pick.
Bans are in, and we've got the Lumi, the Ali, and the Jean. The Bell, the Squeak, and the Carl. Good bans, 6 brawlers all round, Dry Season, but some glaringly obvious signs for me that are dangerous. Draco, Hank, I mean, this is a very, very aggressive map. You find yourself on the back foot,
You can't
and it could
resist
prove
my
costly.
charm.
Charlie going to come in as well. That's a great brawler to have. It's better to have the Charlie early on to have with the pairing as well. That's disgusting. And Rival could even have a final pick Hank. Navi can't really pick it into this Charlie. And if Rival Esports can just get that blue star, they can just sit back in their spawn side and just have a great time of things. I mean, Jaeyoung here would have a great time of things as well in that regard to play a defensive utility kind of based brawler. Mr. P's got a very unusually high play rate here for Navi, so that might be what they're thinking here, potentially here, but maybe Otis as well, or rather Ollie could be a potential, or Buster as they already showed, but there's still some options. And it is the Ollie, but I love what Rival Esports have started here. It's a really smart draft.
It is pretty interesting. They should have some defensive capabilities against this Kaze as well. I think they're shaping up to have something pretty synergistic on Rival. They have a lot of options for that last selection. Na'Vi, in terms of what they do here, they need to make sure that they're resistant against this Draco at respectable range. I think the Ollie should have a fine time with those spiders, shouldn't really be much of an issue, but still is very vulnerable against a Charlie. They need something that can respect a tanky brawler and also keep this Charlie at range. If you ask me, there's Amber, and that is exactly the right thing to go. Really the antithesis to Charlie, hands down the best pick that you can go into, in my opinion. And then also into the Draco, you hold down auto aim and you win the matchup.
Rival Esports have got so many options with that Charlie on their side still. I'm not overly convinced in the Amber, but we'll see. That is not the brawler that I was expecting them to pull out the back pocket, but one that I'm very much happy to see. We've just finalized the Brawl event for more of this game, but I'm always happy to see it continue to look forwards into the BSC. You know, with Kaze, it kind of makes a lot of sense, but I still feel like it's never a clear-cut brawler to have. I think Kenji is always the one that just kind of sort of dethroned Mortis in that regard as a much safer, more tankier brawler pick to have, which has some similar attributes. But yeah, that is certainly not the brawler that I expected to see, and one that, you know, Rival Esports are putting a great amount of faith into. But against the blue star, and that's what I was saying, with this kind of comp, they can kind of sit back a little bit more. But is that making it worthy as a pick?
All your questions answered and more. Also, new Mortis skin is looking pretty fire here for Memeshi, but I digress. Rival Esports now assuming a more defensive position on this map as they're trying to avoid feeding any supers. Terry is getting aggressed way too hard, pops the gadget to stay alive, and the pressure from Memeshi is too much for Navi to contend with. They're forced to retreat a little bit and prepare for their next assault.
Now he's staying pretty comfortably firm in the assault that they are trying to gain just a couple of stars from. All on the top right, Kuru will fall to the Mortis as well, but there's the hypnosis of Ryohi keeping his team alive here. 3 stars to 3, tied ball game, but the blue star, of course, with Ryohi, and just about stays alive there. So now Navi can go on the defensive, but this is kind of what Rival Esports have got a strategy against. They've got the Draco and the Mortis. If the time that right and the Ollie's not there to defend, it could prove costly here for Navi.
What is the point of entry for Mortis over here? He's going to pop that gadget, try and get on top of a Choppy, and proves to be sort of unsuccessful, ends up feeding a hypercharge as well. Really, what he needs here is a hypercharge of his own, and it's going to cost him quite a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in order to get into that position. But it's about to be drive time. 30 seconds to go. He's got to find some way to get in here.
While Kuru's being targeted on this right-hand side as one of the squidgy brawlers, Memeshi just juking his way around things, but now the Ollie might hypnotize him, and he does. That's going to allow then Kuru to come in as well, but look at this, the Draco Hypercharge coming in. Can he get the value? The last stand gadget, he's still going. That's a valuable swipe from a Chappy, but there's no time to get on the other end of the field. Rival Esports are running home with the stars, and look at that, no time, clock down to 0. What a steal from Rival Esports. Great composure in that aggressive spot, and to come out with the goods. Great stuff for the Rival to get themselves back in this game.
This is Bounty, by the way, not heist. It felt like a real thievery there towards the end. My goodness, to escape with only a 1-star lead, and all you gotta do is run back to your base as quickly as you can after a pretty confusing exchange there with the Draco. Look at this start once more. Obviously, Mortis is gonna have a way easier time getting to that star than Achapi is. His dash is longer, and Achapi tried to get some aggression on him. We'll see Memeshi once more in versus Ryohi. Got too aggressive, in fact, with Kuru rotating over to the left side. That was just not a winnable matchup. And a little miss there from IC. He was going to lose that interaction on the left side anyway, but he couldn't leave it with a super, unfortunately. Much better start for Navi, and honestly a bit of a weird kickoff for Rival.
Incredible patience from Ryohi there on that Ollie pick there, just to hold back, knowing full well that the Draco had the last stand, and honestly a great super as well from Achapi to be able to blind Terry to ensure the safety of Ryohi getting back in with the star. I mean, really intricate detail there from Navi, which really paid off, but they've got to, again, stand firmer on their back spawn. That's where it all went wrong in the last game, and this Draco is the danger, but Ryohi knows that, gets the hypnosis and the combination there with the Dancing Flames gadget of Kuru. Lovely synergy here from Navi. The Mortis aggression of Memeshi continues on, marked up now, and that 3,000 damage is forcing him back. A hypercharge for the Charlie as well as now the Draco coming in. If Rival Esports get this pinpoint precision correct and use their utility at just the right time, it could be a disaster for Navi, and the stars will just fly back over.
Oh my goodness, that's 2 kills, and Rival Esports are out as soon as they pushed in, and they've got something to show for it as well. Couple hypercharges, and they got a super on Charlie as well. This is looking phenomenal for Rival Esports as you count down to the final few seconds. Navi are looking for their point of entry. Ryohi down to his last legs. Here comes a double kill, a triple kill. What a team wipe from IC to end things off. 10 seconds to go. Achabi needs some value here with a hypercharge. Now counting down to 5. Kuru in with a hypercharge as well. Looking for a kill on IC, but Terry and Mameshi know that they just got to stay alive on the right side. It's a 10-star discrepancy, and while Navi get the kill in the end, victory lies in the hands of the folks that picked the creature of the night. Unreal.
And that's all credit to Rival. To be behind twice, push back Navi, and come back, steal the stars was their game plan there. And Navi just didn't have a strategy on the defense. They just crumbled. It was so obvious to see, and Rival absolutely deserving of that set.
Draco gets his fifth time on the board where he is picked up, wins only his second match right now, alongside a Mortis that we did not expect at all. At least I didn't. But here he is. Here he strives as he gets his first win on the board as well. IC did a phenomenal job with that Draco. His hypercharge is just so good, especially into that Ollie and Kaze. Those two tanks couldn't really push. Whenever they did, they were punished immediately already.
I love the pressure that Rival Esports were able to exert with this Mortis, because when you run two aggressive brawlers, I think that's just too much for Amber to contend with. You saw some hesitation as well from Rival Esports. They didn't want to get too close in when she had the Dancing Flames, but thankfully one was able to push in to bait out the Dancing Flames, and the other was able to follow up with a 1-2 punch. So typical of how they play. They didn't win that hideout set, but they used the same strategy where they sent in IC or Terry to be sort of the entry fragger, and they follow up with their second playmaker.
We are going to see a set 4 in this one as well. It's 2-1 so far for Rival that only have gotten 9% of the votes of the people watching this right now. So let's see if they can actually take it home and prove us all wrong here. Next map is going to be Pinball Dream. We're heading over to Brawl Ball. And Ark, we've talked about it a lot today, how this region likes to pick those tanks. Another map where you can certainly pick those brawlers.
Yeah, absolutely, and 0% on the casting desk, remember, as well. We got to bear that one in mind. No one went for Rival Esports on this occasion, so certainly, yeah, it's looking very good. Rival Esports are still looking strong, despite being the underdog in this scenario, in my opinion. But certainly for Brawl Ball, like I say, tanky brawlers are really quite the threat in that regard. But with Charlie now, I feel like you've got to ban Charlie before you can consider them. She's just too good at shutting them down. But brawlers like Bull with the rework, I think that's really quite a valiant brawler here. We're very high on the play rates. Shade now as well. Haven't seen much of that, and that's a hypercharged brawler which can really pack a punch. I think that's going to be heavily considered here. Hank banned as well. Good to see Draco and the Willow as well. The Lumi, the Frank, and the Griff. Still some options. The Shade, the Bull here as well. Amber, as we've already seen, Kaze as well. Chester, we haven't seen too much of, but definitely first pick Brawly Weather in my opinion.
Okay, Rival Esports, they're trying to carve things out for a first selection over here. Shade. Now note the things that they banned, by the way. 2 wall breakers on this map. They want these walls to stay up. Navi anticipated that they might go with throwers, so they got rid of that Willow. Hands down, one of the best selections on this map, but could be kind of vulnerable to that Shade. I think, honestly, the Willow ban from Navi is helping the case of this first pick Shade from Rival Esports. And since that hypercharge is pretty fresh, I'll remind y'all of what it does. It makes it so that every shot from Shade is a crit. So he's going to be doing about 3k damage with every single shot for the duration of that hypercharge sleeper. I think actually more towards like 3.5k since it is hypercharge as well, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, there is the Bull, as again it's in a much better spot. I feel much more ability to control and maximize both the slow and the stun now, so it's dangerous. And combined with the Charlie, I'm liking what Navi are cooking. Shade though, I mean, some of the best counters to Shade are things like Jackie. It's not really kind of one that you'd pick unless as a reactive one, but you know, that might be the time if they are concerned of it to sort of maybe try and double down. It's just going to be a bit of a loose pair of hands on a map like this. That's the problem. So they're going to be going with the Lou instead, which I quite like here. I mean, Gus and B as well, if they want to go with some long-range ideas, wouldn't be a bad thing to combine, but especially B with the Bull. I think that you're going to have to shut that particular brawler down with something maybe even more than the Lou, but if they want to, they can. Jae-Yong here as well as a bit of an unsung hero with a lot of great utility. Kenji as well, I feel like, as a very solid place on this particular map. Surprised to not see Kaze yet, and now she comes through, so I'm quite liking what Rival have got here. Certainly the Shade, I think, is the most dangerous of brawlers now with the hypercharges that's not really kind of been in the limelight too much because of Draco. So I really like the way that they valued it. They're really putting a lot on it, and Navi have got to be prepared for it.
Last selection coming in for Navi. It's going to be a bit riskier for them to select a thrower, which I think they would have loved to go here, but that Kaze is going to make it challenging. Blue is going to be the mid for rival Esports, so we'll see that Charlie match up into it. And there's a Jackie. You called this out a moment ago, Ark, where it is and has been for a while the way to deal with Shade. Really anything that can hit through walls is able to, pretty effectively deal with Shade, even if it's in close range. Jackie just deals damage in a radius. So quite effective, though note that Navi are playing 2 tanks into a Lu, and if their goal is to break open walls with this Bull to diminish the value that Shade has to offer, that does open the doors for some more effective Lu play. So it's going to be a matter of getting the right brawlers on the right matchups. They need to have the uptime of this Charlie matchup as high as possible.
Yeah, I think you raised a really valid point there for sure. Navi cannot just kind of go in all guns blazing too much. They've got to be very much communicating what they want left and what they want opened up, because it's going to be quite dangerous in that regard, the defensive side of things. Let's see so far. Spider's out. Terry not going to find too much. Really not giving him anything in terms of utility, but trying to keep the range is the problem, and they fed him a little bit here as Terry goes on the aggressive. But look at that, immediately shut down by Kuru, and now he's going to come in and just get him as soon as he comes out, and that is the power of Charlie in this current meta. I'm loving how this brawler, I remember when it first came up for us, oh look, this could be a goal here actually, potentially, defended for now, but Chappie forces it through. Great start for Navi. I was just going to say how when Charlie came in, I remember so distinctly that me and Kenny were just not sold on it whatsoever. And it's just the way the meta's shaped to be that it's just now come into being one of the best brawlers, really, at countering a lot of these aggressive hypercharges.
That is very, very true. My goodness. Wow, what a comeback as well. A defense from a Choppy. Oh my gosh, and Ryohi is going to force them all out of this. A single Jackie respawning with a super is enough to shut down a 3v1. That is the power of Jackie as a goalie in Brawl Ball. Here comes IC though, getting aggressive once more. A Choppy's gonna feel the heat, and now IC's got a super chain together. Kuru doesn't have any sight lines on anyone, and Terry gets to exist within these boxes. Looks for the kill on Ryohi as well with the gadget, but here comes the looming threat of Jackie once more. Looks for the kill on Terry, and folks, that is how the matchup goes. You're really not punching through that Jackie. Response out from Ryohi to keep this aggression going. Looks for the 2K, but picks up the ball and cannot fire away. Nonetheless, another stellar defense from Navi.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Really, really was. And just deflated the threat so quickly. Now, a hypercharged loop, but they've got to find the connection, which they do onto a Chappie, leaving now Kuru in a perilous position. But that Cocoon, yet again, is the 4th man for the team, and it just keeps feeding Ryohi. Every single time, he's guaranteed to get something off the back of it, and it just deflates everything. Kuru's playing this Charlie so well. 10 seconds on the clock. Can rival Esports get this ball and get something of it? Hypercharge out there. There is potentially still time here. There's Kuru stunned down the left-hand side on the middle there, as well as an opening potentially for Terry. He gets it, and just 2 seconds before overtime. What a shot from rival Esports, and they're staying in this game.
What an ankle breaker to bring us to OT. They've got to keep this aggression going. They have a super on IC, but the hypercharge is out from Kuru on the left side. IC now looking for the kill on Kuru, shut down by the spiders that are out. Kuru in his last legs. Here comes the out-of-bounds Shade trying to play goalie, doing his best, popping the hypercharge, but it's still not enough. And this game goes to Navi in spite of such a clutch up from rival.
Wow. I mean, to concede so closely to an overtime scenario, but now to kind of reset that quick, actually, I think it deserves a lot of credit. And again, I'm loving this comp. I'm loving the synergy. I was waiting all day to see some Shade from East Asia, but the draft is where it matters. And I think Navi have read this like a book. Certainly, there's still very much potential here for rival Esports, but I feel like they're really playing into the wind currently. They're going to have to do a lot of pushback and really utilize a lot of these hypercharges in quick succession, because I think Navi are looking so dangerous.
To validate some of these selections, I think the Shade should be, pretty decent into the bowl and should be able to still kill a Choppy when it's in a hypercharged state. If it's not, then there's really no hope for that matchup. We'll see if Terry's willing to make the first move on the left side here. Nothing quite yet. Maybe waiting to push in as a team, get some value from a Meshi or something like that. Also noting the fact that Kuru has that super active. Terry now in with the super. A missed super for Kuru. This could be it. A push forward from IC, and they look to eliminate a Choppy. They've got only a few seconds before he respawns, so they better make it count now. But no, they're opting just to move up to the next stage of this map and look for the kill once more. They do have the utility with Lu once he gets that super, so they're probably looking to play off of that tempo.
Terry's in a very dangerous spot here. Hypercharges for both him and IC. And now they go in, but Chubby gets the ball and just clears it off, and that's going to waste so much of time for Rival Esports here. A key moment, though, is now everyone working together, and that's going to be a goal regardless. It was a close one. I thought Chubby may have defended it, but nonetheless, that is exactly what I was saying. Rival Esports had to use those hypercharges in quick succession and great synergy off the back of it. It's the only way they're going to break this defensive line of Navi.
Rival Esports have some pretty stalwart defense of their own as well. All grouped up behind these walls, and note that Terry, he's going to super forward and grab this ball just to pass it out of the way. I'm not sure what the objective of that really was, but it's cost them so much of their positioning, and everyone's just getting run over. IC's the last to fall, a full team wipe in a play that I can't really wrap my head around why Terry opted to go for that. Now he's superless, and he does have a hypercharge. He will be able to play around Mameshi, but it would have been so much better if he had a super of his own. The hypercharge out from Ryohi. He's frozen, rooted into the ground, and the team wipe from Rival clears the way for them to advance to a match point.
This is now a dangerous time for Navi, who were, in my opinion, still the favorites coming in. And certainly in the BSC, it will be the first time which we would have seen Rival Esports get the win over them. And that is just the right time to get it right, isn't it? Let's be honest. There's still, I feel, plenty of time for Navi to make a comeback here. This comp has got a lot of legs. They just can't feed in too much to this utility. Like I said, Rival Esports are just too attuned to the idea of holding on and just popping all that utility when they've got to go. Oh, look at this, though. Cocoon from Kuru, and a Chappy's got a bit of a beeline for the goal, but the ball! Push clear, and everyone's frozen! Oh, no! Can Chappy get the pass to Mario? He's slipping and sliding. He's actually going to get it in regardless. What an opening statement from Navi, but it was very touch and go.
29 seconds to get a goal. Where's this Navi been for the entire set so far? It's like finally they were able to get that offensive momentum when previously they were profiting off of their defensive capabilities. Here comes Terry in. He has a hypercharge ready, and he's no doubt going to be taken down, but Ryohi has to get in range. He's going to have to sacrifice quite a bit of HP to get in there, and that ended up actually not being the right play. Kuru is going to get scored on, and Navi now find themselves at a tied up score only 1 minute into the game.
Oh, look at Rio. He's so dangerous here, going in, cycling the hypercharge, and look at the connections that he's getting. Beautiful from Navi, making a run for the goal and an easy walk-in. What outstanding gameplay to keep this alive, to take it to a fifth and final set like that. Against the pressure, the might of Rival Esports was building up within them, and they stood firm. Unreal.
Lightning offense is what they call it. That is what we saw from Navi. They managed to pull it together. They played the Charlie offensively, got someone cocooned, and it seemed like finally Bull found that bravery to push up the left side into the Shade matchup. A lot of things went right, and some lessons were learned from Navi that they applied in Game 3.
You know, I really felt for Rival in this one. Despite that clutch in the last second of round number 1, in the end Navi takes it. They do recover from that quickly, take that second game and make it a match point in the end, but Rival still not the winner of this set despite those 11 kills on the Kaze as well. Navi just had the perfect answer to it, it feels. Charlie cocooned her every single time she tried to go in, got a lot of kills, but with those two tanks still standing in front of the goal, it's just too much pressure from the side of Navi to still defend it. And in the end, we love to talk about that as well. We want to play for the objective, which in Brawl Ball isn't only about getting those kills, Ark.
No, not at all. It's got to be a really calculated push. Look at this. It was just so beautiful from Ryohi there. The connections, the stuns, the slows, and the follow-up. Everything had to be coordinated as an attack there from Navi against a tremendous amount of pressure again, against a match point, and valuable points being deprived. These two teams are really in this kind of dangerous position now, fighting for that LCQ spot. So to take it to a fifth and final set like that is so big for Navi.
And yeah, you're saying it. I'm super happy we finally get our set 5 match. We get one of the closest quarterfinals that we've seen all year. It's been a back and forth, really. Kaboom Canyon 2-0 rival. Then Navi takes New Horizons 2-0 as well. Dry Season 2-0 from rival, back at Pinball Dreams now with 2-1. First one here from Navi. Really, a back and forth here. This is the final set though. Whoever takes this one wins this quarterfinal. For rival, it means still to be in contention for LCQ, to not give that slot away to Frenzy Gaming. For Navi, it means even more. They're top 3 seed at the moment. They want to clinch World Finals. Can't only make it with July, but if they make it far today, next month as well, there are, yeah, in the World Finals for sure. Heading into draft now, waiting for the bands. Here we are on Hot Zone once again, and I mentioned it before. Draco is super strong at the moment. He only won 2 of the 5 times he has been picked today, but I do feel like Hot Zone is going to be one of his best modes, and yes, he's going to be banned out. Lumi, Kaze as well. Ali, Shade, and Barley banned out. I did not expect the Barley ban. Rival has the first pick here. Maybe that's a strat they're following ready.
I think what this Barley pick tells me is that maybe they want a good Hank game because it's totally viable. Yeah, there's a Hank. And I think they also have the potential to pick up a Berry here as well. Maybe Navi decide that they're going to play some serious DPS, go for a bow because that's wide open right now. I just want to touch on that real quick before reminding everyone that the last 2 times that Navi and Rival Esports have faced within the last couple of weeks, it was also a 5-set series. Navi took the win both times. Rival Esports are feeling that fatigue. It would be such a disappointment for them to make it to set 5 once more, also having a match point along the way and to be shut down once more. But back to the draft, Griff now coming out from Navio.
I was itching to say it. I think that the Hank first pick's a mistake. On this kind of map with a Griff, to instantly break everything wide open, the hypercharge as well. I mean, there's still potential for long-range sharpshooters like B to come in to combine with this as well, and it's going to leave Rival Esports in a very precarious position as well. I'm just kind of a little bit concerned, honestly. Charlie, I think, as well, as it's not banned out here, would probably be the way to go now, and then maybe have to be Frank. I don't know that that's the pick, honestly. I mean, they had a great opportunity to really open up things to expose the Hank and just make it a sharpshooter affair, but now they're going to be running a big tankier brawler which wants to keep the walls, and yet the Griff's wanting to break the walls. I don't know, it's a bit counterintuitive.
What I'm looking at here is Navi want to get these walls down, and they want to run the B. That is what everything is telling me, but they have that flexibility. Okay, they have waited till the end to pick their mid, or hey, maybe they run that Griff at mid and they opt for a second lane. I think Navi have some pretty good flexibility here. We'll see Rival Esports go in with this Charlie. That will be a pretty solid option into the Frank, because while he won't have issues with the spiders, he is going to have an issue with getting put in a cocoon when he's trying to super, when he's trying to hypercharge. It's just one of the best CCs in the game that Charlie is offering here, and I think it keeps him quite safe against a bunch of things. Could open the doors for Navi to go with an Amber if they want to go that route. I'm still curious whether Rival Esports opt for a approach of permanence. No, they're going to go for aggression, in fact, because this often is how the team pans out. You have Icy and Terry as the aggros, and you have Memeshi as the stable mid, so that's kind of how I expect the roles to be handed out on this roster. I just wonder if it's going to hold them back, because I'm looking for good matchups into Frank right now, and I'm really only seeing the Charlie.
I think that they should have absolutely picked Charlie instead of the Frank. Absolutely. Berry certainly going to be a helping hand for this Frank, and the heals much needed. But again, I feel like, why take the risk of leaving Charlie open? It's their most highest pick brawler in scrims, by the way. So it's a big statement from Navi to say, yeah, we're not going to be worried about your Hank. I just don't know whether the Griff first pick was saying such a story, and then to not have the Charlie, I don't know. It could be their unraveling here. Certainly the Berry is going to be probably their best opportunity, and just to have calculated breaks with the Griff on one side of the map to allow cover for the Frank to still kind of do its thing. And the Berry gives me some comfort in that idea, certainly to keep Rio here as live as much as possible. But, what good is it going to do if the Charlie's targeting the Frank? I mean, with the Hank, it's going to be very tough to push into this.
They're going to go for it. Here comes Terry on the right side. Whoa! I did not expect him to win that matchup against Ryoki, but when you decide to go with the irresistible attraction, just know that you're pulling a Hank right under you, and if he supers, then you are dead 2, 3, 4 times over. Here comes once more the CC out from Memeshi, shutting down Ryohi. And Na'Vi are really struggling to find their positioning on this point. That's a missed hyper from Memeshi. Not really the best outcome, but Rival Esports are tearing this composition apart.
The most that Frank has done is open up the entire map, leaving nowhere to go, and you're all spawning in. It's down to really a Chappy with his hypercharge now to really make some space for his team. Ryohi does find a connection on the right-hand side. That's great here for Na'Vi. And now Chappy can move forwards and reserve this utility, wait for the perfect time for it, because they are so behind on the objective. Now creeping towards 25%, whereas Rival Esports have all got 82% on the zone. And now with everything so open, it's going to be very tough, but Chappy's doing wondrous work at shutting down this right-hand side, and a great stun for Ryohi. There is still time for this comeback potential. Terry stays standing, but these stuns continue on from Ryohi, and it's just buying down the clock and giving more time to Na'Vi.
My hypothesis was that if Na'Vi get control of this point, then it's impossible for Rival Esports to win unless they get a Kenji hypercharge, get a 3K off of it, or at least get everyone at once, getting some damage onto them. Because look at how much utility these guys have. Ryohi, Kuru working together as a squad. They get the takedown onto Kenji as well. To think that this is really off the back of Kenji dying to a Frank hypercharge that was entirely avoidable. Rival Esports pushing in, looking for the last second comeback, and they get it. They've managed to get onto the point. They get 3 kills, and that's all that they need to get to yet another match point.
I would never have imagined that it would be that close. I thought it was just a clear out draft in favor of Rivals. So despite the loss for Na'Vi there in that game, there is hope. There is still hope for this comp. It just didn't go the way I was expecting it to go in the draft. I still feel like that second pick of not going for the Charlie's a mistake. But nonetheless, let's see what Na'Vi can cook. That was so close, but they are up against the match point. The pressure now is mounting so heavily for Rival Esports. A win, a must win for them realistically here this month, and they're so close now to it, but there is a massive clear up. Now Na'Vi have got much better control on the zone at a much earlier stage in the scoreline, and if they can bring things back the way that they did in the previous game and hold firmer this time, they've got a much better chance and a much better lead.
Okay, Frank in the cocoon. IC looking to punish. A little bit tardy there on the super, and he's punished for it. Ryohi now has that hypercharge. Terry nukes him. He's still going to go down, and now it's a 1v1 between Memeshi and Achapi. There's another cocoon, but it almost felt like a waste because they did need to keep control, but that could have been used on Ryohi when he uses a super. Memeshi is behind. He needs to get the super soon. Got to be just 2 shots away. There's 1, there's 2. He's got the super back, and now he's ready to defend another push. Terry also trying to keep up this momentum. Gets killed with the torpedo off the hypercharge super, and things are in the clear. He's ready to punish anyone coming out of this cocoon. IC is going to look to get it done, and he's got the hypercharge. That's going to be not that much onto Ryohi. In fact, it was almost a total waste. Rival Esports lose control, and they totally could have had control. That was an excellent snipe on Kuru, but Rival Esports are still lacking control.
Berry Hills are keeping Ryohi on this zone. So much doubling down to really put him on the map here. And he's doing a great job handling this pressure spectacularly. So as Na'Vi now approach 90% on the zone, Ryohi stays alive there as well. A Chappy there for spawn on the right-hand side and a great hypercharge stun from Ryohi yet again. There goes the super there from as well, the Griff, and it keeps Na'Vi alive. It's match point now. Next game takes it all. Oh my word. I just cannot believe that Na'Vi are making this comp work so well. It doesn't make sense to me on paper, but somehow with the might of those Berry Hills behind Ryohi, it is working. They've got no cover to hide behind. It shouldn't work, and it is working.
It's literally just the permanence they're able to afford themselves, and also the damage that these Rival Esports brawlers offer. You have an assassin, you have a tank that plays very passively, works up to 4K shots, but it kind of takes them a while to get there. And Charlie that kind of chips you gradually. Really, her value is the CC. So their benefit here is that they have the health, and there's just not enough damage from Rival Esports. Once they get on that point, it is so difficult to remove them. They've gotten on here as well. See also some of the matchups. In addition, like Terry over here, he's very vulnerable to a Frank stun. The Frank hypercharge also has caught many more brawlers than it should have. People at max range getting tapped up from this. At pro level of play, it's not that often. But Memeshi is still going to get caught up in it. And look at Navi's positioning on this point. They could get shoved off by some damage in from Memeshi and Terry. But once more, the healing is too much from Rival to get through.
The speed in which Navi escaped that cocoon was crazy to me, and now again the cycling of this berry and the Hank and the Frank still staying on the zone. 85% now for Navi, and Rival have only got 17%. There's so much work to be done, and I just don't feel like it's going to be enough as Navi stay on the zone. Hypercharge is coming out, the cocoon is there, but Navi get it done. They get the 100%, they get to the semi-finals. Rival Esports fall, Navi victorious.
Navi, a front runner in the East Asian region, have only compounded their lead over the other teams on the leaderboard, and Rival Esports left in the dust. Previously, they were only 22 points ahead, keeping them in that 5th place spot, and now it's looking very threatening for them. That plus, note the scoreline, the record coming into this one. It was 3-1 in favor of Navi. Now it's 4-1. A chance to equalize, now squandered.
Third in the leaderboard, Navi clutches this one out in set number 5. Double match point. What a quarterfinal this was. And what a clever draft they showed us with this one. The Griff and Frank combined screamed B. I think, Reddy, you even mentioned it, that B is probably going to follow after that. They want to open up the map, and the map was completely open. But they had a berry, a thrower that you usually don't want to put out in the open field, but with the heals in the back, it still worked out phenomenally. Choppy with 12 kills, we're okay with 10. The comp worked out perfectly, leaving open the Charlie. Yes, it was a bit risky arc, but I think they knew what they were doing.
Well, you can see how swift they were able to get out of the cocoon. You know, I think the berry ice cream on the map just made it like very, very much all hands on the heels in Ryohei. And I was thinking the B, Reddy said the berry. I wasn't too sold on the berry, but I said that it gave me some hope that they then had a chance, because that second pick, Charlie, was just such a scary one. I thought they'd made a big blunder by handing that over, especially in this current meta, and how much we've seen Charlie really take the mantle in East Asia and be a massive, massive counter to all of these heavy hitters. I was so surprised, considering that it was Navi's best pick, their highest played brawler in scrims. They left it open, but I said as well that they had to have a plan to leave that kind of brawler open, and they did just that. I mean, you cannot deny that that comp just worked the map so well. So Navi now on a 3-2 scoreline, and again, Reddy, you were saying about it being 4-1 in terms of that back and forth, but the amount of scorelines of a 3-2, as you know full well, I mean, it was a perfect story, really. I mean, unfortunate for Rival, but it's the same old story.
We just signed bracket. We're almost halfway through the day already, but we had some banger matchups up to this point. A 3-2 in our quarterfinal number 3, and the next match, I wouldn't want to miss it. I'm sure you wouldn't want it either. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division. A battle for the ages. Crazy Raccoon at the moment only in the 4th spot in the leaderboard. Nothing we would have expected coming into the year. And they need to make it into the grand finals, even win today to still clutch a world final slot after today's performance directly. So this match means everything. And Zeta, we talked about them before. They did lose to Genji in the monthly qualifiers. Maybe that's one of the only chances Crazy Raccoon actually gets to finally get revenge against Zeta. But all that and more after a quick break. Are you ready for quarterfinal number 4? I know I am. Trev got a little break, so I'm sure he is too. And after that match, a 3-2 in the end, you have gotten a long break. Who did you like best?
I mean, I personally I liked all of them, but I'm gonna go for a Chappie, of course. I mean, honestly, I think any of the 6 players playing could have got it. Like, genuinely, everybody was deserving. Such an incredible match, and I don't think we're gonna have any different next. This is a quarterfinal number 4 is yet another grand finals tier game in the quarterfinals, just as the last one was. So I'm really excited for this next one.
And since you're already leading into it, quarterfinal number 4 is Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division, and it's gonna be a close one, as you said. I feel Crazy Raccoon qualified for winners this month, a very narrow win over rival Zeta Division coming from the lower bracket, losing to Genji in a 3-1 loss arc. Is today the day where Crazy Raccoon can finally turn around their fate? They played Zeta Division twice this year, and both times they lost.
I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest. Crazy Raccoon's drop-off needs to be studied. And I just feel like it's got to be now. It's got to be now. I mean, yeah. Here we go. Oh shoot. Here we go again. Oh, shoot. It's like, it's just for me, this matchup that I feel is, it's the test of time, isn't it? We've seen this historically over and over again, but this season, it just doesn't seem like it's been Crazy Raccoon's year. And we all questioned the roster change with Zeta Division coming into the year, and it just didn't seem like it was a fitting one at that. But it's working out far better than we gave it credit for. For Crazy Raccoon, they've struggled. I mean, in the qualifiers, they shouldn't be going 3-2 against rival esports, in my opinion. Their only other match was against Lost Children, not necessarily a big heavy hitter in this region. So I've got big reservations on them at the moment.
A win for Crazy Raccoon over Zeta Division would mean a lot to them, not only to get revenge, but also because if they lose now, it would effectively kill their hopes for the direct World Finals slot in the end. They're only sitting at that 4th slot at the moment. On the other side, though, we have Zeta Division sitting at that top 1 spot, Trev, looking good. But something happened this month that they're, struggled a little bit in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think we can be like, okay, they're not as good a team because they've dropped 1 game in qualifiers. Like, if you think about how many teams have dropped games in qualifiers over the past 5 months, it'd be ridiculous. But we're just kind of going specifically towards it because it's Zeta Division, and I don't think we can do that. Genji might have taken them down, but I still think they're going to be as good as ever.
They need to make it into the grand finals, and they would have that world final slot for sure. So that is the main goal for today. This and other goals we wanted to discuss with the team themselves. We had the chance to sit down with Shizuku.
ジェンジー戦では、負けた原因としてはドラフトが完全に僕たちが下手だったので負けたんですけど、負けたことによってトーナメントがめちゃくちゃ面白いことになったんで全然 OK かなって感じです。CR の弱点ってより正直僕たちは人気力が良すぎるので、もう弱点がなくても僕たちが勝っちゃうよって感じです。はい、ゼータはなんで強いかっていうと、多分他のチームには仕切りがいないと思うんですよ。でも僕たちのゼータにはシェタンポっていう仕切りがおるので、その人のおかげでめちゃくちゃ強いと思います。強いて言うなら、マジでこれガチ、リアルガチのあんまり情報がないジェンジーとかですね。正直、他のチームには3ヶ月連続優勝してることもあって負けてないんですけど、ジェンジーはやっぱり情報がなくて、ちょっとドラフトが独特やったんで難しかったって感じですね。それ以外には勝てます。
Well, what he says here is true. Only one team can have Shitampo on their side, and it is Zeta Division this year who has him. He really commended him here, Shizuku. His decisiveness, his direction. He's been that guy in Zeta Division for a while now, Trey.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a strong player. I mean, he's been that guy for East Asia for such a long period of time. It's ridiculous how good this guy is, to be honest with you. But it's honestly, it's going to be such a tough matchup, and regardless. Crazy Raccoon, they might be, what, they're like 4th on the leaderboard, something like that, but they're not like the 4th best team in the region. They've just been so unlucky with brackets over and over again. It's undeniable Zeta are the best in the region, and they've faced them multiple times throughout this year prior to the finals. So you've got to feel for them a little bit on that, but to be the best, you've got to beat the best, and that's what's going to have to happen here in quarterfinal number 4.
Yes, exactly. And they only need to come second today. They only need to win their quarterfinal and semi-final match to clinch world finals. That's going to be a huge motivation arc.
Absolutely so. I mean, I just feel like with this though, you know, I feel so bad for Crazy Raccoon. You know, the 1 month where, you know, Zeta Division go to the lower bracket of all teams to lose to Gen G, and then you find yourself after a winners bracket run up against Zeta again. I mean, it's just tough, isn't it? It really is. But I mean, this is now the time for Crazy Raccoon to prove themselves. Like, we've got to see more from them. They've been falling behind. It's been clear to see. Yes, we've seen this matchup a couple of times, as we kind of expected to in this region. It's always a bit of the highlight, isn't it? When we see these kind of like Zeta clashes. But reality is that Crazy Raccoon are underperforming. And, you know, with this roster movement of Milk Rio coming in, has he been really fulfilling that role of Tampa? I'm not overly convinced. And doesn't seem like the public are either. 86% siding with Zeta here. Crazy Raccoon, it's such a rarity to ever call them an underdog.
Let's see how they will do against Zeta Division. The 3rd time they've faced them in a monthly final this year. So far, not a single win against them, but today could be the point of turning things around here. And yeah, Ark, as you mentioned, maybe when you've seen that Zeta Division drops down to the lower bracket this monthly qualifier, it would have actually been better to let yourself drop down as well. Crazy Raccoon qualifies through the winner bracket. Their first match is against Zeta Division. Bans are in now. Lumikaze and Ali on the side of Zeta Division. Draco is going to be picked up first by Crazy Raccoon. And once again, Trev, usually we don't like tanks as first picks, but Draco has been picked up quite often today as first pick.
Yeah, I mean, when it's Draco, you know, when Draco's free, pick Draco. And I think that's what the majority of people have been doing as well. Pretty decent on this map. Hypercharge's ridiculous. So overall, I don't mind it too much. It definitely leaves the entire composition susceptible to a lot of counters, but I think you've kind of got to, because if you don't take it there, it's 100% getting picked by Zeta Division on the next 2. But good to see Ali banned out again. Pleased about that, just so strong at the moment. Charlie going to come in as well. It's another one we've been seeing time and time and time again, and very strong in the meta at the moment.
I feel like in this region as well, Trav, you might like a pick coming up soon. I feel like Tara is definitely on the minds here. Maybe of Zeta, it's definitely more their kind of pick. Might not be at this stage in the draft, however, but certainly it's a looming prospect here. Janet gets played a lot as well here, which is kind of like a brawler, which is certainly not ever really on my mind when it comes to the draft. But I think Sandy being banned by Crazy Raccoon is quite warranted. I mean, I just didn't expect it, honestly. But it's just kind of a bit of an outlier. It's a great map for it, don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's kind of rare that even despite the hypercharge really elevating Janet to really kind of have her on our minds now. There's so many kind of brawlers that are new hypercharged in, and definitely big worthy threats to consider first. But it is definitely one that they do quite like here. Crow is one that could be Crazy Raccoon's kind of idea. I think the Chester wouldn't be the worst of a shouts or buster yet. I like that tank kind of combo there with the Draco. Draco's definitely the shining star they're currently in their comp.
Yeah, I mean, double tank. They're definitely leaving themselves susceptible to some heavy tank counters coming in from Zeta Division, and still kind of... It's going to be very difficult. Like, Charlie's going to be good against tanks anyway, right? That's why they've picked it as the first. Janet's going to reveal where they are quite a lot with these dropped bases. And they've still got the last as well. So it's definitely going to be a rough one for Crazy Raccoon, but clearly have faith in the fact that they can just run these tanks and kind of still manage to win. Tara comes in, and, you know, as you mentioned, Doug, I'm going to love that no matter what the competition, no matter what the map. If there's Tara, I'm saying yes to it. I'm loving it. But I do like it. I think this is overall pretty decent. They're just going for kind of like overwhelming tanks and then taking away what Zeta Division probably would have picked last.
I told you that you're going to be very happy with that pick. It just had to show its face, didn't it, really? It's just always been very, very good on this map. The spirits can obviously seek out and sort of have a little bit more of a bit of a radar. That's the problem that I did not expect to see. at all. I mean, it is on Zeta's top 10 on this map for scrims, but they played it 3 times. I mean, it's not really anything to write home about. It's going to be doing pretty well, though, into the Draco, into the Buster, but that additional movement speed with the speed gear can close the gap, and I feel like it's not really the Brawl that I would go for. I kind of didn't really expect that from a Zeta Division draft, honestly. It's kind of been more historically this season, Crazy Raccoon with the sort of more questionable draft moments, but I'm absolutely down for being proven wrong. I mean, it's still a good brawler. I just feel like there's potentially better ones to choose from here. And again, Zeta Division will be definitely thinking back to the qualifiers and underestimating Gen G. They cannot do the same again here to Crazy Raccoon, despite some very dominant victories to them over the course of this season.
Yeah, great pinch there by Levy. Good shots coming in as well. Another one following up beautifully, and Zeta dominant so far. Milkrow did pick up 3 gems, but I mean, Tensai's going to go straight back in, and I don't mind it, honestly. He's going to respawn with the rest of his team, but did feed a bit of super there to Ems as well, and Drop the Base is going to come in, and this is already a 5 gem lead and all control in the hands of Zeta Division, and with tanks, this is hard to break.
Yeah, with this level of control, the Ems can really shine through now, because I mean, CR, nowhere to hide. Now a super available for Tampo as well. They know that they're going to be clustered here, getting behind the wall as well for cover, and a friend zoner there as well to knock back. Suzuku clears up the left-hand side, and CR are just floundering, aren't they? I mean, Moya's pushing into this as a 1 versus 3 on low HP. I feel it's better just to kind of wait for your team, but now able to heal off the back of things, and fortunately didn't go down there. But it's already a countdown for Zeta Division. CR have barely been in this game.
Yeah, early flight though from Levy doesn't mean he's not going to have it when he kind of needs it towards the end, getting pressure back here. Hype charge come in, pulls there as well. Moya use it on him. Milkrow's going to go in, get the kill. Nice slow there as well on the top side. Suzuki can't find the shots onto Milkrow. And after all that control and dominance, it doesn't matter because Crazy Raccoon are the one with the most gems.
Sitting there for the moment. Tensai goes down. Crazy Raccoon steal it away. Milkrea's got the hypercharge as well. And Zeta have got to close this gap with little time to do so, pushing into a Tara as well. Feeding Moya, who's now got hypercharge too. Can they make something of this happen? What a great connection there from Moya as well. And now Milkrea is staying alive. Levi missing the shots there as well. And that's a great steal from Crazy Raccoon. Zeta should not really have let that one go.
Yeah, if Zeta run that game, I was about to label it embarrassing for Crazy Raccoon, because that was like the first 90% of that game was ridiculous. Zeta Division absolutely destroying them, but all it takes is that one turnaround. 6 gems flipped the other way, 4 picked up from mid, and they've got countdown themselves. So, I mean, that's probably Crazy Raccoon's game plan, I guess, but it did feel like they kind of retreated a bit early, used that flight way too early as well, and just result in the CR win. Nice stuff again, though, from Zeta Division as they kind of take control of this back portion of the map once more.
Yeah, fantastic start, and they're very good at establishing that control, but what point is there to establishing all this control and all this early game and mid game pressure when the late game isn't matching that same level of composure? Let's see if they can make a different stand of things, as Tensai on that right hand side couldn't aggress their Tampo despite even the last stand gadget, and now Swiftly taken care of, so even more time for Zeta to aggress this mid. There's a super rather for Moya. That's a concern for sure, as the Tara is that brawler that can really just bring things back into control if you connect them, and that's the thing that Moya failed to do on that left hand side there. That's going to be proving costly.
Yeah, I mean, this is just all Zeta again, and he should be able to keep his flight this time because there's no Tara pull here, and he's going to go down anyway. Should be able to just walk back and then use this flight for the last 10 seconds of the game. So, in reality, this should be Zeta Division's game, but after the last one, I'm not entirely convinced that's how it's going to go once more. But the nice cocoon there on the left-hand side, and good control there from Shizampo. The flight's still available. That's going to be the game to Zeta Division. And if it carries on like this, it should be the set as well, because this should be the set alone after these first 2 games. But Crazy Raccoon have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, now I'm kind of worried because, if Zeta fall in this next game, they'll look back massively on this set and go, that was one that we absolutely should have got. So, Crazy Raccoon, again, I still feel have not really got into their pace so far. That was kind of like Zeta just continuing the assault, but, able to maintain the gems at the end rather than just, handing them over. Let's see. Again, I'm loving this synergy between the Ems and the Janet, able to really have this great opening start, and already you can see this Tensai's going to fall, Moya's low as well, and just everyone being herded around the map, and that friend zoner as well keeps things back for Zeta. Look at that, just sheer dominance on this game. Again, I'm so shocked that they were able to lose the gems in that first game considering how well they're playing.
It's just brilliance from Zeta, it really is. I mean, complete outdraft too. Crazy Raccoon haven't really had a look in at all. Tensai's going to use the super here and try get something done, but drop the base, keeping him low. Nice little hypercharge in there as well from Suzuki. Lucreo will survive it. But this is going to be 7 gems after picking up these 2 spiders come down. Hypercharge there from Stamp as well. Possibly one of the worst hypercharges in the game, to be honest. Doesn't really make a difference from the normal super in that situation. But it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter at all, because surely this is another 2 gems, and then Levi just flies to safety.
Yeah, I mean, CR just pushing into the storm, and you've got to be more calculated than that and try and split the lanes, try to communicate. I mean, they're just literally just walking straight into this EMS. And again, I think the EMS is doing a great job, don't get me wrong. I think it's a good pick. It's working very much in this draft, but it's definitely not the pick that you expect to see making this much of a statement, this much of a stand. And it's just absolutely dominating because CR is walking straight through it. And like you say, Giant Disguise with all the gems, Zeta Division do get the set despite it being, for all intents and purposes, looking like a close scoreline. It absolutely wasn't. CR is just all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that was bad from CR. The draft didn't go well, the game didn't go well, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And this is in possibly the one of the most defining games of their entire year at this point as well. And they're playing and drafting like this. It's just, I don't think that's boding well for them.
They did take game number 1 though. Crazy Raccoon looked pretty good in that one. At the start, at least, Zeta Division turned things around quickly. Tampa with a whopping 14 kills. We did talk about that EMS a lot, and yes, it's not a brawler that is in the top ranks at the moment. EMS not the best in the current meta, but sometimes, and that just shows in this match as well, a brawler can be not that good in the meta, but really, really good on a certain map. This has also always been one of the best maps for EMS, and she can also be really good into certain brawlers. And I feel like as an answer to what Crazy Raccoon was playing here with the Draco and the Buster especially, EMS was the phenomenal pick that Zeta Division needed here. Perfectly played by Chitampo sitting on that floor. I'm concerned about his back every time, by the way, when I see him play, but it seems to work out, so keep doing what you're doing, Chitampo.
I think it's in the culture as well. I think at school they're quite often sitting down, and I mean, Asian squad, you see a lot of players taking that that kind of posture as well. And I mean, my legs don't bend that way, I'll be honest, but having spent a lot of time in that part of the world myself, I always marvel at those that can do it, and it's just like sitting in a chair to them. But whatever makes you comfy, hey, that's what the monthly finals are all about. We've seen players in their pajamas and their PJs and bowls of cereal and melons and all sorts, haven't we, over the years? It's whatever gets the job done. And for me, Zeta got it done really convincingly. I mean, back to the EMS, like you said, it's only really Zeta that have been experimenting with it in their drafts. And I mean, hey, bring in the brawler that matches the draft that gets you the win. That's what it's all about.
It matches the map and matches the draft of the opponents. Let's see if they can do it again. Here is Chitampo and his team here. Zeta Division, again, not the first pick. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon with Ellie, Frank, and Shade Band out. Makes a lot of sense here. Since March, we've been talking a lot about this brawler, Shade, the brawler of East Asia, in the hands of Zeta Division, Trev.
Yeah, Lumi's going to come rolling on then and then as well for Crazy Raccoon. Good first pick. It's been one of those brawlers that's just been, you know, so good since she came out and still remains very good as well. Yeah, it's not going to be bad on pit stop by any means. Pretty good against the majority of brawlers, so we'll see how that fares. I'm intrigued to see if we're going to see a bit more Bull, because Bull, in that Brawl Ball set that you guys were casting, it was like just unreal. The brawler, that change that it got given just completely flipped it, and it was decent here anyway. Zeta Division going to bring in the Lily as their first pick, then I do like that as well. Got that kind of assassin tank role. It's going to be able to get really aggressive and free up a lot of room for Zeta Division here.
I agree, but I think with Charlie not being banned, I mean, pick up Charlie. Yeah. I mean, then you've got something in answer to a potential Bull. Barry is going to come in again with that gadget, able to just be left lingering on the map. It can just tear down a safe and remain there just to ensure those stages are met within that safe. So definitely like that. Carl could be an option here, potentially here. Buzz, for sure. I mean, is definitely a threat to consider. As we know currently with the way the brawlers are in this meta, it's definitely going to be on the minds of many teams, for sure. I think as well, RT, we may see it. You never know, but I think Charlie's definitely the kind of safe pickup here for me. I'll be going with Daryl or Crazy Raccoon, but again, that's another brawler which could very much play badly into a defensive Charlie. I'm surprised it's kind of escaped for this long in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same kind of idea with Cordelius and Charlie, right? Just when they come aggressive, shut them down and deal with them quite fast. But Cordelius, banned out of the way, would kind of expect a Charlie or something like that, especially how good it is in the meta. Carl's going to come through there for Crazy Raccoon. I like the Carl, and you mentioned it. It's just very versatile. Decent damage, the burn down with the gadget, very solid as well. But I mean, I love the Berry and Lily so far from Zeta Division. If they add something decent to this, then it's going to be a very good composition. Not that Crazy Raccoons isn't, because it very much is as well. I like what they've got. I really do. They're going to have some big damage coming down if they manage to get to that safe, and you can't really stop them from getting to the safe either.
Miko surely for Zeta here would be quite a nice brawler to continuously assault this safe. I mean, that's basically a very similar brawler, but one we haven't seen for a very long time. I mean, historically linked to this organization, of course, not from the East Asia team, but from the EMEA team back in the 2023 World Finals when this very brawler was drafted on Hot Potato and got them the win. I mean, it just is a brawler that's slept on a lot on this particular map, I would say, and one that I think you can get some good results. I think that they had to have something to be able to jump in on, and Edgar for sure going to be getting some decent results in my opinion, or at least should be.
I mean, this is the thing, right? You only bring in Edgar when you know it's going to work, and if Zeta know it's going to work, then I've got full faith in it. Because you know, unless you're 100% sure, you're not bringing a risky brawl like this in. And trying to move up now, Shtampo doing the same. I think they left did they leave a Daryl up? They did, and Daryl Carl being left as well. Tensai defending well against, who was it they defended again? I can't even think now. It was the Lily, and I mean, they can't really match the damage that a Carl and a Daryl's going to do up top. So going back in, that was a little bit of a rough timing there, because it was still a bit of the shield left. And Edgar's pretty much evened out this damage now. There's only 3% in it, regardless of that first base race.
And that hypercharge from Shtampo is going to allow that speed to get right deep into the map again. All just missed the connection there, though, onto Milk Rio. It proved costly. He then gets a knockback from Suzuku, leaving Tensai alone on the safe now. It's approaching 15% now. It's looking like CR should be able to have this one in the bag. There's going to be so little time. Tensai's doing a decent job on defense, though. Let's see. It's looking like Zeta are being stalled here for the moment. And a good attempt at that. Look at this. Tensai's doing great work on the other side, but they got to get... it was 1%! It was actually 1%! That was so incredibly close! I didn't realize there was damage being conceded on the other side of the field. That could have gone all kinds of wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the hypercharged Carl just flying on in. Really unfortunate timing there. Couldn't get out. I'm surprised the Berry just didn't go for a bit of a dive, to be honest with you. The same as the Edgar did. Just kind of soak up some damage and accept that you're probably going to die, but get the damage on safe. I mean, that seemed like a tied-on Zeta win. Results in a CR win once more.
So close to call. That's a very early stage, and actually both sides of things. I feel like Zeta might just have a little bit more of an inching forwards lead here. If you look at the speed in which the Edgar and the Lily are actually tearing down this safe, they're always hitting the stage before Crazy Raccoon, but it's going to come down to the wire massively. So what was that game? I mean, blink and you miss it. And that's the set's gone the other way. Crazy Raccoon get it, and Milgrio's face says it all. What did we just witness?
I mean, it's just poor management from Zeta, I feel. Like, the two brawlers you're taking, Zeta, aren't out damaging a Daryl and a Carl. It's just simple as that. And a Berry's not going to be able to defend for anything. So it's actually like a 3 versus 2 on the safe. It's just, yeah, a bad management, I feel, from Zeta Division there in both of the games. But Crazy Raccoon come out on top of it. And, I mean, that's probably the easiest set they'll ever earn.
I literally just threw to you guys. Did he already start with set 2, or... what happened? The match is over. I see. Okay, Tensai with the mouth wins. Okay, a lot of damage on the side of Crazy Raccoon overall. They do take the set. They even out the score, which is something that, Crazy Raccoon can already be super happy with. Mentioned it before. Once again, they only faced Zeta Division twice in the monthly finals so far. Once it was a pretty devastating 3-0. Once they did take them to the final and lost sets 3-2 in the end for Zeta Division. They never won against them before, but they have to take this set forward with the momentum to the next set as well, Orc.
I mean, massively so. I mean, again, looking at how convincing that first game was for Zeta, to then just kind of literally hand this set on a plate over to Crazy Raccoon. You gotta ask yourselves the question, like, that's just such a dangerous thing to do. You're getting a bit ahead of yourselves, and I mean, you know, CR are just looking for any chance of momentum, and you've just given it to them. Just like Trav says, poor management. And as we know, Zeta have had moments against like Genji in the qualifiers where their drafts were just not it. And their drafts are sometimes their weakness. So if they are inconsistent with that and we see this start to collide and topple more, Crazy Raccoon have just had an open door to success.
And of course, right now, all eyes are on Zeta Division. Was that stumble in the monthly qualifier just an unlucky little incident? Or is Zeta Division actually struggling a little bit this month? Crazy Raccoon does turn things around here, even out the score overall. It's 1-1 now. And Trev, I completely agree with you when you said if Zeta Division picks Edgar, it's probably because it's going to work out. It didn't in this case. Maybe they got a bit too confident against Crazy Raccoon after winning that set 1.
I mean, for me, I don't feel like it was, like, I don't think by any means it was a bad pick. I just think they didn't play that composition well. Like, they obviously had faith in it, and I honestly did as well. But, yeah, just wrong times to go on offense, wrong times to kind of go on defense. It was just very mismanaged by Zeta Division and pretty much handed on a plate to Crazy Raccoon there. So they've got a lot of making up to do. The first set was, next to perfect for the most part for Zeta Division. But if you're going to be handing 3 sets like that, what's the point of even winning them?
We're now heading over to Goldarm Gulch, a knockout map once again. We did see New Horizons before, one of the newer ones in the map pool. Goldarm Gulch has always been a mainstay in the map pool. Charlie, Lou, Bell versus Kit, Angelo, Jean are banned out, so a lot of those long-ranged options gone. Also some tank counters with the Lou, for example. First pick this time, for the first time, for Zeta Division. Let's see with what they will go with here. We did see a phenomenal Draco Buster Jaeyoung comp before. It's gonna be Kaze. So tanks once again, or tanks and assassins, sorry.
Yeah, it's dangerous. We've seen this brawler in this region just tear it up. I'm still amazed by the drop off of the first pick Gus. I'm sort of a bit flabbergasted as to how heavily it has dropped off since just the introduction of a few brawlers, some hyperchargers, not really any massive balance change, let's be honest, just a few here and there. But for sure, Ali has escaped the draft in that regard. In terms of the bans, it's definitely a Zeta Division kind of pick. Yes, let's go. Because you see, I'm keeping my hopes and dreams alive here. Quite like that from them. Wouldn't be opposed to them. I mean, they like a lot of Squeak and Brock and Jaeyoung, that kind of stuff here, so they might kind of want to pair it. But I'm more curious as to what Zeta are going to be combining, because some of their picks and bans are quite scary. The Kit being banned out by Crazy Raccoon for that very reason. They bring in some weird kind of wacky stuff. Lumi's left open here as well. That's quite a concern. Zeta like to bring in Doug too, so in that regard, Crazy Raccoon has got to have a good opening hand. Bonnie, the hypercharge, as we know, and the assassination approach is very, very strong in this game mode specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Crazy Raccoon have got here, I really do. Yeah, the only thing that makes me scared is this how strong we saw Zeta Division playing this brawler in the previous month for Kaze. Otherwise, I'd be 100% on the side of Crazy Raccoon with this kind of more long range, more calm, composed composition that they've got so far. But we know that Zeta Division can play Kaze very well, and they've still got another 2 picks to go along with it as well. So we'll see what they go with. Ollie, something that's going to remain on this aggressive side and definitely going to be taking it to them in the early game or waiting for the late game. So early or late for Zeta Division so far. Whereas Crazy Raccoon just going to be working for those supers and just trying to get a few picks here and there.
Yeah, Gray, Buster. I mean, these are all still available here. Daryl potentially as well could be on the cards, or even Hank. I mean, there's a lot of things that they combine with this to just run things down. That's kind of how things work in East Asia. They do like to run down comps for sure. Still surprised that Lumi is still evading the draft so far. I think that's, yeah, Brock. It's a bit of an odd one. I don't really kind of see the appeal of Brock too much, except for the wall break. And I've never been finding it in the current meta to be too flashy a brawler, but certainly the wall break can be quite a big factor on a map like this to open things up when you've got brawlers like Bonnie as well. The only thing with that is going to allow the Bonnie to have a better time of things on the side of Crazy Raccoon. So just a little bit of a concern here. Yeah, finally, Lumi's going to come through as the third and final pick. Probably like one of the very few instances in which it ever does. But I think that's a really solid brawler to have on this map. If for nothing else, just for the zoning potential to be able to have the freeze on the map allows you to kind of navigate things just that little bit better and lock down some of these lane sides, and that little wedge between the water areas of the map gives some limited choicing where the gas starts to close in. So a good final pick from Crazy Raccoon and a decent draft. I think it's quite a decent one. But again, the Kaze, it's my biggest concern that Zeta have got it, because we know how dangerous they are with it.
Yeah, I really like this composition though, I will say, that we're seeing Crazy Raccoon bring in. Zeta Vision seems like a bit of a throw together, like breaking up some walls so that you can have your two assassins kind of out in the open. Really doesn't seem like that much of a combination, and I feel like if they just wanted the long range, there's maybe better options. But we'll see. It might work out, they might prove me wrong. But yeah, the Crazy Raccoon comp in my eyes is just really, really nice. Little invis coming in now from Shtampo. Trying to get a few shots in, work towards the super, but only getting a few little peppering shots here and there.
Yeah, for the amount of times that we've talked about CR's draft, I agree. I think this is a really good standing chance of a draft here. I think my least favorite Brawl is actually the Brock for Zeta. Let's see what they can cook with it, though, as a nice gadget pop there from the Cookie Popper of Milk Rio. Does see that Brock, that top right, low HP and forced back. Tensai staying back for a little bit of defensive measure as Tampo trying to lurk there with the invisibility. Moya now got the jump as well. As we know, Livo's low in going in and does secure the kill. Suzuki's evading there on that top side. Does finally get picked up though, and it's a 3 versus 1 and nowhere to go for Tampo.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be working. Like, I don't know what else we're expecting from this composition. We've got Hypercharge available for both Shtampo and Moya at this point now as well. Chooses not to use it in that situation. It just goes forward, still gets hit, and really didn't do much for them, that super, did it?
No, Rocket Laces, by the way, on the Brock, on the gadget front, so no wall break for Levi unless he wants to utilize the Rocket Rain, of course. Hypercharge there on the right-hand side for Moya, and that is going to be timed to perfection, or should and needs to be timed to perfection to allow his teammates to really capitalize off the back of things. It's moments like that which, you know, that utility can make it an instant 3 versus 2, so you've got to land those jumps, and you've got to time it with your team.
Yeah, well, Suzuki super in hand. Shampoo still holding on to this hypercharge. I want to use it in this more kind of the form that just slices through rather than throws down the blinding aspect. Milcrow going to be forced to use his shield here and should still go down and does. Nice stuff from Zeta. Jump comes in. Great rocket laces there from Levi, and we've finally seen some good use of that. Now, going in towards Tensai, should be able to get this kill. The lockdown is going to go to Chitampo instead. He uses a super. Moya's going to go for the jump in, and Suzuki will find him when he lands. Really nice play there from Zeta. Wasted a few of the supers from the Crazy Raccoon side and put themselves in a good position to win this next round.
And that's why it was Brock. And that's why, you know, the Rocket Laces is such a great idea to have to evade the Bonnie hypercharges. I mean, that was really, really great play there from Levy. I think that's really, really warranted the pick more, in my opinion. I'll make a bit of a note of that for sure. Let's see, though, whether CR can make something of this game. Of course, still up for grabs here. And I think that so far it's a bit more of an even matchup. Definitely a night and day difference from what we saw in that first set, absolutely, as that was just a steamroll. As now, I think Zeta Division got a little bit ahead of themselves. A missed Rocket Rain there from Levi on the hypercharge front as well, so a bit disappointing there. Milk Rayo's got his hypercharge now, and with Tampo having to heal, it's the time to strike.
Suzuki in a tough spot now. Going in, Milcrow might be caught out of place here. Moya's going to go into lockdown onto Shitampo. And a 3v1 when you're playing Brock is not an easy thing to win. He's hitting a few shots, but what can he expect to do in this situation? Goes for the jump, but still dies. And 3 members of Crazy Raccoon still stand. And that's another game going their way. And for the first time, they're ahead.
Yeah, the draft it's just a safer draft, isn't it? It's just kind of taking things back down a notch. And again, going back from June to now, how often did we see a Gus first pick? Every single map and mode, it felt like. And today it's really kind of escaped the draft a lot of times, but now coming through for CR in a great way. The Lumi final pick as well. I mean, that's the brawler that you'd expect to be insta-banned, even when it was nerfed. I still feel like it's a much banned-worthy brawler to have here, and just kind of left open by Zeta here. Let's see if they can bring this back around, get some control of things, maybe bring the Ollie into the equation with the Kaze a bit better than they have done so far, because I'm just a bit underwhelmed so far with what they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, nice shot there from Levi, made a connection with 2 of them. Milcrow will get hit again. Zeta Division really not doing a lot other than Levi hitting a few shots here and there. The other 2 kind of just hung out to dry in this like mid-ranged matchup that they're not really a part of. Super comes in, oh lovely, doesn't get the kill, 35 HP remaining, but he'll continue to get a few shots. Milcrow low, forced to use a shield. Shtampo will get that on the left. Milcrow still remains low. Moya down on this bottom side, should be getting pinched in shortly, and this is surely going to be a Zeta win. It is. They get another one, and Moya should be heading for the gas, trying not to feed whilst getting a bit of a hypercharge in his own. He's not going to find any shots, and Zeta Vision will take the round.
Tampa there was like a shark in the ocean smelling blood, wasn't he? Went straight for the jugular and swiftly made it a 3 versus 2, and then everything started to come crumbling down. But CR do have their hypercharged body with Moya, and if they can get the right timing for it and try to isolate the right player, that can be such a godsend here for CR. Again, getting that game and the set. I mean, when we look back at that first set of Gem Grab, I wouldn't have imagined that they would have been able to recover as they have done. But again, momentum is a very powerful thing. That swift base race that went against Zeta really did prove costly. You can see it's just filled with confidence now. Great shots there from Tensai onto the Ollie on that left-hand side now, and getting some slow. But again, the Brock hypercharge is available there for Levy too. Tampa just dancing around things, but again, I think both sides just kind of whistling down the timer here because they both want to really land their utility at just the right time.
Yeah, just waiting and waiting and waiting. Moya has a hypercharge here as well, can go in, and that's the jump just used by Levy. There's no escape from this time. Tampo gets locked down, and Crazy Raccoon now going to be 1 round away from taking this set and going 2 sets up against Zeta Division. Much better from them, much better in this round.
The question now for me, though, is they've used a lot of utility there. If Zeta want to just really steamroll this and run it down with the utility that they've now got, I think it's kind of more in favor to shift towards their side of things. Let's see now as Levy's going to pop his hypercharge, but not going to find too much other than Bush. Suzuki goes in there, gets the hypnosis and gets the kill, most importantly as well, leaving just 2 members now of CR, and now just the 1, and that was what I was worried about. Zeta strike back and strike back hard with an immense amount of utility, and CR just exacerbated it all in the previous round, and it got them the round, but it just didn't get them the longevity to ensure the game.
I mean, that was honestly really nice. And as you said as well, like, they'd used all the kit, and Zeta Division still had all theirs. It's kind of inevitable that we're going to be able to win that last round, but this is a big one. Whoever wins this game will be going 2 sets to 1 up and putting themselves in a great position to try and close it out in the next. As we keep on mentioning, both of these teams desperately need this win. As Crazy Raccoon, because they're so far behind, need the points, and Zeta Division want to retain this glorious lead they've managed to kind of get over the past 5 months. Some good shots going through from Tensai, managing them well. Suzuki forced to jump over those Morning Stars with the threat of being slowed, and a gadget comes in, and we see Suzuki having to come in and tank. Ishtampo dashing away, but now pinned in a corner. Zeta not in a good spot.
Yeah, great in tanking, but now everyone very low on the side of Zeta, forced back into this corner. CR choosing to just alleviate things and just come back, or Tampa almost overstepped there as well. A Rocket Rain, all Tensai low, but able to survive. And Zeta not looking so clean this time around. 3 supers on the side of Crazy Raccoon as well. It's going to be dangerous now as the gas comes in.
Yeah, one of these Spooky Boy still lays on the floor. The lockdown not going to find a connection. Suzuki should be able to mind control Milcrow, but it's traded out. Hypercharge veiled from Moya, and it's Levy going in aggressive there. Surprising to see that, considering now Moya's going to have a jump, and he doesn't have one of his own to escape it with the hypercharge.
Dangerous times for Zeta Division, as it doesn't seem to have been the smoothest of months so far. Normally it would be a sweep, as historically it has been against Crazy Raccoon, but now they're finding resistance. There's a hypercharge for Levy. Some good taps from Tampa, and there's going to connect with Tensai. You know where to go. He goes down. 3 versus 2. Moya jumping in, finds to Tampo. That evens things out. Now, crucial times for Zeta to get this one right, to keep this set alive, or Crazy Raccoon will take the lead.
Yeah, the Kooky Popper finds a connection on Suzuki as well, but he'll have to work for another one now, as he has fully healed up. This could be a dangerous situation here. Suzuki's going to go in jump as well to follow up. Milcrow gets away from the hypnotize because of the hypercharge speed, but it looks like this is still going to be a Zeta round to win. 2 versus 1, unless Moya can do something crazy with a super. And I mean, personally, I'm not using that super, but you know, Levi, yeah, you do you. He might be able to earn another one. He does, luckily.
I'm literally reading my mind there. I mean, that was kind of wild that he was able to obtain it back as immediately as that, because you want to reserve that. I mean, you know, you're not the one that's already got the round in the pocket. You know, it's not over. You want to reserve all your utility and ideally try and farm your opposition to be able to obtain even more off the back of it. But a bit of risky play, but I didn't mind it as it did pay off there. But now, neck and neck. I mean, this next round wins the set, all to play for. And a good early start of utility there on the side of Crazy Raccoon. But a hypercharge there of Tampo, it could prove to be really quite deadly.
Yeah, got his hypercharge now as well. Throws it out, gets a few connections. I think there's maybe 1 rocket connected there actually onto Moya. But a bit of grass break's going to help them. Lockdowns there. Stample can still dash away, luckily, thanks to his attack and the mode he's in, he's able to kind of move whilst being locked down by that Lumi super. Trying to pinch up the top now, though. Milkro has a shield. Good little invis there from Stamp as well. But the Cookie Popper finds a big connection onto both of them. And those Morning Stars were just waiting to be dragged back.
Stamp had to use super there as well to dash away in the assassin mode. The geisha mode was what saved him in that eventuality with the Lumi, but now the gas closing in, and now it is the crunch time. Shikama goes in on the Gus, shielded, and gets the kill. 2 versus 2, the jump to the sky, but Leves low, as is the remainder of the side of Zeta. Crazy Raccoon get the set, they're bringing it back, they're doing the unthinkable. Is this the month that CR put Zeta down? Because they've been so prominent all season long, and the smiles shining through, but I mean, it's Milk Ryu. When is he not smiling? But a very important set there for CR.
I mean, it's huge. It really is huge for them. Bringing this 2 sets to 1 against Zeta Division is massive. They need all the momentum, all the help they can get to be able to defeat this team, because they've been defeated by them twice already this year. So need to get their own back, need to get points on the board, and this next set is a must for them.
Keep in mind also that loss against Gen G in the monthly qualifier was Zeta Division's first East Asia loss since February. That would be the second one in a row now. That would hurt a lot, I feel. Bonnie, most picked brawler so far. She's done well. Moya on that brawler, done a phenomenal job keeping his hyper charge for when he needed it most. I think, to me, the keyword really is draft here. Zeta Division, we called them the mechanical wizards on the global stage at Brawl Cup, and I feel like they still are, but their draft is lacking in some regards, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, this year has been all about draft. I was saying, behind the scenes as we were coming live that we're ready, that, this is what I feel about East Asia, that it's been a bit of a drop-off, and it's not down to mechanics, because East Asia, in my opinion, still have the best mechanics in the world. It's about draft now, and that's where East Asia have always been struggling a little bit, and more so this year in particular for me. It really does come down to a lot of getting that draft right, and of course, Zeta have got a massive mastermind behind the scenes with Latox in that regard. But Crazy they're drafting themselves, so it's a bit hit or miss on the side of CR. Sometimes they get it right, sometimes they don't, but at least Zeta have got the side of having a discussion more so and having some stats and some strong support line there. I think the players ultimately get the final say, but I mean, it does go a long way to be able to analyze that data and really kind of break it down, and that's exactly what they need to do in this set, and it's a tough map and mode for it too. Zeta have got to get this right. I mean, qualifying for the World Finals this month depends on that.
And East Asia has been back-to-back World Finals winner. It was unthinkable that that would change until Draft came in, and Draft has gotten that important that we haven't seen them in the most recent World Finals, at least not coming as far as they used to, like 3 or 4 years ago. Let's see if they can somehow turn things around again and get that draft done, because yeah, it's needed in this year, like you said, Ark. Heading into draft very soon now. Trev, waiting for the bans here. We're in Dueling Beetles. Once again, Draco's the first brawler that pops into my mind. What are you looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, Draco's kind of one of the go-tos. I always love a thrower on this map, to be honest with you. I feel like they're kind of getting phased out little by little, and especially when Berry gets banned like that. And Draco as well, like pretty much every brawler that we've mentioned has been banned out, but Kaze along with the Lumi and the Draco as well for Crazy Raccoon. Over the other side, Charlie expected to be banned at this point as well, really becoming a staple of the meta in general, and has been played a lot in the East Asia region regardless. The Kaze and Berry along with that as well from Zeta Division. They do have the first pick though, probably could have guessed that with the picks that Crazy Raccoon did kind of get rid of, and Hank's gonna come down as a first.
Kind of what I was expecting already. With the bans that we've got, it just makes the way for it. Charlie's no longer a threat, bringing some tanks. I mean, the lack of heals of the Berry is definitely a concern. Ali's actually left open. It's not my kind of go-to brawler pick here for me, but it is something just to keep in mind. I think Bonnie here could have a pretty decent time here. I think throwers now might be an option for brawlers like Barley to have that additional healing come into the equation. I think Buster wouldn't be a bad shout here for that kind of big tanky brawler that has the ability to kind of really suck in your opposition with the gadget too, with the slow-mo replay. Really quite a prevalent brawler on this map. Ash, wow, interesting tankier pick coming in from Crazy Raccoon here. Certainly, I think that you've got to bear in mind heals. Jae-Young could be that brawler to synergize with a lot of these tanks as well. Even Byron, I mean, especially with an Ashe, you know, that's the sort of brawler that can really make Ashe thrive. But I think you've got to consider heals. And with that berry ban being quite targeted in that respect, both teams would have liked to get it. But it's the question for me as to whether they go for it or go for like a wall break comp with the Griff and the B or something along those lines to have that left-hand side opened up. Certainly, a tough one to get right. Lou going to come in as a very good tank deterrent for Crazy Raccoon. Makes a lot of sense as the Charlie ban is there to have something in the back pocket for that Hank.
Yeah, they could have even got even further with tanks as well. Frank on the board as well, still available. So probably a good idea to come along with these kind of tank counters early on and be very aware of it. Crazy Raccoon. Not a bad composition so far. I really do like that Ashe, and especially when you're running it into the Hank as well. Having to waste those bubbles on the robotic rats is definitely a good thing for this Crazy Raccoon side. Barley, as I said at the start, throwers, I really like them. Felt like they've been phased out little by little for some of those more aggressive brawlers, and especially with Berry being banned, I was maybe expecting it to be like, okay, maybe we won't see any throwers, but I like the fact that Barley's come in. Going to be, you know, pretty decent in this matchup, I'd say.
But CL got the final pick, and Barley is susceptible to, yeah, I mean, CL do like bringing Crow in, for example. It's a really weird one, but one that can certainly target a Barley, and I think it does require something to defend, and that's kind of where the Cordelius might be coming in there just to keep the Barley protected. It's definitely my concern for Zeta here, if Crazy Raccoon really wants to target that particular brawler, and there's definitely ways of doing so. So I think the Cordelius there for that reason, or to even take the Ashe away from things. If it gets too aggressive, too heavily pushed with a potential healer that Crazy Raccoon could synergize with it now. Chester as well, I mean, one that's again just dropped off a little bit, but the hypercharge is still very worthy to talk about as a great tank deterrent here, and it's going to be the Bonnie coming through with the hypercharge again. This brawler now, you know, has gone from a place of just being picked and banned, sometimes often left open as the first pick worthy brawler in Heist, now coming into an array of all the game modes. It just feels like, you know, everyone's talking a lot about Draco and the hypercharge, and you know, it's often banned for that very reason, but I feel like Bonnie's next in line, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that way. Very much so, and this Bonnie has been so destructive all day long. This hypercharge really solid, and even before that, you know, the changes made to Bonnie, as in being able to get straight back into that cannon form, made her better prior to that as well. So kind of just catapulted even further into the meta by all of these changes in hypercharge that's been getting. But Levi started strong, throwing a few down the mid, trying to keep Tensai back, and Shatampo's going to switch on in. Moyo already gets that super, but the slow instead of the heal coming in for Levi there.
That's what I was saying about that aggressive approach to the Barley specifically, and Crow is an option, but Bonnie does very much the same thing, and I feel like that's going to be something on the minds of Zeta. They've got to protect Levy there in that regard and just ensure that he can remain there for his team to bring in the heals, especially with the Lou being able to throw down the freeze on the zone again. That's like capture time that Zeta can't really be on the zone to contest. So it feels like CL for me playing the longer game approach here and doing pretty well so far, but it is Zeta division that have got a slight lead, 30% now, as Crazy Raccoon have struggled to get on this zone.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad trade there either, really, for the side of Zeta Division. They've got a substantial lead, and he's going in for one-for-one trades. Not really ideal, but Tensai will come in and clean up as well in the mid. Tempo staying alive, eating all those robotic rats, taking down a few, and another super being used to keep the Bonnie out the way. Does have the hypercharge, something that's going to have to be quite careful of when he comes out of this realm.
Yeah, CL making up for a long lost time. Lovely slow there from the Hank, my preferred gadget of choice as well. And Moya now at 600 HP. Now he escapes there. The splash of Levy, who could have chosen to secure that kill, but chose to keep back Tensai and Milk Rio. Now Suzuki pushing forward, gets another slow down to Tensai. Now Shatampo picks up the scraps. Nice stuff all round from Zeta. A jump in from Moya. A bit of desperation to allow Milk Rio to stay on the zone and bring things back into order. We're tied now, as now Crazy Raccoon just inch just that little bit further forwards, but a hypercharged Barley super might change that.
Yeah, big hypercharge there coming in, and much needed as well at that moment. Hypercharge being used by Suzuki as well. Tensai looking to try and stay alive. Gadget being used to keep him in the mix. Needs to go down now and does. Nice soupy there by Shatampo as well. Realming Moya once more, and the hypercharge came along with it, so will be slowed down for now. Might be able to get into range when he comes out of the realm. Jump available, and they are kind of really bounding together to make sure he can't make a move. Goes in and doesn't get anything out of it really at all. Needs to go down and hasn't still. Very surprising that he's managed to stay alive there when he's jumping into no man's land.
So tense, so close. Zeta with 8% of a lead here, but it's far from over here. Tensai pushing forwards, trying to find Suzuki with this. Tampa forcing him into the realm now, and it should be Zeta Division that get the 100%, and they do. Lovely stuff from them. And a game, a much needed game. And Shitatambo looks just as cool as that after that. I mean, it's just amazing to me that Zeta have just got this solid, cool exterior about them, that even in the midst of all this pressure, they're just chilling. Let's see, though, whether they can turn this into a set. I do like what CR have drafted, and again, that has been our biggest talking point here on the desk this season, is the question mark around CR's drafts. Well, they've got a fighting chance. Let's give them that. Let's see if they can get to a match point, or if this goes all the way to a 5th and final set.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, that sitting position is disgusting as well, by the way. I need a knee replacement like 10 seconds into the game. Like, I don't know how they do it. I really don't. But this is a really good start again for Zeta Vision. More of the same. Shitampo doing such a good job of this. Cordelius just taking the Bonnie specifically out of the mix over and over and over, and a slow once more from Suzuki. Lockdown defense here from Zeta Division on this zone.
50% to just 2. As Zeta Division are making this game look far, far easier. Tensai slowed, and the pop of the gadget stays alive, but for how long as Suzuki closes in there with the bubble and pops it 70% now. Zeta are in full control. The driving seat is all theirs, and CR slow, so slow to the mark. I mean, the Bonnie can't really push up the map without the gadget, at least, and already 10% left. Zeta have made this look so easy, and it should be going their way. And let's see, I've got anything to say for these final few seconds as Moya is on the zone as quickly as they're out of the zone and into the realm. And Zeta now stay alive in this series. And again, for the second time today, going to the 5th and final set.
I mean, that was an unbelievable set 4 from Zeta Vision. What a way to bounce back after a pretty disappointing set number 3. We're going all the way to set 5 to decide who's going to be going through to the semi-finals. Big moment for both of these teams, as we keep on reiterating as well. Zeta Vision need this. They want to keep that top spot, and with Reject moving on to the semis, they are hot on their heels. Crazy Raccoon desperately need this to get off the mark and keep in contention for World Finals.
We wanted to see some better draft from them this time around. I don't feel like that was the perfect draft. Bonnie was on the side of Crazy Raccoon, one of those brawlers that is always a great pick, but they shut her down completely. She couldn't really jump in, was protected. The Hank and the Barley were protected by that Cordelius. Suzuki did a phenomenal job on the Hank, Shitampo on the Cordelius as well. And I do feel like this match is deserving of a 5th set. As much as I would be happy for Crazy Raccoon to finally beat the curse and turn things around here against Zeta Division, we gotta see them one more time here, Trev.
Yeah, we deserve it. We deserve a set number 5, I think, between these two teams. It's, you know, as you mentioned, we had a 3-0 as the most recent result between these guys, and it's just not what this matchup is. It's not a 3-0 matchup at all between these guys. These are like possibly the 6 most notable players in the East Asia region. We can't be having 3-0s. We've got to be having these 3-2s, 5-set games, and I'm really enjoying this gameplay. It's been back and forward again. Just some really interesting stuff.
We're gonna head over to Brawl now, and that is one of those modes where we've seen the shade pop off from Shitampo. We keep talking about it every single month. Draco has been the most picked up brawler last month for East Asia. Shade not showing up as often anymore, but with the addition of the hypercharge, he's gotta be back up there, Ark.
Yeah, I feel so massively. I feel like this brawler is just being slept on a little bit. It's being banned where it needs to be banned, however, so we've got to give teams credit for that and utilizing the fact that you can't leave them open anywhere on certain maps. It's been an interesting draft here for me. Certainly, I've got to be wary here of brawlers like Ash and Lily and Draco for sure. Charlie, I think for that same reason too. I feel like those are the big heavy hitters that are going to have to be locked down on this kind of map.
Mechanical Wizards versus Crazy Raccoon, who's showing up some great drafts today. Heading into that very last draft in set 5 is going to be the all-deciding match between Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division. Whoever takes this set moves on into the semi-finals. And once again, for Crazy Raccoon, they need to win both remaining monthly finals to immediately, directly qualify for World Finals. But that dream is still very much alive, Trev.
Definitely is. Well, the bans are here for Sneaky Fields, the Frank, the Shade, and the Ali for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Getting that out of the way. And surprisingly, Ali slipped through the bans a fair amount, but not being picked up on the majority of the other modes. Ash is going to be here as the first for Crazy Raccoon then. keeping faith in it regardless of it failing in the previous. And then Lumi, Draco, and Ali have been banned out by the Zeta Division side. So there was good bans across the board. I think pretty targeted from Crazy Raccoon, really. When you're looking at the Shade, looking at the Frank, they're two brawlers that you know Zeta Division are going to devastate you with.
Could even be a Rosa or a Bull here as a response from Zeta, but I'm surprised that Chester's just dropped off so much as a big tank counter on this kind of map. B, I think, will play a good role if they want to go for that Mark or Charlie again. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's so good to have. And Zeta have just been able to bag it. Surely the robotic rats might be somewhat of a concern, but I still feel like Charlie's such a great pick to have currently. Zeta now as well. They could go Lily here as well. It's one that they sort of really do champion a lot on this particular map, and it's very much a Zeta only kind of pick, really. Not other teams sort of dare to really dance with it, but with so much bush, you know, you've got so much to hide. It is going to be the Rosa to counteract the Ashe as well. I think they kind of have got a nice amount of resistance now to the Ashe. And it's back to Crazy Raccoon now, who, I'm just going to say it, they sometimes play Doug. That would be kind of wild if they did do that. I would love for nothing more than the 5th and final set and Doug making an appearance. Oh my gosh. Don't tease me.
No, you're teasing yourself, Ark. Like, nobody is teasing you, bro. You're teasing yourself with the idea of it. He's like, don't tease me, don't tease it. It's you. It's you who's doing it. I hope you know this. But honestly, I wouldn't mind. Oh, there you go. There you go. I take it back. I take it back. They're teasing you. They're teasing you with it. Crow along with it as well. That's what you were asking for in the last game. They've listened. They've heard. They know what you want. And they're just going full Ark.
Oh. I mean, just maybe now's the best time to announce that I actually am doing the draft for Crazy Raccoon. That's why they've been so questionable for the majority of this season. I mean, this could work. I mean, dare I say it, this could work, or it could crumble. And it's a 5th and final set. For Zeta, this is their chance to be able to swiftly get through the quarterfinals. And if they make the grand finals, they're in the Worlds. I mean, CR have got a massive opportunity to stop them in their tracks here and get themselves back on the board. It's a really risky play. And it's bold, and I quite like it for that reason. I think that Doug has been slept on quite badly, actually, since the Hypercharge introduction. I think that he is still bigger and better than ever. So let's see what they can make work with it. But the Crow as well, final pick that came through. Certainly this kind of map can get a lot of value, a lot of information. But I'm just blown away that Crazy Raccoon are being as bold as this, honestly.
Honestly, I'm more surprised by the Crow than I am the Doug, I think. But yeah. we'll see how it goes. We'll see. Milcreo being beaten down by Shitampo on this right-hand side, and some good shots from Suzuku send Tensai back into spawn. And that's not where you want to be against a thrower. But Moya looking to try and catch them out, just lurking in this bush. Slowdown is there. Shitampo going to have to try and take this matchup. Does kill him, though. Might have wanted to move the ball forward there a little bit to stop the Doug from making big moves, and do eventually do just that.
Moya pushing straight into some serious aggressive fire. Levo with nowhere to go, and Shitampo's got to be cautious here. Yeah, he's got the hypercharge and super, but I mean, just heal up, buddy. Just get back in the game and allow your teammates to join you, and then make that push with the hypercharge. The Charlie as well has Cocoon. If the Barley can get a last call, oh, there's a great slow from Shitampo there. Force the Crow to jump away, but an open door and an easy walk in for Shitampo. You can't turn your back on that man. Wonderful plays there from Zeta, but it was a lot to the blunder there of CR. You can't deny it.
Absolutely. I mean, the slow comes in. I think it only affected Tensai in the back lines as well. Moya going forwards and gets killed as well. Hypercharges there from Suzuki, but he's not going to be able to use it just yet. Milcreo will tank the Cocoon. Tensai should be able to walk it, but can't. Caught off the line by Suzuki. And Milcreo now in a world of hurt, back in the opponent's spawn. Surely getting taken down, and does. Hypercharges there as well, but destroying the grass will kind of also destroy their chances a bit more. But they choose to go for it anyway, considering they're against double tank.
Yeah, the hypercharged Barley is going to expose a lot of the bush though for Shitampo, so they're banking a lot on pocketing this ball for a minute. I would like to have seen it go a little bit deeper into the map, just to give them the little space to kind of be sneaky, but it doesn't seem like Shitampo even needs it. Hypercharge pop now, easy work of Moya. Tensai's got the hypercharge and the jump. They've got to be cautious of him getting behind enemy lines and getting to that ball and making a bit of a steal, as we saw already Zeta do so. On the top right, there's a hot dog popped, and that's why Levi is going to wait, but not waiting long enough. He's going to respawn in with max HP. This is definitely an opportunity here for CR.
Hypercharge going in, but cocooned in the corner again. Super thrown in by Barley, and that's going to delay so much. All he needs is a 1v1 defense against Milcreo here, and they should be winning this game and going to match points. And where can Milcreo go? He gets taken down. A Barley super available, and all members of Zeta Vision ready to defend the last 10 seconds.
It was a valiant effort, but that's a great slow at just the right time as well. Tenside's the only person that can even reach the ball. And even if he does that, can he even reach the goal after it? I don't think so. Zeta Division getting it right when it matters. One game away from making the semis and deflating every ounce of this push that CR have had. It's been a valiant one at that, and it's not over yet. But this was the month that CR had to get it right. Deprive Zeta of getting to this grand finals to lock in their spot for Worlds, get themselves more points on the board. It comes down to a fifth and final set pick, and they've gone Doug, and we've yet to really kind of see much from it.
I don't know why you're saying, oh, they've gone Doug, blah, blah, blah. You didn't literally ask that. Like, you didn't actually ask for this brawler, and then he's complaining about how it's being played. It's unbelievable. Slow comes in though from
being played. It's gonna work.
Slow from Rosa on the right hand side, but Milcreo will just wait it out going forwards now, and just waiting, lurking. Finds Shitampo there as well, waiting for the pass through, but can't get it quite yet. Suzuku might be able to get his Cocoon, gets Milcreo Cocoon. Can he get the clear? He can't in time, and Milcreo will be able to force that ball in. Great start from Crazy Raccoon, much better than in the previous.
I was worried because they did feed that Charlie quite substantially so, but using the Cocoon there on the player that was more in front kind of went against them in the end, but not really much that they could have done under the circumstances on the defense. Nice connection, but Shitampo again left open. Milcreo is popping as much as he can, gets the damage, but the ball pushed clear. Moya's got the speed. The attempt to super it away is not going to be enough here. So super pass to Moya, and an easy, it's easy walk in. Look at Cocoon, and just the nick of time, regardless though, the ball goes in for CR. It's match point, match point.
I mean, this is huge, big game. One game is going to decide Crazy Raccoon's fate, really, in terms of how well they're going to be able to do on the leaderboard. Like, Zeta Vision, they're in first at the moment. They're not going to be falling too far off, but if Crazy Raccoon don't get out the quarters, they're going to be in a world of hurt and left with a lot to do in the last month. Shitampo trying to get some damage in. Milcreo fighting back. It is Zeta who have control of the bush so far. Moya pushing forward, should be able to get Levy here, and does. Nice move. Shitampo crossing the grass, trying to cover his teammates going down.
Huge from Milcreo. The Cocoon has just been used. There's not that to hand for Suzuku at any period of short succession. Robotic rats go down, and it's going to be then going on to Levi. The ball pushed to the right-hand side. But like Zeta may have just dodged a huge bullet there, but CR, you can just sense it. They're feeling better about this one. Good slow yet again for Shitampo. Every single person affected, but again, the dog pops the gadget and gets the kill. It's starting to work for CR now as they're gaining confidence and gaining ground.
Hypercharge ready to go for both Suzuku and Shitampo. This is going to be a big push out, surely. Levy with his super here as well. Ball's going to be passed up. Little 1, 2, 3 maybe. Gives the hot dog up the map to the Ash, who's going to respawn and now cause some big issues in this defensive line. Grabbed by Suzuku though, but killed in the back line as well. Milcreo from behind, and now 1 goal or 1 minute 20 away from this game.
Hypercharge for Doug. This could be the moment that they actually make this count, but Shitampo's lurking on that right-hand side and knows it, trying to shut him down early. This game is far from over. Milcreo goes in straight away there, and Shitampo's the one that actually somehow comes up on top. Tensai there for support, and Milcreo now back in the mix with full HP on that right-hand side. Should be enough time to allow his teammates to gain the ground and heal up along the way. But they've got the goal. It's Zeta that need to get the ball forwards. They need to get some kills, and 50 seconds are all that remains. Otherwise, it's all over. Last call going out for Levi. Hypercharge pops. Surely going to do... Yeah, he goes out now with it. It does connect with Milcreo. The ball, though, is still in that top corner. They've got to get it out, and get it out now.
Yeah, it's brought Milcreo very low, and eventually they get control. Need to bring Tensai down now. He has Hypercharge as well. Moya has a Hypercharge of his own. Suzuki needs to get him with the Cocoon, but he goes for the wrong person, I feel. I'm not sure if that was a misplaced auto-aim or what, but 25 seconds, Shitampo's going to go for it. Hypercharge pop, but he misses the ball. Doesn't even get the ball out of the pocket. Never mind get towards the goal. 18 seconds, and Zeta are nowhere to be seen.
A huge blunder, and not enough time here. It's down to a potential gadget here of Shitampo and the ball. There's no hypercharge for no additional speed, and it's go time. Can they get this ball out in time? There's so much support there from the side of CR. They're defending for their lives, and the ball stays firm. CR have already gone and done it. It took until July, but right when it mattered, they've deprived Zeta of being able to qualify for the World Finals this month, depriving them of points, getting it right
And importantly as well, Zeta Division not going to be in a good spot, and that should mean Reject are going to be getting very close to leapfrogging them to that first spot as well. Huge for them, and huge for Crazy Raccoon as well. What a moment for them. It gives them a chance now moving forwards.
Zeta Division could have been the first team on the globe to lock in that World Final slot. It wasn't meant to be. Their monthly qualifier run wasn't the smoothest. Now they're losing to Crazy Raccoon. 3 matches in total. Those two teams have faced off against each other. Twice Zeta Division has won, but not today. Congratulations for this win today, Crazy Raccoon. It's been one of the highest variance metas we're seeing, with lots of new ideas introduced. Every single tier list I've seen over the last weeks didn't feature Rosa and Ems anywhere other than the bottom, and Zeta Division dared to pick them both today. With Ems, they did win. Shtatampa was in that brawler, now he was in Rosa. This time it did not work out. Some things are just too risky, Ark.
Yeah, what a day. Honestly, unbelievable stuff for CR. I mean, I've only ever seen Tensai cry twice. One was at the loss in the ESL Masters in Japan when they came second. You know, they were fighting out for third place finish, I think, actually, I think with STMN. And no, they were in tears then, but in tears today for success. And it's a lovely thing to see for Tensai. You can just see how much this win really meant, and against all the odds, to go to the 5th and final set, and a very risky draft, and that was always the question on our minds here on Decibels regarding their draft. So getting to those semis, you can see how important it was for them today.
And now in the bracket we've just seen, they're heading straight into another rematch. They did face off against Navi already in the June monthly finals in that quarterfinal number 1 and lost to them 3-1. So I'm crossing my fingers for Crazy Raccoon to not only beat Zeta Division today, but also Navi, because again, they do need to win both monthly finals now to go straight to World Finals. Just imagine if they would be the ones to lock that in and not Zeta Division this month. That would actually be crazy. Well, that and much more we have after a quick break. Semi-final number 1 is going to be Reject versus Frenzy Gaming. You definitely want to tune in for that. A few hours later, the quarterfinals are done. We're heading straight into the semifinals next. But first up, we are also bringing back Reddy, and you get to introduce the MVP of that match. What a banger it has been. I think we were all screaming on the sidelines, Reddy. I'm sure you did too.
Yeah, I was like giving some applause to Tensai over here. And of course, you know, the whole squad that he's constructed around him, he's sort of the centerpiece of this Crazy Raccoon roster. Man's a phenomenal player, but also this has been a rough year for him and the Crazy Raccoon squad after the departure of Shtatampa leading into the season. You could see from his reaction just how badly they needed this victory over a team such as Zeta Division, but more importantly, a quarterfinal, which they have sort of had trouble making it through in the past.
But as mentioned, they're not through their gauntlet yet. They had to beat Zeta Division. That was a rematch. Now also Navi. That's going to be semi-final number 2 though. First up, we want to have a look at Reject versus Frenzy Gaming. Both of them have walked through pretty easily, you could say, through their quarterfinals. 3-0 for Reject against Effort Result, and then Frenzy Gaming with a 3-1 against Genji, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I think Reject's probably the safe bet here. They're obviously sitting at the moment. I'm not sure if they'll have leapfrogged Zeta just yet, but they're sitting at the moment in second on the leaderboards in East Asia, so a big team. Incredible stuff from them all year long. So I think you've kind of got to put your money on Reject. Frenzy, obviously going to be some better competition than in their quarterfinals, but Reject's the safe bet.
Frenzy had to face off against Reject already last month, and they didn't win. It was a 3-1 for Reject. We wanted to talk about that with Danjari. Let's hear it.
フレンジーは今ライバルと LCK 争いしてるんですけど、まあフレンジ絶対勝ちたいとは思うんですけど、僕らも世界大会行くためには絶対にここ勝たないといけないんで、ボコボコにします。以上です。
We will crush them. Now that's a statement from Shu right there. On the side of Reject, I think they're feeling pretty confident. A lot of people have been saying they're kind of on the free bracket side, or the free side of this bracket this month. Is that really true though? I feel like their opponents have a lot of hope still for the LCQ, and that is a great motivator, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a free bracket, but it's a freer bracket than the bottom side. I think their opponents are very good. Like Frenzy Gaming, I'd never underestimate them. Great team, and same with their initial opponents in the quarterfinals. But you look at the bottom side of the bracket, and if Reject were down there, they'd be very scared. Like imagine if they had to face Zeta first, then Navi or Reject like that. I'd be a lot more scared of that. But I don't think it's free. But yeah, they should make it to the finals really.
This is also a rematch. Those two teams have faced off against each other before, and Reject has come out on top here already. Yeah, Danjari looking a bit scared here. I hope they still just take it as an even greater motivation to follow in the footsteps of Crazy Raccoon now and do the same thing they did, namely get their revenge today.
I love this graphic, by the way. Yeah, Melty is the Terminator and Danshari is just like looking for cover over here because that is really the sort of matchup that we have here. He said, we will crush them, and we didn't know he was going to say that before we had this finish, just by the way. That is how confident they feel in this matchup. Usually players in this region are quite humble about it, but that is the level of certainty that Reject are coming with.
Shu about Frenzy Gaming says we will crush them. Let's hear what Danjari from the side of Frenzy Gaming has to say to that.
リジェクトは先月とても悔しい思いをしてしまったので、今月は相手のピックの隙を見つけるのではなく、相手のプレイングにもつけ込んでいけるような力をつけてきたので、今月はリベンジします。
His statement is, we will have our revenge. So what's it going to be? A crush from a Reject? Is it going to be another 3-0 like their quarterfinal? Or is it going to be the day of teams getting their revenge like Crazy Raccoon did? Now, again, Crazy Gaming could step into their footsteps and do the same to Reject today. It would be one of the only months we didn't have Zeta Division or Reject or both of them in the finals, Tro.
Yeah, that would be a bit crazy. I really hope Frenzy do get the revenge because it'd make for great TV. It'd be absolute cinema. But yeah, this is how we feel, right? Like, 4 of us going for Reject. I'm not sure about Frenzy's chances. I think they'll put up a better fight. There'll probably be a 3-1, 3-2, something like that. But yeah, I think you've got to go Reject.
I do also want to see what the people at home have predicted at event.brawlstars.com. You can still claim some Pro Pass XP. You only have 4 days left until the new season starts, and with that also a new Pro Pass after 3 months. So make sure to get that XP in right now. And yeah, as mentioned, now I want to see what you predicted. Ready? What do you feel? Are the people gonna sway the same way as we do, or maybe Frenzy Gaming has brought their army of fans?
No, looks like Reject has brought their army of literally 95% of the folks watching and trying to get their Pro Pass XP. 5% of them really gambling on an unlikely outcome of Frenzy Gaming taking this one. I just like what Reject brings to this. The attitude that they have, I think, is quite confident. Some might say overconfident, but I think it is deserved and it's pretty spot on. They probably should crush Frenzy Gaming here. Frenzy, I think they have a tendency to drift towards some of like the cheesier strats, especially when they feel like they're dwarfed in a matchup. But we got to hear from Danshari. I mean, this guy, he believes that they're going to be able to target some of Reject's picks better. I wonder if that's something that Reject had even planned for. They're going to have to rely on intuition for those sort of target bans, in my opinion.
And this is the first draft of the semi-finals, Frenzy Gaming versus Reject. We have a lot of the same bands that we've seen all day, really. Kaze, Draco, and Hank on the side of Frenzy Gaming. Lily, Hank, and Jaeyoung on the side of Reject. Lumi's going to be their first pick here. Again, Trev, we talked about it before. It's just such a good option to freeze the ground. It's a Lu, but even better, I feel, because you have that area control available with every single press of that green button. Ellie is left open here, is going to immediately be picked up by Frenzy Gaming. She didn't have the best of showings today just yet, has been picked up quite a bit, but has never won a single match today.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me that's just purely because she's only getting left open on the maps and modes where she's not going to be the best brawler by far. So it's kind of just people like clutching at straws and hoping that it's going to be, capable on some of the maps that you wouldn't usually be okay on. I think here it'll be fine. It'll be all right, and the body to go with it as well. But yeah, as you mentioned, that Lumi first pick, very, very solid. It's just so versatile. Bringing in a Lu without having to bring in a Lu is a great thing for something like Hot Zone.
Tons of control that you can get out of that. It's just going to be control on a timer, really. Should get some pretty solid damage. You got stuns available as well. So what do you do against Lumi? How you defeat her? Well, Bonnie is going to be pretty competitive at range. She'll also be able to close that gap with her super when she gets it, which she will, and she should do it fairly quickly, especially when she is winning the range matchup. She does need to be cautious around maybe some of these throwers that could keep her out of the zone. If Reject decide to take that route, they've already gone with the Griff, so that's going to be the wall break potential. Can deter a thrower final selection from Frenzy Gaming, but a little bit too early to call until we see this final selection. Really, Reject are just going with as much control as they possibly can. Nothing very aggressive, just trying to shut down anything that Frenzy Gaming might be thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I like this from Reject. It's very basic. It's very just kind of run-of-the-mill. Like, this is just, Hot Zone 101. And it seems that Frenzy are maybe trying something a little bit different, bringing the new brawlers, which might be a bit more of a risk. Bonnie, obviously very good. I'm not going to say anything bad about Bonnie by any means at the moment. The hypercharge is ridiculous. The rework kind of lets you get straight back into that cannon form. Very good as well. Squeak, we've seen it being played out today. I think it was in... Hot Zone at one point as well, and it didn't do too much, to be fair, so I'm intrigued to see if it's going to do any different. But to me, I really like the look of this Reject composition. For their sake, though, I'm hoping that Ali doesn't kind of get carried away and just absolutely decimate them.
I'm certainly hoping that for them, because it would be kind of interesting to see this brawler lose every single time that has been picked today. Reject are coming in with this knowledge that they can leave these brawlers open. It's what we usually see from some of these underdog matchups, is that they will be provided with the best brawlers in the game, but they're literally just traps in the draft. Still gonna see it play out, so let's let the players do the talking with their gameplay. We'll see the early aggression from Tori Desu. He's gonna be taken down during his offensive maneuver, and so far control belongs to Reject, but they got quickly overwhelmed. The damage that Mira is pumping out, that plus the damage gear, is so much control at range. He's picking up kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, this map's getting broken up bit by bit, though, as the Griff starts to make some moves. Melty's going to get that kill on Toradesu as well. Really nice play from him. Now Super is there, and it lands onto Shu. No slow along with it, though, and the Gadget is still lingering on the map, but not in the most convincing of places. The stealth comes through now. He will get the kill. Surely should be traded out, but doesn't actually. The slow's not taking enough effect, and a miss super there from Lumi as well. Really unfortunate for Melty.
Shu in with a super. Big damage on Amira. It's going to get them a little bit of room. And the takedowns on the right side could open the way for Melty to push in here. It's tough, though. He doesn't really have the range to be competitive with both Danshari and Mira. He's just playing to get some of this ice down the field. Here comes the hypercharge out from Battleman. He's looking for Mira on the left side, but he's gone. In fact, he went in with the hyper to try and get a stun. Came up completely empty-handed, and now the 1v1 ensues at mid. Tori Desu has the damage, but Battleman has the CC. Sticks him in a cocoon where he's really a dead man walking. Has some nice dodges, but he'll still fall to Battleman, And another kill onto Mira keeps this sort of under control for Reject, though Frenzy Gaming are holding their own just on the edge of the zone.
I mean, Dan Shari did a great job 1v3 there, but now he's slipping and sliding on these Morning Stars that Melty's placed down with the gadget. A wall break comes through as well, and a hypercharge ready to roll for Shu as well. As soon as he comes in, doesn't even wait, just goes for it. And Toridesu pinned back in spawn. This is going to be Reject leapfrogging them on the lead, and has another super ready for this alley to come in.
Final effort now from Frenzy Gaming. They need to get this Bonnie super online. They have it, but a hypercharge would make it that much better. That would be the main explanation for the restraint that Mira is exercising right now. Another cocoon out from Battleman, and Mira knows it's time to pull the trigger, but he's still too late. Knew that the hypercharge was really going to be the only win condition for them. Held on to the super for so long that the only time he used it was when the game was already over.
Yeah, a bit over-restrained on the... Showing a bit too much restraint, I think, on the super there. He's waiting for hypercharge so long that he doesn't end up using the super at all. So, really unfortunate there for Frenzy Gaming. Definitely not out of it, though, by any means. It was 100-70, and they had good control for quite a lot of it. But they were heavily reliant on their start, and it doesn't seem like they're mirroring that start this time.
Looking at some of the things over here, like Danshari putting down the slow, didn't actually seem to successfully slow anyone. See Reject also dealing fairly well with the alley, but only when the walls are broken open. Shu is seriously feeling the heat from Mira, and it feels like Mira has kind of been putting Frenzy Gaming on his back throughout the beginning of game number 1, and in terms of damage, he is doing the majority of it for the team. But look at this aggression from Toridesu. Walls are broken open as a response, but it doesn't seem like Shu can get these picky banks out quickly enough to get any meaningful control.
Oh, another super was cycled there, and it's a 1v1, I think, between Melty and Danshari now, and it will be Melty claiming the zone. Batterman eventually comes out and backs him up. Now that should be a kill, but doesn't manage to get that second shot round the wall in time. Toridesu flanking left. Shu will break up that wall and open things up a bit more for the Reject side. And as soon as that map got opened up last time, it was non-stop Reject control.
That little bit of remaining walls on the left side is going to really hurt Shu. It's going to mean that he's going to take several more seconds to get that gadget back and then explode it. And even then, he's going to have to get into position. Meanwhile, Melty's getting obliterated by Toridesu on the left side. This is the emergency hypercharge in from Battleman. He's looking for anything that he can get caught up in the squeak slow, and on the right side, stuff someone in a cocoon, but even that cannot get them control over this point. Shu with a last-ditch effort. Hypercharge activated, but even he's going to go down. Now up to 90% for Frenzy Gaming. They're holding their own, and here comes Toridesu once more, dodging the shots from Battleman and putting one on the board for Frenzy.
I mean, that was night and day difference from Frenzy there. Much better from them, and I guess the same goes for Reject as well. Need to up their game in this third one to decide to try and get the set and put them one up and get momentum flowing back their way. But at the moment, Frenzy seem to be in a strong position with arguably the better comp, because they couldn't even get it broken up in that game.
Well, we'll see how they decide to break open the walls this time. We're going to start on the right side, just like last time. Melty really needs this diagonal to fire down, and that could be a pinch on a Toridesu on the left. Still, Mira is able to avenge the death of his teammate. He'll be taken down by Melty, who gets a 2K. Nice shots on a Danshari. But still, Melty is not able to advance onto this point. He needs his whole team to be there for them to have any sort of firm grip on control.
Yeah, ideally needs to get rid of this grassy area on the left and right side so Toridesu can't make these leaps across the map. Batterman will get the kill there as well, and now dashing in does get killed, and that's going to be an open break there for Shu. Gets rid of that grass and some of the walls. And if he can get this kind of forward-facing one, then get that down as well, then Toridesu's not going to be able to leap about as much.
Battleman on the left side has that cocoon, going to put Bonnie in there. This might be an opportunity for Reject to push in, but they are not able to capitalize on the moment. Mira emerges from the cocoon, and Toridesu was the one providing all of that peel to keep Mira alive. Best efforts of Melty on the right side. He tried to get someone in that super, but was unsuccessful. But now Reject have a hypercharge online. They've got Battleman out here to storm the point. Melty is just holding his own in this matchup. Not winning, not losing. That's absolutely fine. They just got to keep Danshari at bay and keep Toridesu moved away. It's looking good for Reject. They've taken the advantage in this matchup, and they've also managed to shut down the super, and for Mira, it's looking good.
Yeah, it's going to be great to have that wall down as well on the front portion. Shu's going to fall, though. That leaves Melty all alone. Has the hypercharge, but going to hold it for retake. Now the super comes through there as well. Dashing through, might be able to get this kill as the cocoon breaks, but Toradesu stealthing on the right-hand side, but shows himself a little bit there. Melty needs to make use of this hypercharge, but might wait for all three to come back. But Shu gets one of his own, decimates two members of the Frenzy game inside, and Toradesu can just stand and watch. He tries to make a move, but gets shut down, and that's going to be the first set going Reject's way.
Why not pop all three hypercharges at the same time? If you're at 85%, then sure, do whatever you want with them. Get a team kill, you know the game's over. That was a flashy display of the surplus that they were operating with, literally thriving in the hypercharging combo.
Frenzy Gaming did manage to hand over a first loss to Reject today, at least in terms of games. Reject had a 3-0, 2-0 in each set in their quarterfinal against Effort Result, but it wasn't enough to take the set in the end. Shu, the star player in that one, certainly with 14 kills, did phenomenally. It was also super important that he was able to open up the map. That one game that Frenzy Gaming took was when Griff didn't really manage to open up the map as much. Shu definitely the key brawler on the map for Reject now.
Yeah, I mean, it's so influential getting those walls down. It really is. It just stops, Toradesu on the alley to be able to make those leaping plays across the walls, over the walls, and forces him to dash instead, which leaves him a bit more susceptible to damage along the way. Really nice stuff from Reject, and as you mentioned, that one game did drop the ball a little bit with the breaks, but the two that they won were great, and I think they'll probably continue to go forwards and carry on winning just like that.
Well, we're going to see another new map that I'm excited for. We're back on dry season. Very open map. You don't really have to break it open. The meta that we've seen here very often, the last time this map has been in the map pool, was Ruffs, which isn't a brawler that is at the top or even the upper half of the meta at the moment, but let's see if he's going to be back in. He was played with that second star power, just buffing your two teammates, making them very tanky. So by the end, when the smoke comes in, they're just unkillable, basically. Let's see if that's still a strategy now. As mentioned, this has been one of the most variety featuring metas we had in the recent times. So many new ideas got introduced, so maybe some old ideas also get recycled ready.
I wouldn't mind Colonel Ruffs, maybe if we were playing like Hard Rock Mine or something. If anyone's gonna run a Ruffs here, it's gonna be Frenzy Gaming. Look, maybe it's just my impression of them, but I swear I've seen them run an inordinate amount of cheese in their matchups where they feel dwarfed by their opponent. It's a way to get a free hypercharge. Well, okay, of course, Colonel Ruffs has to work for it, but the person picking up the treat doesn't have to work for it. That can be used to enable something like a Draco, which is naturally banned out here by Reject.
Bonnie and Charlie is still the most picked brawlers today here in East Asia, and they're left open, both of them actually. Ali Jean and Lumi banned by Frenzy Gaming. Kazu is going to be the first pick by Reject here. A very aggressive brawler. I don't know how often I mentioned it today, Trev, that, tanks as first pick or assassins, quite a risky thing to do, but it seems to be the way to go today, or this meta in general.
Yeah, I mean, risky, I think, is kind of the name of the game with East Asia drafts, to be honest with you. I don't know if they'll see this kind of across other regions or not, but tanks are very good in the meta, don't get me wrong, but still very much a risk to take it early on, as you mentioned. So we'll see if that carries on across other regions or if it's just the East Asian drafts pulling through. Hank's going to be brought in then for Frenzy Gaming. Another tank nice and early on for the opposing side, but they do have a follow-up pick here as well, so we'll see what they do choose to go with that ready.
Something to enable the Hank would be quite nice. They're playing into this Kaze, who's going to be getting that blue star for free, so they know that they're going to have to play aggression after that blue star goes the way of Reject. Or they could opt to get that blue star first. That was rival strategy. They played a Mortis as the final selection, and that was how they managed to get it. Charlie is going to shut up some of that aggression from Kaze as well. Should be pretty solid into it. If they can get that blue star back, if they can get the lead after Reject take it initially. So a lot of the success of this hinges on them getting a kill while Reject is on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Charlie pick a lot. It just covers so many bases. Like, it's fine mid-range. You'll be able to spawn in spiders if they take single projectile brawlers. Be able to deal with the aggression with your cocoon. Like, it's just very good, very versatile. We see Reject bringing in the Brock, which is actually the second time we've seen this, or maybe the third actually, in the East Asia region this monthly final. So it's something they rely on quite heavily when it comes to sharpshooters. Going to be able to break up the wall, expose the Hank a bit, at least on their side of the map probably. And just an all-round decent sharpshooter that they seem to lean on quite a lot. Bell, it's more of the same. It's just a versatile sharpshooter.
So Reject want to play defense. That's really what I'm observing here. They get that blue star. They have some aggression that they can use to punish, but really they would prefer to keep things at long range. So they'll use Brock to break open walls so that Hank can't hide behind him, and they'll even further punish that Hank by playing the Bell into it, mark up the Hank, get bonus damage. I'm not really seeing any good matchups for Hank, maybe except for the Kaze, which he should be able to be okay into. Max is how Frenzy Gaming will react to this sharpshooter strategy from Reject. And I think this is the right move. When your opponent picks a couple of sharpshooters, then your instinct should be, okay, let's get up in their faces. Belle can do okay, but she doesn't really have any CC or anything. She just does damage. And Brock is really terrible unless he's playing at max range. So I think this was the right approach from Frenzy Gaming, but it's going to be quite mechanically demanding for them to break out of that long-range matchup and get into the mid-range.
Well, dashing forward is Batterman, getting that first star nice and easily. As you mentioned, they needed stuff to enable the Hank, and that is exactly what a Max will do. Good kill there as well, pinching in. The bounties are coming through, though. Good taps from both of them. Oh, so close to bringing him down, but just unable. Batterman just flying on the map, and out of nowhere, a Bell shot will get the kill.
Melty lined that up perfectly just as Hank was rounding the corner. He managed to clip that Sushi on the right side. Well, here comes the aggression in from Frenzy Gaming. They're down one member, and they're facing three. Not a good matchup at all. They're all slowed down as well. That gave them some free damage at the hands of Reject. Frenzy Gaming did manage to hang on in the midst of all of that denial. And check this out, Hank has been marked up by Bell. That is pretty much the worst thing that he could be done, but that is Bell's job as a response to the Hank.
Yeah, it's not ideal for Toradesu, really. So he might be better off going down and just coming back fresh, but then he'll probably just get marked again. Batterman goes in, gets killed, and honestly, that's a good trade for them. Another super being used by Melty, and he'll go down as well, and that's an even better trade. Gets it, but a good trade once more from Shu. It's just back and forward between these two teams. Dash in, and no phase shift can tank that. Batterman gets a really nice pick there, make it 14-8, and when we thought Frenzy were coming back, Reject say no.
Frenzy Gaming have some comeback potential here. They can use this hypercharged super from Max. They're going to do it. They're going to give Charlie a hypercharged super as well. That's 2 mines procced by Mira on the left side. Actually quite good. It means that they can push in more aggressively if they need to. Danshari on the back foot. He's forced back by Battleman. And Toridesu pops the Hyper Hank super, but makes no impact with those torpedoes. But he has gotten a kill with a good old-fashioned bubble on the right side. Shu on the back lines. He's been brought down to his final few HP. And Toridesu's trying to get in range. But he's being denied by Battleman. It all befalls Mira. There's one, but can he get close to Shu? Doesn't look like it. Danshari can't get over there either. And that's a firm lead for Reject to get game number 1.
I mean, Batterman just legged it. He was like, even if they get him, they're not getting me. So that's it's going to be a win in their books. Really nice there from Reject. Managed it well. Started strong. Started to fall off a little bit. But then as soon as it got to 8-8, it was 2 seconds later, it was 14-8. And they just re-established that lead pretty much instantly. Maybe a slight overstep from Frenzy Gaming in that kind of mid-portion of the game. But kind of needed to happen. They wanted to make the moves, but couldn't get the killing blows, unfortunately. And Reject now 1 away from being 2 sets up.
Frenzy Gaming are trying to replicate that early success that they had in game number 1, where they were able to get a kill and bring the blue star back. Hardly going to be as successful. Despite some good dodges from Mira, he's still going to get marked up and taken down. He stepped inside the incendiary from Brock. That's how Reject got that kill. Really tight matchup, just microplay differences between these two teams where it seems like anytime Frenzy Gaming finally make a good play or they get a kill, get ahead by a little bit, Reject snatch things back instantly. Batterman
has the hypercharge in hand, just waiting for a super of his own to go aggressive. Toradesu will be able to defend him well, though, with a super that he has already got. Nice. Oh, the hypercharge comes out from both of them. Melty starts to follow the Max, but the dash away will keep him alive. But the same won't be said for Danshari, who does fall. Batterman, super and hypercharge now readily available, and a 7-star lead for Reject is a lot to go through in 50 seconds for Frenzy.
Reject are looking monstrous at the moment. No area for Frenzy Gaming to hammer down on any weakness. Toridesu really looks the most homeless here because the only place that he can really take up residence behind is this Indestructible, and he may opt to do that. But first he's going to go for this Hypercharge. Battleman in with the punish after Melty marked up Hank. That's awesome for Reject. 25 seconds to go and still not a single star for Frenzy Gaming. They may have brought Shu down to 95 HP, but they could not finish the job. Now 15 seconds to go. Frenzy Gaming are addicted to pain as they keep on walking at all these shots, but do they have any other choice? Now down to 5. A few supers available for Frenzy to try and push in. Toridesu gonna trip that slowing it on the left side. Dan Shari can't confirm the kill. It's up to 18-5 to finish things off in set 2 for Reject.
I mean, they needed all 3 and ended up getting none, so that's a bit unfortunate there for Frenzy Gaming, but Rejects hold on tight again and managed to take another set. Big plays from them. Can't say we didn't really expect this level of dominance from them against Frenzy Gaming, considering where they placed in the leaderboard, how their quarterfinal went. Overall, just all the gameplay was really, really solid from these guys, so it's something they're going to have to take into account in the next one. Frenzy need to change the draft, change the way they play, because this isn't working.
Reject is taking huge steps towards the grand final again. So far, a 3-0 in the quarterfinal, a 3-0 so far, shaping up to be a pretty quick match again. And with Zeta Division out of the competition, maybe they can finally clutch the grand final as well. They have been making it to the finals twice, and both times Zeta Division have denied them that win. Actually, 3 times. In February, it was Crazy Raccoon winning it against Reject. They're the eternal second of this region, and with one of the biggest competitors out of the way, today could be their day ready.
This is looking fantastic for Reject. They really are playing their own Brawl Stars. And Frenzy Gaming has been relegated to playing Reject's game, or at least trying to play reactively, responsively to Reject, but they are not really able to keep up. You see the Max as a response to the Bell and the Brock as well. And yeah, he got some aggression out there, had some good dodges. Mechanically, I think there were some really good moments, but the Hank, despite their best efforts to enable it, was too shut down. It was not really the best early pick for them to go for, especially into a Kaze where the aggression, it just wasn't possible.
Frenzy Gaming has given us a phenomenal game against Genji Esports in the quarterfinals. Both of those teams showing up with one of their best performances ever in the monthly qualifiers, Genji especially, and they did beat them. Now, I was hoping for them to at least take a set. Let's see if it's going to be Crystal Arcade. It's their last chance to take a set off of Reject. Otherwise, they are unbeaten in sets so far today. We're heading into the draft now. Crystal Arcade is another map we haven't seen in the map pool this year yet. How do you like the map, Trev? What do you think? Which brawlers are we going to see? Except Lily.
Yeah, guys, we're going to see Lily. I can 100% guarantee you right now, we're going to see Lily.
That's such a Trev
don't ask me how I know. I just know. All right. But I used to love this map. I'm not sure about it now. I'm not sure how it's going to play out. I watched a little bit of the Nations League the other day. Saw Team UK get absolutely decimated, bear in mind, on this map. So it wasn't the most pleasing watch. But honestly, they were bringing in Brawl, they were bringing in Shade, which honestly kind of works with what we're seeing here. I think Lily was played as well. So I like how aggressive it is. Obviously, down the lane, you're either going to be breaking it or you're going to be playing something aggressive, short range. Charlie coming in as well was another one of those brawlers that was just played through the mid. But I feel like it's a very versatile map depending on how you want to play it yourself. Like, you can break, you can play the tanks, and you just go control if not.
Crystal Arcade's a curious map, because when we get to look at the geography, you'll notice that these left and right lanes, they're so far estranged from each other, really far away from the objective at the middle of the map, and I think it makes the mid-brawler's job pretty hard to make any meaningful contributions on the lanes, which are also enshrouded in these bushes that can guard any enemy that wins the lane on the initial matchup, and they can set up shop there for the entire game. And Ali is going to be one of those brawlers that absolutely excels in those bushes. She gets a jumping attack, she's still going to keep that crazy damage, and then we can reserve the discussion of her kit for later because she is just busted right now. But Reject are going to take the approach of, it would seem, breaking the bushes, which seems to be actually pretty antithetical to what the Lily is here to do, so I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they do choose to go down the mid. Let's just drop a triple tank, guys. Let's just run it down and hope for the best.
Go for it.
Play a tank through the mid. Honestly, I wouldn't mind it too much. We've seen Crazy Raccoon try run that strat of just turning it around in the last second, and that worked once, so why not? Gus comes through though. Not a bad thing to pair with the tanks, right? A little shield along with the Frank or Lily's definitely going to go a long way in these kind of interactions that they're going to be faced off with. So, Frenzy Gaming, considering they've got the Charlie already, if they just pick another tank counter, I don't think they'll be doing too bad against this composition. They're going to go with the Bull, and as I mentioned, it was decent. I think it really did work, and should be fine against, you know, the Frank and the Lily on the lanes. So
This is an interesting one. You mentioned Bull and you mentioned Lily, and it just gave me, it reminded me of a match that I watched. In fact, it was a qualifying match where Gen G took down Zeta Division, and they played a Lily into a Bull, and the Lily just absolutely wiped the floor with Bull. You would think that an Assassin would lose to a tank like that, but the range just does not work out for Bull. So my hope for Frenzy Gaming is that they also watch that match and they're aware of that interaction, because I don't think Zeta Division was.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have been either, to be fair. Batterman just running straight down the mid, trying to catch Mira off guard, and does successfully do just that. Toradesu having a nice time here against Melty, just jumping over every single one of his shots, might be able to get the kill, and eventually does, but Batterman's there to get the refrag. Dan Shara just playing through the mid and feeding a lot of shots onto Shu, but Batterman's going to miss his super, which could have been better used literally anywhere else.
Yeah, anywhere where it's going to impact an enemy would have been useful there against Toradesu. Could have been a kill confirmed for him. On the left side, we'll see Melty breaking down this wall. But here comes the invis out of Toradesu. Shu's going to have to keep himself safe by popping the super. And it's enough to shrug Toradesu. Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me. How often do you see someone walk right into the Spooky Boy and get hit by the Kooky Popper? Here comes Battle Man to target the Gem Carrier, and it's flawless execution of the Lily. This is exactly how it should be played. Just textbook.
Yeah, one more gem needed to start this count. Mira pops that hypercharge to prevent it. Does do a good job of just that. Now that Frank coming in, the Bull coming in, but instantly just decimated by Melty, doing a real good job on him there. Still one gem needed. I'm sure they'd like to and allow Frank to go aggressive. But they've still got to survive first. Toradesu going very nicely in on Batterman there, and the gem eventually spawns, but still got this super, and that is dangerous. Shu popping a hypercharge and going in, but Frank not going to last long.
She might be wishing that he popped it a little bit later. He's got that super to shove Toradesu away, but he's solo. In fact, he's at risk of being taken down. There's the mutually assured destruction. Melty's going to let these gems topple to the ground. On the enemy side, Battleman has made away with just a couple of gems, and he also has his hypercharge and super. It's looking great. He can totally upset Mira, and in a 1v1 matchup, no shot! Just on the edge of the range, and it all falls apart! What a catastrophic error from Reject! And they've just handed this one on a silver plate to Frenzy!
I mean, they were like 9-0 up in gems, and now they're probably going to lose it. Super available from Melty, tries to use it, but it doesn't matter anyway, because he's holding 13 in the back of the map. Reject going to have to start again. Frenzy didn't look bad at all, though. They managed it well. They knew that they only needed one more gem, and they were going to come for it eventually, or over-aggress. In the end, Frenzy didn't get that gem, and they just fell apart bit by bit.
Dude, I'm falling apart over here. That was a disaster class finale. Thankfully, Frenzy were able to take full advantage of it and end it off quite cleanly. But Reject, it was such a scattered defense there towards the end. Shu taking on that matchup versus Ali solo was not the math at all. And a missed Lily hypercharge, it's only kind of excusable because it was just on the edge of the range. He nearly took Mira to the Shadow Realm. But I digress. It's a new game and it's a new opportunity. But Frenzy Gaming are not wasting this opportunity. They are not letting it slip. They've gotten a team wipe to boot.
And Batterman misses another super. It's not ideal for Reject. This really needs to try and get these supers hitting, and because I'm pretty sure that's going to be what's required to turn this game around. Toradesu doing so much, just decimating the Frank, and what can he do on that lane? Really nothing at all. We'll see if Batterman can change this with just one super. Has the hypercharge now as well. Toradesu going in, gets the kill, and it's just a lane won by him over and over on the alley.
It's smart from Toridesu. He's running the healing gadget. It means that he's going to have better sustain in these tanky matchups. Here comes Melty, but I should say here comes Danshari. He looked for the two-piece, and he managed to get just one. He's going to finish off yet another in the close-range matchup versus Battleman if things close in. Battleman has this super. Gotta use it intelligently. Looking for the gym carry that would be at the ideal matchup, and Danshari's trying to create a buffer zone.
Ooh.
Things are looking good for Battleman to bring this back. Makes the impact with the hypercharge. He's just got to make it away with all of these gems. He has some assistance from Shu, and at last, the cooldown ends for Vanish, but Danshari was tracking his movements perfectly, and Frenzy Gaming have taken it back.
Melty's still here, but I don't know what he can do, really. Almost got that last killing blow. Su comes in from Batman again, but he's just getting decimated by these guys. Gets the kill, but Mira will get the refrag. 6 seconds, and stealth is there for Frenzy Gaming. Just going to walk it back. They're going to take this set, bring it to 2-1, and honestly look good whilst doing it.
That was some colossal brain Brawl IQ right there. Or it was luck. Hey, look, I'll leave it up to the eye of the beholder to make that judgment call. Because the way that Lily was tracked in the Shadow Realm, leading to her eventual demise, was just excellent. And it took everything from Reject to try and keep her alive. There was a Gus super. She got Vanish active. She popped a Hyper and a super to get all those gems, but it wasn't enough to beat Frenzy Gaming.
One last rebellion here from Frenzy Gaming, and this time around they did not only win a game, they take this set. The first set loss for Reject today. Ali, for the first time, also working out today. She was picked up 3 times and has lost every single set so far, Trev. Not this time around though, she's the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even close. Like, if Ali didn't get MVP there, I'd be having some words with the game. Because that was ridiculous. Like, over and over and over, just getting kill after kill after kill. No matter who came on the lane, killed. Like, going after the gem carrier, gets the kill. It was brilliant. I mean, Danshari played it very well also. Mira had the moments as well, but yeah, I think Ali is... We're going to need to take a look at that brawler.
I think that just really goes to show that some brawlers are more map dependent than others. Some are just good on every single map and mode, like the Lumi that we see banned out still months later, 2 or 3 balance changes down, and she's still everywhere. And then we have Ali that is such a strong brawler, but she needs a map with a lot of bushes, a lot of water just to make that jump. To put that jump to good use in the end, because that's what makes her so strong. She's not hittable in the air. She's like a Miko when she has bushes and water with a bit more damage and some more other utility that helps her win those matchups really.
I want to talk Miko. This might be the place to pull him out.
Exactly.
It's much tougher. It's much tougher with RT in the mix now. So if you see an RT ban, just know that they're trying to run Miko. I think a lot of people have tried to replicate the success of Toxic Lotus, but it's been yet unsuccessful. No RT, so unless someone doesn't know the method, I think we're safe from Miko.
What a nice and smooth transition here already. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Lily, Bonnie, Carl are going to be banned out from Frenzy Gaming. Ali, Lumi, and Kaze. So the 3 brawlers that we've mentioned so often today, all banned out by Reject. That also means that Frenzy Gaming has the first pick here. You can see that at the bans, but also at that number ticking down. And first pick for Frenzy. Let's see if it's actually going to be such a outlier like the Miko picked up at the Brawl Cup and copied tons of times, but it never really worked out for anyone other than Toxic Lotus. Amber is going to be the first pick here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Amber's fine. You're going to be able to break up the bush, get some decent damage on safe if you get close to it. Just good control all around. You can't really complain too much about it. I feel like there's maybe going to be better, but like Amber's fine in my eyes. It's just one of those things. It's just like you can't complain. You're not going to be like, oh my god, Amber's been picked. I absolutely love it. But like, it's just there, isn't it? It's capable. We'll see what Reject come back with though. They've got 2 picks next. They're going to go with a Chuck, which is okay. That's when you're like, okay, I really like that because it's a very solid brawler on a few of the heist maps, or the majority of the heist maps, but there's still chance to counter it later down the line, and it is counterable now.
Yeah, my thought with this Amber first selection is, okay, well, they don't want to face a Charlie, which means that they don't want Reject to pick Charlie and Chuck as their 2-3, but it will not deter Reject. They're still going to go for this Chuck, but they may deter from the Charlie. Angelo making an appearance here. Just such an excellent thing to pair up with that Chuck. look, you feel free to disagree with me and, you know, anyone in chat. I feel like Angela's actually quite effective into Chuck because he's going to get a lot of free damage, and of any brawler, he is the most effective at cleaning up a Chuck that has made it to your base. So I think this was probably the right thing for Reject to go with. It also outranges the Amber. She's not going to be able to do anything against this Angelo. In fact, she's probably going to be praying for a good matchup, and I don't think Reject are really going to give them one.
Yeah, well, Draco's going to come in then. We know and love this brawler, as he's just been kind of banned for the most part, but picked for a fair amount too. Whenever he's not banned, he's picked, and the Hypercharge has really thrown him even further into the meta. Not that he wasn't already one of the top brawlers, but now you've got to be very scared of that guy getting Hypercharge. And it's similar with Amber, you know, that burn down damage that those guys are going to be able to provide if they're on the safer ones is just a danger to Reject at the same time, but hopefully manageable for Reject's sake. They're kind of just going back and forward to the safe and getting damage that way, rather than just having kind of like seemingly, you know, it's doable in one push with this Frenzy Gaming composition. That is crazy DPS that they can put on the safe, but with the shields being added, it makes it a bit harder to do that, and B rounds out the Reject roster.
I'm seeing the strat from Frenzy Gaming right now. Pick up the Amber so that they cannot pick it up as a counter. Reject are leading with the B. I think that's a fine matchup in the bushes. You're looking at a couple of snipers from Reject, so while they will be outranging Frenzy Gaming and while they won't be facing any spawnables, it is possible for them to get run down. In close range, they're going to struggle a little bit. I'm concerned a little bit about the effectiveness of the B slow, since this mid matchup with the bushes is going to be offering speed gear speed to both of these tanks that are trying to run it down, or, you know, more of an assassin in regards to Melody, but I digress. Frenzy Gaming, they've got a base race sort of strategy here with the Melody. It's how they plan on dealing with this Chuck. They've already lost one of their number, but they've gotten Dan Shari to the enemy side, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to have to survive here, though, getting pinched down, and Batman just actually decides, nah, you know what, I'm not pinching that. Deal with him yourself. Slow is there as well, though. He's getting some good damage on safe, and Melody should be able to crack that shield, and does. Mira trying to add to it as well. 14 HP and will be taken down. Frenzy just go, okay, we'll play again. We crack the shield, we'll go back once more, and that's just what they're going to be doing. I'm sure they'll just go in, crack the shield, die, and try and do it again, whereas Reject really trying to make use of this Chuck.
Look at the sort of lack of acknowledgement of Melty as well by Frenzy Gaming. They might have to acknowledge him now because he's an opportunity to get some free super and some free hypercharge for literally every member of Frenzy Gaming. It's what they plan to do, use him as a super and hypercharge battery. And Toridesu spots an opening. He's trying to get a kill on Battleman, and really it just seems to be a big distraction. It was a chance to get damage on the safe that was quite squandered. They're behind by 2 shields, and they're still giving that Reject safe everything they've got. This is basically an unwinnable matchup. It's only a few seconds before Chuck gets yet another super and wins the game for Reject. They decided to just send it at the Reject safe knowing that they were behind. They're at a match point right now. This is an outdraft for Reject through and through.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Reject, it really is. They're in a position to just close this one out right now. Little 3-1 overall in scorelines. They had a bit of pushback, but you expect them to be able to do it right here. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, because Frenzy Gaming's composition it's not bad by any means. They're just having real issues with cracking that shield when Melty can just do it so easily.
Aggression from Dan Shari seems to be manifesting much differently this time because he was able to actually get damage on the safe. Mira also cracking through the first shield of the game. Frenzy Gaming have done a pretty solid job of defending their own, but mind you, that last post has finally gone down for Melty, which means the real damage is about to start pouring in. Shield bound to come out in just a moment here as Frenzy Gaming safe is down to 77%. And now that Toridesu was almost able to punch through and get some serious damage onto Reject safe. Frenzy Gaming are looking for some semblance of control at mid, and it's not looking too successful, with Battleman and Shoot just spamming all the projectiles so they can see where he is, utilizing their vision gears.
Well, Toridesu trying to make the move, but it's actually the Chuck who makes one, trying to crack the second shield now and getting close to doing so, almost. Just one more shot from Batman will do it, and I'm sure he'll want Melty will definitely want him to do that so he doesn't have to kind of go back and wait again. There you go, shield's cracked, and now Melty can go once more and get some more damage. But here comes the hypercharge of Toridesu trying to make something happen on the other side, but that's running out quite quickly, and Shu might be able to get the kill, and Melty's ready to roll once more.
See a lot of moments where Toridesu's trying to get a kill as Melody, but he's being shut down by the close range slow and the damage that Shu has to offer. He might just have to hang it up at this point, not go for these kills and instead go all out for safe damage. Reject, they have no shields left to go through. In fact, they're going to be throwing a final few arrows into this. Melty with the last bit of damage with the smoke from the train engine. That's a set, and they've done it.
I mean, that's huge for Reject getting into the grand finals now. Honestly, you know, we kind of came into this monthly final expecting them to be there. Don't get me wrong; they had the easier side of the bracket, not easy by any means. Frenzy, you know, F result, both extremely capable teams, but just couldn't match up to that Reject night. And this should be them catapulting themselves into first place, really.
This is awesome for Reject. This is sort of the expected outcome as well. You know, maybe a discussion, is this free? Well, I'll tell you this, it's certainly cleared of the other top contenders here in the East Asia region, and Reject has still done the same old thing. Top teams in their side of the bracket or not, they've made it to the grand finals.
Many have expected to have Zeta Division punch their ticket to World Finals already today. They dropped out in the quarterfinals, but who can still do it is Reject. If they win it all today, they can be the first to lock in their spot at World Finals. And yeah, we've talked about it a lot. The bridesmaid, but never the bride. The eternal second, the nearly there squad, but always missed the mark. And now they're in the finals once again. They could be, the winners of the July monthly finals and would, with that, win their very first monthly finals this season. First up, though, we're going to have to figure out who's their opponent, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be between Navi and Crazy Raccoon in this lower bracket semi-final, so a big game once more. Obviously, we saw Crazy Raccoon already cracking their biggest opponents of Zeta Division 3-2. Navi beat Rival 3-2. Two incredibly close games in quarterfinals 3 and 4, so I expect this to be no different.
We could have a little rematch from the very first monthly final of the season with Crazy Raccoon and Reject in the finals. Navi punched their ticket to the finals only once so far. It would be a huge moment for them as well. So both of them very deserving. Who is it gonna take in the end? We're gonna find out soon after a quick break. Reject makes their way into the grand finals. We don't have opponents for them just yet. We need them now. It's Navi versus Crazy Raccoon. But first, Ark, welcome back to the show. I'm sure you watched that match. It was another fairly quick match. Frenzy Gaming did quite well, though.
I was surprised by the performance. A bit surprised they didn't pick Charlie into the chuck. That would have been probably the ideal brawler to have on defense as that final pick. But nonetheless, I think that they definitely exceeded my expectations in that match.
And for every viewer at home, you were able to vote once again who was the key to Reject success. It's going to be Melty. Of course, who else is it going to be than the bridesmaid himself, Freddy?
I don't even think Melty would have to do anything in any of those games to get MVP because he just has so much aura when he's on cams. Just has this excellent look about him, a very manicured appearance that is worthy of an MVP, if nothing else.
Back with his old hair color as well. This month seems to be the month for Reject. As mentioned before, they never really got to the point where they actually can win a monthly final. Like today could be the day if Navi or Crazy Raccoon doesn't put them to the real test and do claim the win in the end. It's our semi-final number 2, Navi versus Crazy Raccoon. Arc.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one, honestly. Navi, of course, made that one grand final, but lost it in a sweep to Zeta Division in April. Crazy Raccoon. They won the monthly final in February, but then it all kind of turned into a bit of doom and gloom. Certainly for Navi, this is quite a tough matchup, one that I'm sure that they were preparing for, no doubt about it. Obviously, the 3-1 scoreline back in June versus Crazy Raccoon will definitely be lingering in their minds, no doubt. They need to go back to that mindset. They've been performing really well today, and the drafts have been looking solid as well. But this is a matchup that is going to be a real testament to them today. They've got to get this one right.
Looking forward to seeing how Navi perform now that they've broken out of that quarterfinals matchup, that repeat match against rival, and their opponents, a Crazy Raccoon that really needs to win a grand final.
Navi on the one side only needs a top 2 slot to lock in LCQ. Crazy Raccoon on the other side, standing on that 4 slot at the moment, not where we expected them to be at the beginning of the season, but they can technically still lock into World Finals by winning today and also winning in August. It's a long shot, but it is doable. Yeah, hard task. Let's see if they can win against Navi first before they have to face up against Reject once again, Nork.
Hey, I know it's a long way, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I am here for that script. Imagine that. Can you just comprehend the idea of Crazy Raccoon winning this month and then next month as well, and just like flipping the season on its head? They started so strong. They were the favorites coming into the season. They dwindled down. This is the time to make up for lost time.
They've already faced in the June monthly finals. It is a rematch, this one. And back then, Navi did win. So let's see if Crazy Raccoon can not only get their revenge against Zeta, they did do that today, but also against Navi ready.
This is one of those matches where we can say, yes, it may have been a 3-1, but it may as well have been a 5-set series because every single set went to game 3. That is a battle of equal drafts, of pretty equal mechanics as well, and I expect to see nothing less in just a few moments.
They both had a little bit more of a tough run than our previous semi-finalists through their quarterfinals. It was a 3-2 in both of them, both already with 5 sets on the back now. Ark, you feel like they still have some breath left for this semi-final?
Well, I hope for our sake that they have. No doubt about it. These are so evenly matched teams coming together at such an evenly matched time today. Arguably Navi have had like a little bit more of a rest, but that doesn't really count for anything at all. They've been put through the motions today, and that's one thing that you can say, because sometimes a team has a very straightforward quarterfinals match and they haven't really been tested, comes to the semis and they're not quite warmed up enough. Well, these two teams have been through the motions. They've gone the distance here today. Ready? Woo!
That's right.
I'm here for it. Come on, talk to me, mate.
I think if you're Navi, you are aware that you've beaten rival literally every single time that you've faced within the last several weeks on this patch. And if you're Crazy Raccoon, you've prepped for one single match. You probably haven't even scrimmed the other maps. You've only prepared for your quarterfinal against literally the best team in the region. I think the preparation is going to be the difference.
I look at my scrim data that I love to look at every time. I just try to talk stats as much as possible, and Navi did lose more often to Crazy Raccoon than they won, but it's a very tight match, and we all know that scrims aren't everything. Anyways, we're heading on to triple for our first match here, and the people at home have also voted for Crazy Raccoon, but we had some more overwhelming votes today, let's be honest here, Ark.
Absolutely, and they're the fan favorites. Coming from that last match, the excitement that I felt, hence I crying off the back of winning. These are all things that as a community we come together and we love. These are the stories that make Brawl esports, and I want to see Crazy Raccoon continue this on. It might be me, sort of polling and voting with my heart on this one, but I would love to see it happen, and I believe that it could happen. My brain kind of says Navi with ready here, but it could genuinely be one that goes either way, and I hope a 5th and final set on this one for sure.
So much is on the line today for Crazy Raccoon. A loss at any stage would effectively kill their hopes for a direct World Final slot. They need to win today and also in August, and I feel like that's motivation enough to win this one. But as you mentioned, Reddy, maybe they just made it a point to win against Zeta Division today and have prepped less for the semis. What we're gonna see now, their draft has been phenomenal in their quarterfinal. If they can repeat it here as well.
I'm not your bog standard villain.
Well, here comes the draft. Crazy Raccoon, they lead with the Willow selection here on Triple Dribble. It must have been just that high priority of a brawler for them, but starting off with a thrower selection is a risky way to go. Navi can always respond to it with a thrower selection of their own. They can opt to target it very heavily if they want to. But the traditional way of targeting a thrower is to, go something high mobility, some kind of assassin that gets up in their face. And with Willow, if she has a super, then, buddy, you're about to start attacking your own teammates. So tread with caution.
I think for Navi here as well, they're quite fortunate in their sort of drafts to sort of consider a lot of these brutal brawlers, and yeah, Hank the first one. Barry wouldn't be a bad shout for a throw combo to have with that particular brawler. The Willow is present, and the dive of Willow's the strong gadget, so it does deter a lot of brawlers, but nonetheless I think that Navi can sort of again in this region just kind of run it all down realistically here for me. Charlie, I think, would be the time to pair this one for me. Take it out of the hands of Crazy Raccoon as one of the strongest counters to the Hank, just to deplete everything of which it brings in terms of threat really that time. And yeah, Barry. Okay, one of those two I don't necessarily mind. It does pose a little bit of a threat now for Crazy Raccoon, as they can then pick that one up and then cause a bit of a problem with this Hank. But certainly sort of the draft's taking a good turn so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing on both sides.
I think the lack of a Barley, thanks to Crazy Raccoon's bans, it does make it a little bit tougher for them to deal with this Barry selection alongside the Hank. They're going to need some serious DPS out here. Now, they do have the Willow, which does get a hilarious amount of DPS for a thrower, so they have got that up their sleeves. They're going to be going with the B to try and slow things down, and a Kenji immediately after. This was a pretty quick one as well. Looks like they're quite confident in it. So Kenji's going to be trying to get some aggression onto this Barry. Onto the Hank, I'm still kind of curious as to how they plan on doing this, because it's not like they're breaking open walls for the B. They're just going to be looking to fight along the straightaway, and I think it'll be difficult for them to find that angle.
We potentially Chester here to counteract the Kenji. I mean, the Kenji was kind of smart to comply with the Willow. Jae-Young, don't mind that at all here for Navi. A very, very highly picked brawler in this region. The most picked brawler actually in scrims for the teams competing in this monthly final. So definitely a solid pair of hands to have additional speed and heals. Combining that with the Berry, there's a great amount of heals there for Navi. But I do like the B. It's taken a bit of a backseat recently, but coming forwards for Crazy Raccoon here and the Kenji. What's not to love about that brawler, So certainly the hypercharge has been tuned down slightly, but I still feel it's very strong and could even be tuned down a slight bit more, but it has dropped off. Hence the reason why I think it's in a pretty decent spot now. We've seen a definite drop in the play rates for it, but it's still very, very dangerous to have. The Willow would be very much that brawler to be able to defend for CR as well, to have that mind control, and the hypercharge of course keeps you invulnerable when you've been able to activate that too. So some great defensive measures, some great tank counters for CR, but already it's Navi that are making the aggressive plays, laying the pathway of Ice Cream there from Kuru to allow Ryohi to get into position. But nice snatch there from Tensai, and it slows it down.
Tensai's aggressing Kuru, looking for the kill, but Kuru comes back online. Perfect timing on him receiving that super. Felt a little bit of pain at the hands of Ryohi, who was mind-controlled, and really that's the deterrent for Crazy Raccoon here. You get close to Milkryo, and you're going to start killing your own teammates. But Ryohi is just impassable right here. At some point, I think Tensai's going to have to hang it up, because he is not able to win this matchup.
I think they're just maybe just going down intentionally to be able to allow the respawns to be able to favor CR. He comes back in just the nick of time as well for the ball. Oh no, as I'm saying, Ryu just gets a foot to it. Oh, disaster for Crazy Raccoon. I can understand what they were going for, but it was just not quite enough.
Oh goodness. They were not able to deal with Hank getting all up in their faces and the expert passing mechanics from Navi. Here come out a few kills to start off our new team fight. Kuru in with a hypercharge, looking for the kill on Tensai, and shut down with a sashimi slash. I don't know what he was going for there. A bit overconfident on that hypercharge super in, and he's ended up giving Tensai his hypercharge super. That's really a countdown to chaos. He's going to go for it, looks for the double kill, ends up taking down Kuru. He's pretty estranged from Ryohi, ends up being taken down by a 4K bubble. Here's a speed from Achape, trying to get Ryohi into a proper position, and it looks to be good so far. Note that there are 40 seconds left on the clock. Navi seem to be impossible to move from this mid position as long as Kuru is alive.
Nice slash there again from Tensai. Ryohi there popping out the torpedo just to be able to have that additional heal. Down goes there. Remember Crazy Raccoon, which is going to allow Navi to be able to defend this even better. And time is not on the side of CR here. Nice hypercharge connection, but not going to find too much there from Moya actually. Going to be coming around with the Rattled Hive now as we approach 15 seconds on the clock. It's going to be go here for CR. There's a hypercharge for Milkreer that might be the playmaker here. Let's see what happens. The Chappie's so low here, but depending upon these berry heals, he's in the corner and dives down. It's not going to be enough time. Surely as Navi are all over this Tensai, making one final ditched attempt for the ball, and he's too low HP now to be able to do anything about it. So a good, solid start here for Navi.
Great stuff. They got that initial goal. We got to see the mechanics on display. We also saw what their comp has to offer. It's survival. It's healing. It is the presence and control that you get as a result of staying in one position with the Hank bubble, waiting for anyone to get close to it, and the berry keeping everyone alive and healthy. Notice also how much they're prioritizing staying behind these walls. Makes it really difficult for Moya to make any kind of difference, especially when their biggest playmakers are just avoiding that left side like it's the plague. Got to see the same wins for Ryohei in the matchup versus Kenji as last time, but actually we've seen Tensai take the win in that matchup to begin.
Good patience there from CR to have that dive to hand by Milkreer. Pushing the ball forwards now, getting an amplified shot from Moy, but it actually hits the wall there. He's got a second one to hand as that star power will allow it. But Chappie falls to the Rattled Hive. That's good for CR, but again, they're struggling to get this ball forwards. This Willow is the playmaker, really. They're not able to find much of a mind control connection to be able to ensure the goal. Let's see if they can get some takedowns here with the Kenji going in, giving some good aggression here. But again, it's not availed. Navi is still staying so solid and firm with the help of these berry heals and the Hank. They just can't break this defense.
Ooh, Kuru with a gadget to keep Ryohei away. Now looks for the kill on Milkreo. He's going to be dead as soon as he emerges. Ryohei also pops his hypercharge to get into position. The takedown onto Moya is a good start, but note that Tensai has his hypercharge and super. He's going to go for the kill on Kuru, looks for it, ends up getting it, and tries to get one onto Ryohei as well. Ryohei also has this super, and there's a torpedo to shut down Tensai. It's going to be kind of a while before Tensai can get another hypercharge super. Likely pretty close to overtime if he's able to make it that far as a team, because we've got a minute left. Navi, they're holding on with their healing, but they've actually stayed on defense for the most part, and they're staring down the barrel of 2 hypercharges from Crazy Raccoon.
Here it comes, but this is going to count. Milkreer is too low, goes down immediately. That's disastrous here for CR. They're making a bit of a scrap for the ball there. Moya gets a nice takedown. The hypercharge connection was strong, but again, it's that same old story. Ryohei staying standing with the help there of the Jaeyoung and the Berry. He is the rock that is firmly in place here for Navi. Crazy Raccoon, despite not conceding a goal here, is still in with a good shot, but it's just so hard to break the defense.
Here comes Tensai, looking for something on Ryohei, who used a super already, but this could be an opportunity. Achapi has the speed. Kuru looks for the position, had the hypercharge, but decided not to use it. That's restraint right there, because he knew he was dead at the hands of the bee. Achapi is going to be speeding back to base, just trying to stay alive, but a single Willow attack is going to stagger his respawn and leave Kuru and Ryohei without that crucial speed that they need to survive a bee in overtime, where it's going to be cranked up to 11.
That's a nice hypercharge there from Kuru. The mind control comes in as well, but didn't choose to go for the ball. Went for the aggression there at Tensai. Getting some lovely connections here as well. Double hypercharge. Can he secure some kills here though? There's another super, but it's not to much avail. And now CR are flowering somewhat. They've got Navi on the ropes, but they're not able to get the ball secured. Again, the hills continue to mount in for Navi, and it's another substantial defense. Mind control yet again, but the objective needs to be played out here. They've got to find a way to get this ball in. And now it looks like they're making a break for it on the side of Navi to the right-hand side, and this could be even potentially going in if these hills continue to be on the back of Ryohei. He's got the ball potentially here. Gets it all over mind control just the nick of time for CR. That's huge.
Here comes Achapi looking for it. A little slut through between the legs of Willow. Can't do anything to stop that. That's the set headed over to Navi. What a scrappy finish. And my goodness, I want someone to go back and tally up all the hypercharges and supers that were cycled there in overtime. We saw Kenji cycle, what, 3 supers in a row off of 1 hypercharge? B getting 2 in a row? I think they deserve some records for that.
A little bit scrappy. It wasn't dominant in the end, but it was a 2-0. So Navi takes this first set, coming out of the gate swinging, and denies everyone that has voted for Crazy Raccoon in this semi-final number 2. Ryohei with the most kills here. Hank just so good on triple dribble. It's usually a map where I feel like throwers strive the most because of all of those walls, but brawlers like Shade, Hank, those that can shoot through the walls, they do just as well or even better arc.
I just was so impressed by Navi's perseverance in the defense. There was just nothing CR could do, nothing at all. I mean, that one opportunity where they're almost able to pierce through it, where Tensai had to absolutely pop off. Like I said, 3 consecutive supers, and even that wasn't enough to open up the doors to a potential goal. The Jaeyoung Berry combo and Ryohei again, that rock as we've seen Navi today, really utilize him on those tanks by giving him the support. That's what I love about Navi. It's such a team-based, teamwork-based team in that regard, and Ryohei with the support is such a hard person to deal with.
Once again, Crazy Raccoon wants revenge in the June monthly finals. It didn't go their way. Navi says no to that though, so far at least. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can repeat what they already did against Zeta Division. Zeta has also taken the set number 1, and Crazy Raccoon turned things around after that ready.
This is going to be a real interesting one to watch. You have the synergistic comps of Navi that they've undoubtedly prepared going into this one versus debatably prepared comps from Crazy Raccoon, which they're drafting, I think, mostly on intuition. Things just worked way better together. From Navi, you saw a better story told by their composition there. They managed to play as a team. Just don't give them any kind of berry comp, especially here on Ring of Fire, where it's still going to be very viable, and you can try your best to shut them down with B, but given what they were able to muster on Triple Dribble, I have my doubts about its effectiveness.
And Berry is left open here. Draft has started. Navi has the first pick, and are going to go with Hank first pick yet again, just like in that map number 1. Let's see what Crazy Raccoon has to answer here. Ark already has mentioned it before. Maybe they've just been prepared a little better for that quarterfinal because that match was so important to them.
Maybe so, possibly so, yeah, for sure. I feel like heals are important. I think they're both sides looking for Pam, actually, which is a brawler which we haven't really kind of seen massively so, but one that they both love playing here. So I think that Crazy Raccoon might try and snap it up now. To be completely honest, a lot of the brawlers that they were looking for are banned out. They're banning as well. Okay, Chester coming through, nice. I'm glad to see it finally. I was kind of questioning it somewhat. Bo, the mid, okay. I mean, I'm coming around to Bo. I've always liked the brawler. It wasn't on my horizons for Crazy Raccoon, but I actually kind of like it now, dare I say it. Navi could potentially bring in a lot of heavy counters now to their Hank also, if they wanted to have maybe like a beef the mid or something along those lines to just take away off the hands of Crazy Raccoon. But no Pam just yet, which is a surprise. But certainly the assassins are going to be treated with heavy consideration on a map like Ring of Fire.
I say Cook with Pam. I don't think pick it here for Crazy Raccoon. They've already got a mid, but I do love the Pam matchup into Hank. It's funny watching the bubble shrink when you hit him with Scrap Sucker. So Navi, they know that they cannot run a berry here. Why? Because when you stand in one area, Bo is going to punish you heavily for it. But they're not finished with this Hank just yet. They're not going to abandon ship. They can't leave him hung out to dry, so they're just going to heal him with a Byron instead. I absolutely support this decision. They're still looking to play a synergistic team comp because is it all they know, or is it just what they're good at? Hey, you decide as a viewer. But the final thing to finish things off is going to be the Ally, who has so many different possibilities in terms of terrain that she can work with. She has the water adjacent to the point that she can use. She can get into those bushes where she's going to be a huge nuisance with her ability to jump. And I'm curious to see how she'll interact with the Chester, who loves to be in close range against enemy brawlers, but might have trouble syncing things up with the jumps from Ally.
Fang is not on my bingo card. I mean, it really is not. Navi have got 2 out of 3 brawlers that are in their top 3 highest win rate brawlers in scrims. That's the concern for me here. The Ally was the only one there not on that list really, which they were just not really scrimming because again they know it's so strong that they can just pick it at any point in time if it's not banned. And on this map it's great, you can get behind enemy lines, you can utilize the invisibility and just be super sneaky and have that additional mobility to get behind those covering lines with the water there as well. You're able to get so much of an advantage. I really quite like what Navi have done, and I want to see what this Fang does for Crazy Raccoon because it is a little bit of an outlier for me.
I can see the math maybe getting up close to the Byron, maybe stunning an Ally in close range, but Ryohei's already picked up 2 kills. He won his lane on the left and came over to help out Kuru with his. But this is where Tensai is really going to find his stride. Oh my goodness, a team wiped for the guy. He's being served up these supers hot and ready by Navi, and now he owns their bushes. But Navi are still going to do their best to push through. They have a lot of HP to work with, and Tensai knows that he doesn't stand a chance unless he gets a super. He's only good in specific matchups, primarily against Kuru, who's really the enabler. He's the lifeline for Navi, so he is the #1 target.
That's what I needed to see, though, from Tensai, because the Fang is a direct response to that alley. But now, look at Ryohei cook. Oh my god, that was just disgusting. Tensai comes back in, though, at just the right time and gets on the zone and more objective power again. And there's that matchup win that he is going to have over the alley. So if he continues like this and popping off this way, I'm loving the Fang pick. Still a bit on the fence, but I'm seeing it plays so perfectly. And that's what you need to have. If you're going to pick Fang, you've got to be able to back it up.
Here comes the Choppy, trying to challenge this Fang, catches him mid-flight, and also starts tripping some of these hypercharged mines. Ryohei picks up a kill, Kuru dispels the threat on the home front. But they're only 8% away from losing, and this just doesn't look possible. A single hypercharged super from Milkryo would shut it all down. He's gotten quite a bit of damage onto a Choppy, who's receiving the healing from Kuru and only barely staying alive by a thread. Ryohei, also the thread on the left side, is going to have to pop this super. It's time to move. Now up to 95. He's got to get kills, shut down by both Milkryo and Moya on the point. That's one game for Crazy Raccoon here in set 2.
Yeah, fantastic from CR. I mean, they played that so well. Again, you know, an alley is a huge threat. It's just that stage of the draft where it allows CR to have that kind of response, but then making it count most importantly. I think that for me, Navi need to really focus the attention of Kuru and a Chappy onto Tensai, take that away from Ryohei, and just as best they can allow him to do what he does best onto the bow, onto the Chester, providing Chester hasn't got something in the back pocket, of course, to be able to stun. But so far, Navi got a good start, but as quickly as that now with 3 versus 2, and shortly to be potentially a 3 versus 1 if they were able to find the alley, which they didn't. It's quite neck and neck now, both fighting out for the zone, but already Moya's got mines on that zone. That's good utility earned in the early stages of this match.
Ryohei's coming for a recon mission, dispel the threat of Milkryo in their own bushes. The mobility that he has on alley is really unmatched by anyone from Crazy Raccoon, unless you count Tensai, who's dashing all over the place, but he misses this one on Ryohei. He tried to use it for a kill confirm, and he's not going to be getting that super back for free. He went flying and missed completely. Going to take him a few shots to get this back. Note that Crazy Raccoon primarily found their success in the last game off of Tensai getting team wipes with his super and his mechanics, and also with Navi having no real response to this Fang since it was a last selection.
Some of these hills from Kuru not quite landing for me, and it's causing a bit of a problem to keep a Chappy in the mix, but there's Ryohei going again to town and clearing up things. Look at that, 90% for Navi, and they just got to stay firm in the zone with the help of the Byron and the Hank for a couple more seconds longer. Hypercharge from Chester, but it's all too little too late, and Navi will equal out this set.
I'm going to point out the difference. What happened in game number 1 that didn't happen in game number 2? Oh, I don't know. Tensai didn't team wipe 4 times.
Yeah.
So that's really the biggest difference. I feel like Tensai sort of carried that first game on his back, and this time was denied that ability. I think in a huge way by Ryohei, who dodged his super 2 times in a row. Once sort of towards Crazy Raccoon's bushes, another time towards those sections of water on the right side. The early interaction is going to favor Crazy Raccoon. Ryohei going all over the place, but he's estranged from his team. And this mid control is initially going to go over to Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, good evasive technique from Ryohei, but he does need to try to get some value, or at least get everyone low enough for that. There's a lovely tap there from Kuru, and it will seal the demise of Moya. Mine's going to be popped with no problems at all from the side of Navi, and these are the moments where Kuru sort of keep these hills coming for a Chappy, and there's a rare sight to see as Tensai does fall, as Navi now starting to work much better here as a unit, and getting into dangerous territory, honestly, because, you know, considering they've already got the first set, this one all tied up for now, but if they can just continue this on, then it could be Crazy Raccoon going down 2 sets if they're not careful here. And this is low HP for Navi. These hills from Kuru have got to come in and splash there as well. Ooh, just keeping things alive because Tensai was about to come in with a disgusting amount of damage. But now it's just Kuru, and these are the moments that CR can really catch up with.
They're laying down that pressure. Moya also has the hypercharge ready, but he doesn't have the super just yet. He knows he's got to be close, just needs to get one more little shot, but he can't seem to hit any of these arrows, and that hypercharge was totally wasted. excellent dodges out from both Achapi and Ryohi to deny the bow super. He should be getting it pretty soon though, especially with Achapi staying in close range, but he still can't seem to hit any of these arrows. Even Tensai's feeling some of the pressure, but Tensai finally does have a super at the same time as his hypercharge. That could be the comeback potential for Crazy Raccoon, but it's such a slim margin, 6% between them and losing a second set in a row.
I'm loving these enraged takedowns from Ryohi, but again, the CR are catching up. He's on the zone now, but he goes down so swiftly, and that's the problem here. As CR can be able to defend this, it's going to be Tensai versus Kuru, and Kuru gets it and saves it for Navi in just the nick of time. Navi get the set. It's 2-0. That was the open door for CR, and they blew it.
Far less comfortable position for Navi, but they still finish the job, even if it is a buzzer beater. They identified the issue, and they solved it. Note how differently Ali positioned herself whenever she saw that Tensai had a super after the trauma of game number 1.
Yeah, you did point it out in game 1. Tensai just team wipes 4 times with that. Crazy Raccoon take that game. After that, honestly, I was just astonished. Ryohi playing such a smart Ali, placing himself all the time on the water, in the grass, jumping in and out of it, evading Tensai effectively, knocking him a super to do too much anymore. Still, 11 kills on the Fang, 17 on Ellie. Those two have really made or break the game for their team this round, Dark.
Absolutely wild. I mean, I'm still a big fan of the kind of the drafting concept behind it in the favor of CR there. I don't think it was a bad one. I just had reservations for it because it just depended so much on what Tensai was able to do. And as we pointed out, Tensai went crazy in that first game, but then the heels of Kuru behind it just were able just to remain the Hank, gaining that objective power. Ali is such a problem currently. You can just see how slimy she really is, and there's very little answers for it.
And she's slowly climbing in win rates this month. So far, only losses. Now in the semifinals, all of a sudden, that has turned around completely. She's won both of their matches, both that she's been picked up here. Yeah, super cool to see. Also, Corinne that Byron clutches that game number 3. It was a photo finish in the end. It could have been anyone's game. But if we look at the result, it's a 2-0 for Navi ready.
This is very, very true. My goodness. I had my faith in Navi for this one. Set number 2 wasn't really, in my cards. I wasn't really expecting it to, be a Navi victory after seeing the domination of Crazy Raccoon in game number 1, and especially how close it came towards the end. But you know what? I'll take it because I'm outspoken in this prediction, and it feels good to be right and outspoken. But I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, because while I may have a personal victory on the horizon, we're still 1 set away from Navi taking this. They have to get 1 more. It could be here, it could be in set 4, it could be in set 5. They'd much rather get it done earlier than later.
New Horizons, this is only the 2nd time we're seeing this map again, played once again by Navi. They did face up against rival Esports on this map before. Also today, faced up against them with a Draco, Jaeyoung, and Buster. A phenomenal comp, worked out perfectly. Crazy Raccoon actually leaving all 3 of those brawlers open, but they decide to switch up the strat a little and go with Ollie here as first pick arc.
Yeah, I'm looking as well at Jaeyoung. I'm also looking at things like Bonnie and Gray Kaze coming in now as well. Buster's a great shout too. There's the Bonnie as well. Yeah, I think that there's some good options still available here. I like the bans for sure, though, on both sides of the field. It's a tough map to get right. I think the alley bans are must here as well. Potentially Angelo, depending on how things shape up to be, but the Ollie's still very much a threat here for Navi. They combine some heals behind it as well. It's quite the threat. Things like Draco on this map can even work, and I think Draco, Ollie, and a potential hill could do wonders. I mean, Carl could be an option here as well. Yeah, I mean, it's scary. It's actually very, very scary here because CR will struggle against this if they get this on point with a heal behind it too. Oof, it's going to take a lot when the 2 sets down too.
Big risk. Crazy Raccoon have the Bonnie on their side. It means late game potential for them. I believe we saw something quite similar from rival Esports earlier, except instead of a Kaze being the first one to go in, they actually had an Alley doing that job. But same map here on New Horizons. They just had the Bonnie sort of be like the 2 that follows the 1-2 punch sort of combination. Noting the Navi composition so far as well, they have this Gene, should be a pretty good combination with really anyone that wants to stay close to him. Could be the Draco, gonna get a free pull. And I think that's going to be a major hazard for Moya in particular, since he doesn't really have a great way of avoiding a pull. Unless he decides to expend his super, it's going to be a little more slippery on Ikaze. Lu is now the reaction into the Draco, and that is really only into the Draco, unless they're, overly concerned about an Ollie, who I don't think will dare to get in close range unless he knows he has a Hypnosis immediately proccing once he gets close to that Lu.
Some good stun potential on this comp from CR, but I mean, the Draco's is just such a great pick, especially on like a knockout map as well, because I mean, the exposed star power, is able to mark up enemies, giving them that sort of 35% additional damage. And in knockout, you're not always going back and forth. A lot of the time, you're waiting out. So if that gene pool comes in and then the enemies are exposed and marked up in that regard, they're going to be swiftly taken care of here by Navi. So I think CR have got to go aggressive in the early game and do their best to get that body hypercharge as quickly as Moya possibly can. Certainly with no wall break, a very tough thing to do, as you can already see Navi just getting hunkered down behind these walls, and they're the one with the gene pool. They're the one that can try to choose to decide what they break, if they can try to bring the enemy down towards and through those walls. So they can just buy down the clock here. I think CR are going to have a tough time earning that utility.
Not really being given many opportunities. Moya's trying to use this single obstacle at mid, and he's able to fire around it pretty reliably. It's going to be quite difficult for Kuru to get any value out of it. Just a stalemate ensuing here at mid. Meanwhile, on the right side, Ryohi's playing yet a similarly delicate matchup. In fact, really, everyone is. No one wants to give anyone even the slightest edge. So how's this one going to play out as the poison closes in? We'll find out in just a few seconds as everyone's being forced to scrap here at mid. Ryohi in, looking for that Hypnotize onto Milk Ryo. No one could see it, but at least he could. Now in with the Hypercharge. Moya looks for the stun, and Achapi is going to get this heal and the kill. What a photo finish right there. It may be a round win, but that was close.
Yeah, super close, honestly. Whew. Let's see what Tensai can cook with his Hypercharge on this right-hand side. But I agree. I think Navi can just sit back and wait the aggression out. They've got the Hypnosis of Ryohi there as well. They've now got a gene pool, most importantly. So, again, looking for brawlers that are slow and sluggish, like the body with no super. I mean, that's a prime target. I mean, anyone on that top left or right-hand side, really, for me. Tensai's got to be a bit of a playmaker here, try to alleviate the situation somewhat. That hypercharge in assassination mode, you can get a nice mark on your enemies, and if they're then to the point of being eventually being able to pop that exposed, and they can do it instantaneously with that hypercharge. So they've got to whistle down first before he can even attempt to do just that. So definitely a tough thing to do. Again, both sides are seeking out. I'm not sure really what Moy is trying to shoot for. Like, I think he's just saying, yeah, we get it, you're behind a wall. Like, try and peek out. Now Tensei makes the dash, and now she gets Ryohi down to very low HP. The Hypnosis, though, comes through for Navi, and it makes it a 3 versus 2.
Ryohi could help out with this pull that Kuru needs to go for. Moya looks for the kill, but Achapi hangs on. The last stand is good. Just a use of a gadget to stay alive. Navi move on to a match point. They are looking excellent over here. And it doesn't really seem like there's that much Crazy Raccoon can do. The most they can do is get Kaze to dash in and then have Bonnie follow up with the Hypercharge, but there's some pretty specific conditions. Bonnie's going to have to get that Hypercharge, and also I feel like that's the only way that they can even win a round. So how are you going to do that within a single round, get a Hypercharge for Bonnie? Moya is going to find a lot of the responsibility of winning this set falling on his shoulders, and that's a ton of pressure.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a blunder really for me on the draft side of things for CR, because like, you're going into this with no wall break. They have got to take down now the Ollie, which was a bit of a playmaker. Ryohi again today has been playing phenomenally on these tanks, so definitely a gift being handed here to Crazy Raccoon. But then now they need to really start to try to farm their way to get some utility, because like you say, getting Moya to have the Hypercharge is just going to be impossible with the way that Navi are playing this, and that's only due to Crazy Raccoon not having a wall break. If they'd done that, they might have had a better odds here, but I mean, the gas will be coming in. Now Moya's got a super. That's at least something. Let's see what they can farm now, as I think Navi will probably choose to go to the gas when it comes down, or maybe try and make a stand, get some utility of their own. But they are feeding quite substantially here, giving Tensai there a hypercharge. He's going to pop the last stand there as well, goes down eventually. That may not have been the play here from Navi. They sort of fought it out, and they gave over a lot of utility when they could have just kind of agreed to just go to the gas and just, GG go next.
Navi, they just didn't survive till the end of the round like they needed to. That is their win condition. Here comes the hypercharge out from Tensai. Early pickup, and Moya didn't even have to move a muscle. Tensai is going to try and solo this one. It's down to a 2v3, and things are not looking favorable at all for Navi at the moment. Their win condition is very specific. They're going to go for a Choppy in with the super. Moya out with the hypercharge, taken down. A Choppy needs another super. Milkrio didn't line up the shot. What a disaster! Tensai taken down, and it's just one round for Navi to take this match.
And that's a choke. That's a choke. I mean, CR had that in such a great spot and just threw it a little bit. There was some nice time jumps along the way from both the Ollie and the Bonnie, but I mean, that needed to be around. It really did. And now Navi are one round away from making the grand finals, from dampening this torch, this spirit light that we've got for Crazy Raccoon from today. But it's been looking so bleak. We need to see much more from them if they're going to be able to take this to a fifth and final set. A mispull from Kuru might be the gift of which CR need, as that's wasted on the side of Navi.
Milkrio still is hanging on to this super. He can use that to dispel a charge in from Navi, and he's going to need it now more than ever, because Choppy has that dreaded hypercharge super that has been so characteristic of Draco in this meta. Crazy Raccoon also looking for a possible opening with Tensai. They managed to snap up a couple of kills with it earlier, but it still wasn't enough to shrug off the value that Choppy is able to offer. Here comes the 1-2 in. Kuru with the lamp blowout. That's one. A Choppy from the left side. Hypercharge pop. Tensai looking for any move, but you cannot stop this invincible force that is Draco in the modern meta. A final pull from Kuru, and Navi win the match. They're going on to the grand finals.
Not only a win, but what a substantial win for Navi. An absolute stomp for Navi. Unreal. I really hoped that CR might have been able to do it to win this month and next month and then lock in a world spot, but now that prospect is gone. What a way. I mean, Navi deserved it. They earned it. Their drafts were just impeccable.
After they struggled a little bit in the quarterfinals, and now they've made it in a 3-0 fashion through the semis. Congrats to Navi. I'm actually less surprised about the fact that Navi has won this match, other than the fact that Reddy actually owns some adult-sized sunglasses. That's
buddy.
amazing.
I thought we left that in 2024. Let me have my moment. I was right. You all were wrong. All of you in the audience were wrong. I think only like 5% of you agreed with me. Oh my goodness. It feels so great to be right. Choppy, thank you for this moment. My ego really needed this.
Those glasses look really good.
Yeah,
really
super strong statement there, Reddy. And everyone's allowed to have their time, their moment. Like we're all here for it. But last season it was quite embarrassing when you had those tiny sunglasses and you thought you're all cool. So at least we've upgraded from that.
I mean, Spoo's in the same boat there. Yeah. You both are just the tiny sunglasses people.
My partner in crime.
Phenomenal. Exactly. You look amazing. We're looking at the bracket here. We only have one more match left. All of a sudden, the day has flew by with that 3-0 in the semi-final number 2. That also didn't help. And Navi and Reject are gonna show us who's boss in East Asia this month. Ready?
This is killer. What a final. It's rare that we see a final where Zeta Vision is absent. I mean, gosh, it's been several months since we've seen that, hasn't it? But this is the comeuppance of Navi. This is Reject, taking down both of their opponents so confidently, only dropping one set along the way. I'm here for it. This is an exciting East Asian monthly finals, and double points online. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I wouldn't either. I am hoping for a little bit of a closer match in our grand final. It's a showdown for the history. Reject could finally win their very first monthly final. Would be the same story also for Navi. They've only made it once and lost to Zeta Division 3-0 in the end. So for both of them, it would be a great moment in time in this season. Now with double points, even more important. So you don't want to miss it. Make sure to tune in again. We give you, let's say, 1 minute to get something to drink, to lock in your predictions, and also vote for the MVP. Welcome back to the July monthly finals. We're still in East Asia for one more match at least. We arrived at the grand finals. We're back with Trev. And you've just witnessed Navi walking into the grand finals. Trev, who was your MVP?
Definitely not ready, that's for sure. I don't know why he's getting so excited about getting one prediction right. It's not like he's not still on the same as me and Sonny. Like, why is he putting sunglasses on? What's that about? But Achapi is the MVP of that match. Navi, yeah, it was an incredible showing from them. I honestly expected it to be close, but go the other way. And it went convincingly Navi's way, so completely blew my mind. Can't have expected that, and neither did many people, apparently.
I think Reddy was right with that. They have prepared for the semi-finals more so than for the quarters, whereas Crazy Raccoon just made it their goal to beat Zeta Division. And they did. Zeta shockingly dropped out of the quarterfinals. That's not something we expected, yet still we have prepared a graphic for it, so props to the production here. The 4 peats that they could have had this month was denied, Orc.
Yeah, absolutely so. We kind of had a little bit of a feeling just based upon the qualifying stages where they were pushed down to the lower bracket by Gen G of all teams. Something didn't seem right from those qualifying stages through till today, but I think we still had reservations on CR. In that regard, could they go all the way? And they did. I also want to throw a bit of shade and glaze. Seeing look in the chat, we're seeing Wiggly giving some glaze tools already, saying that he's so good for his predictions, and well done. Big shout out to Spoo though. He's done a phenomenal job this month with all the storylines in the background, but it's just one prediction I trust this.
But cut the glaze, cut the
Which,
glaze.
by the way, I'm going to expose it for in a minute.
We'll stop glazing.
We also only have the best 2 casters on the mic here right now for the grand finals. Keep going with the glaze, I say. But yeah, talking about grand finals, it's Reject versus Navi. Both of those teams have stood in the monthly finals before. Both didn't win one yet, so for both of them, this is a huge story. For Reject, even more so, as if they do win this monthly final, they have clutched their way into World Finals already, locked in their spot, and would be doing so before Zeta Division.
It would be, for me, one of the biggest stories of this region for a team like Reject, who have just been constantly battling it out in grand finals, except for April. I think it's the time. It just feels right for me that Reject can get this done here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. It really is. Like, Reject, they're going to want to kind of get this going and get this World Finals locked down and secured. But Navi, they need to get these points, because then next month they're going to be a contender to do that exact same thing. So it's so influential for both of these teams. Both of them wanted to get points on the board, but they're both going to be so pleased they've made it to the Grand Finals in the first place.
They faced off against each other already in June. Reject won that 3-0, so of course we wanted to hear from them yet again what they think of their opponents.
ナビは今年マンスリー決勝で2回当たって1対1なんで、絶対ここ勝って勝ち越したいと思います。優勝します。
Nice words from Shui here. Let's see if Reject can take it or if it's their opponents. Did a great run through the semi-finals. It's Navi beating Crazy Raccoon 3-0. A great run, and they bring that momentum into the finals now. That's for sure, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be such a tight game, honestly. Like, Navi, if you look at the performances through today, who they've beaten, they are more than, like, if you just looked at today, you'd be like, all right, Navi are going to win it 100%. There's no way they can't, because they've just beaten rival Crazy Raccoon, who just beat Zeta, and now they're into the finals against Reject, whereas Reject have kind of beaten 2 not lesser teams, but less skilled or mechanically skilled than the teams in the lower bracket. So just off today, I'd expect Navi to win. But I'm looking at the past 5 months, and Reject have been the team to beat, or one of them.
Both those teams are fighting for that World Final slot. Zeta Division sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now. Reject second, Navi third, and they're not that many points apart. So whoever wins this one, is confirming that they're the better team in this one and that do deserve that second spot in the end. Reject is going to be the vote for all of us, so Reddy has swayed, even though he just did that whole performance with his sunglasses. That's crazy.
I mean, just I mean, you had so much faith already. Put on your sunglasses, but now, I mean, what I will say though in regards to that is that Reject for me could well be the team to beat in this region now. I mean, I think Zeta are still #1, but I mean, look what happened to them this month. I think that's a very close poll, but regardless, I think Rejects are just looking so good. A bit of a reservation in the matchup with Frenzy. I think, like Trav says, I think that Navi should, for all intents and purposes here today, be the team to win this one. But I think that Reject have been craving this grand finals win all season long. It feels right to be able to go all the way today.
Yeah, indeed it does. I mean, like, I think that Navi deserve the win more, but I sadly think Reject are going to get it. That's my view on things, at least. Double swoosh, though, is where we go first into Gem Grab for our grand finals set 1. Band should be in shortly. And yeah, I'm sure this is going to be an absolutely incredible game. I'm really hoping it goes all the way to set number 5 because we've been cut short. We've been, it was a very anticlimactic semi-final number 2, so I feel like we deserve something here, Sonny.
And I think any grand final do deserve to be going all the way to set number 5. We want to see some more of Reject versus Navi here. The bands are in shortly. We did see double swoosh before today, only once. We saw Ems and Terra be picked up, 2 of the brawlers that didn't really see a lot of love in the recent balance updates and also not in the current meta in general. Ember is going to be banned out, one of the best brawlers on the right-hand side lane, since you can burn away those bushes and make your opponents visible. Ellie banned out as well. We saw just how strong she is on bushy maps as this one. And in fact, we do get Terra again as first pick even arc.
Yeah, but Kaze's not banned here. I mean, it's a Reject pick, and I like that into the Tara as an idea. It's definitely a solid brawler, don't get me wrong. I think it's going to have less of an impact now that Janet is banned, though, by Navi, as well as we saw already today with Zeta playing that very comp. It was so suppressive. I think, you know, Charlie being available here is definitely a cause for concern. Lily's a good ban there by Navi, so like that Buster coming through as well. Yeah, it's a really great pick there from Reject side of things. I think that, you know, there's still brawlers like Sandy, which could have a place here. It's been a little bit in the pushed back a little bit as well. Finks as well. I think Finks has definitely been pushed back slightly. He was very much a first pick worthy brawler around the time of Brawl Cup, and it's just that other brawlers have got hypercharge now coming into the mix, and big flashier playing brawlers that can get swift takedowns that are starting to steal the limelight somewhat. Grey here as well could be another really good kind of consideration. Even brawlers like Bo wouldn't be opposed necessarily to it, and it's going to be Charlie coming through, so I quite like that for Reject for sure. Some good stuff so far.
Yeah, I like what Reject have brought to the table here. Obviously, the Buster unable to be pulled by the Tara when using that shield. So that's kind of the #1 reason why you bring it in. Charlie, you bring it in because it's just so good right now. And especially, I think, in this region, they just love this brawler. Not that it's not going to be played in the other regions by any means, but very good here. Reject with 2 great shouts. I'm very surprised to see Tara as a first pick. I won't lie, as much as I love her. It's a surprising first pick for me. They're going to go with Jae Young, bit of support to go along with it, and kind of open themselves up for the possibility of, you know, quite a few different things for that 3rd and final.
Jae Young, always going to be a great brawler to have. Let's see what they want to round off this with. I want to point out as well the fact that Navi have got, I think it's a Chemical X from South America as their new coach. And like looking at today, I just want to like draw attention to that because I'm so impressed with what Navi have been doing, and having that support, as we know, is so crucial to have, and could well be responsible for some of these drafts as well. It is with the Kaze taking that out of the hands of Reject. That's like Reject's #2 brawler, most played in their scrims on this map. So I mean, that's a really quite a statement here for Navi as well, playing this or reading this like a book, honestly. For Reject now, definitely, yeah, and it's gonna be Sandy. I'm pleased to see Sandy coming in here. But I'm still concerned also because the Kaze, despite being standout, can still close the gap so quickly, and I feel like her super's quite good at just forcing the flow of action also. I feel like Navi have got a very good draft here, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I like both of the drafts, to be fair. I don't really see many issues with either. Like, I do feel like Sandy can just take the Tara, clean up the pets, get a good amount of supers, and then Buster, just stick that on the Kaze, and, you know, she's not going to have as easy as a time on that brawler. So, I like both sides. I think both can do really good. It's just going to depend heavily on which lane gets put on which lane, which brawler gets put where. And we're seeing the Sandy on the Kaze early on, so Buster through the mid, actually, and Charlie down the lane.
Or Vision being ran on the Tara side, a Sharpie, which I don't mind. Nice slow-mo replay gadget there from Shoot. Does help secure the takedown of Ryohei on that left-hand side. And as we know, Ryohei's been playing such a phenomenal game today. I think that's quite a key takedown and some good territory in the hands there of Reject, as Melty can now push forwards from this left-hand side to start to close the gap. But here's my concern, the Kaze, exactly that. And the Sandy goes down as swiftly as that.
Yeah, well, Shu trying to make a move now, but can't quite get there. Shappy and Batman pretty much just waiting on the right-hand lane, not making any moves either side, trying not to feed too much. Kuru gonna have 4, and the same for Shu as well. And Shu did just get one off the opposing side. Kuru gets pulled in, dangerous game, but he's gonna get traded out. Melty might have wanted to use Super here to be able to give Batman a bit of a route out. Oh, he kills him when he's dashing. Beautiful from Batman. Keeps him in a real tough spot, stops himself from dying, and a Sandy Super to save him.
I don't know what was cooler, the cocoon at just the right time or the fact that Batman did not pin it. I mean, that's exactly the moment that I would just give a sad emote for sure. But now, Navi closing the gap, but not enough time, and Batman knows it and just pops a cheeky gadget into the cocoon as well for good measure. A lovely steal at just the right time for Reject, and they get the first game on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that was lovely from Reject there. The cocoon was just brilliant. Like, I was expecting the Sandy to have dropped Super just to give him a bit of an assist on the way out and make sure that he could get back with those 10 gems, but he didn't need it. He was so confident on his own. It was really brilliant gameplay from Batman there. It's surprising not to see him being played mid, in my opinion, but it's kind of how they're going, and it's very much working.
I still like this Navi draft. It's definitely still got a lot of possibilities to make some plays, especially with this Kaze. And you know, that left-hand side, Melty's got to stay attuned to the whereabouts of it. 4 in the pocket then for Navi, as Kuru's been spending some good time in the mid. Chappy still keeping this right-hand side lane locked down for Navi as well. And that's the 5th gem going in. Shu couldn't quite get the connection there either. Looking to get a cheeky slow-mo replay gadget to draw in those gems and get swift takedowns to steal them away. But so far, Navi are playing it slow and cautious, and I think that's wise under the circumstances.
Yeah, Kuru trying to make something happen now. Melty's going to be able to grab a Super and keep them all low. Really nice play from him. Shu slides in there. Might be able to get the pull back onto Kuru here. Dangerous game staying in. He goes right, though. Really surprising to see him not go for the gem carry there and play for the overall control instead, but it seems to have worked, and now they've just got to work on not losing this control.
He closing in on Shu and gets the takedown. The gems are dropped. Melty and Batman have got to come in here and get these gems back into good hands. There is the final shot. But in the meanwhile, Kuru's able to pick up 3 from the mid now as well. He's got Super to hand, and that might be quite crucial now. All is the Weekend Warrior gadget as well. Pops going in now, but Shu's got the hypercharge, able to deflate that entirely now. 5 gems to Reject, and now a good hold on this mid. But Chappy got to utilize this gravity and connect it well. Batman's right there. They get a takedown as well. Ryohi coming in now, and Navia all over this. They've got the gems. Ryohi gets even more. They are split, but now Kuru gets the 10th, and that's key, because it means that Ryohi can go on the aggressive.
I mean, a little bit of spin back in spawn there. Not sure how they can get past all this utility coming in from Navi. And they're surely going to get this one done. Hypercharge Super will seal the deal for this game, bringing it to 1-1. And this one decides the first set. I mean, it was good play from both sides. There was a few hiccups here and there where I thought different things should be done. But yeah, Navi played it very well and had a much, much better start than in the first game.
Such a tense opening set here. Both sides playing a different kind of game. It's Navi that are playing the more kind of reserved approach, just looking down the lanes, getting the early gems. It's RC and Reject that are, for me, the team that are looking to get that steal of the back of these Charlie moments and buster plays. Now making a more aggressive play into the mid, which I quite like. Mixing up their play style is not ever a bad thing, but it's Melty who's kind of being deprived a lot of these sandstorms, and we're not really seeing too much value on that side of things for him. So hopefully he can try to close the gap and try to get a little stun here and there to help close that gap, get that utility down for his team to make them even more dangerous. But now Reject with 3 gems to 3 of Navi, and again, you cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah, great positioning from Shu here as well on the right-hand side, just holding it down. Gets a connection onto both of them there as well. Shield being thrown up, and Ryohei now will come and aggress. Should be killed though, as they're both in there ready to take him down. Charpe should be the next target. Uses the super there just in case Charpe uses one of his own. Keeps the control really nicely, and a great connection by Batman again. He might go back for the 7th, but chooses better of it.
Ryohei just gets that takedown of Shu there, and the vision for Chappy leaves nowhere to hide here for Reject. Batman has got the hypercharge here, and might choose to use it now. Get those spiderlings on the map. Ooh. And causing some problems. Nice shield there from Shu as well. Clears up the left-hand side. He's going to fall down to 2 members of Reject, leaving just Kuru. It's dangerous times. The cocoon was there for Batman, but the line of sight was not They're just trying to keep control of this mid. There it is, connecting nicely down the left-hand side. They're buying more time for their team. He comes out, but he's low here. He can't continue this kind of aggression, surely.
Yeah, Ryohei managed to get that hypercharge super down, but it didn't do too much. Kuro will grab the 7th there, and Ryohei continues down this left-hand side, trying to make some moves. Melty around the back, gets the stun off, looking for another super, and gets it as well. Throws it down now, Shu coming in dangerously. And 8-8, Ryohei looking towards Batman. Shu going in, tries to bait out the Tara super again, but chooses to kind of pivot a different way. Now the hypercharge coming in, and cocoons himself brilliantly and should be able to stay alive here. Misses the hypercharge though, but gets the follow-up shot. It's 9-9, and as you said, you can cut the tension with a knife.
Weekend Warrior gadget popped, and Batman has got to now heal off the back of that. Kuru now has also got himself a super, but Ryohei's too low here. Can't make any shots of Shu. Actually, they're just getting a takedown as well with the help of Kuru there as well. 1 gem off the mid, makes it 11-10, but it's Navi with all the control, and rejects fall. The gems are dropped back into the hands of Shu, but they need to get back into the mid control. A reset for now, but it's really back and forth on this mid. One mistake, and it could be all over for the sets for either of these two teams.
Yeah, Melts tries to get the stun, desperately trying to get a sandstorm. Batman down the right hand side, doesn't see Ryohei right in his face, but Cocoons himself maybe wastes one piece of his ammo. Now coming in his Shu, brilliant stuff from him. Kuru should be able to get the kill, but he Cocoons it. The Tara pulls there though, can he get super in time? He goes for it. On the Sandy's there to refrag, can he get Tara down? He does, but Ryohei's still going forwards. Hypercharge super onto him, takes 5, but will get refragged by Batman, who now has 16, and there's no reset from that. They need a kill.
Chappie uses the gravity there and pushes forward with his team. Chappie staying alive, got the gems, but they need to get Batman. The commits Cocoon, but the time is not on Navi's side. Ryohei's there, and he goes into the Cocoon with the gadget himself, safe and sound, and now out, and gems dropped. Should be safe for rejects for the most part in the spawn. 10 seconds now for Navi to push forwards, and that's not a lot of time. Ryohei's got to do the unthinkable here, and it's not going to happen. Reject get the first set, but what a battle. It is far from done here in this series. What a start to our grand finals of today.
I mean, that is crazy, crazy games. What a set that is. Honestly, unreal. Back and forward until the end. 10 gems each, 11 gems each, 12 gems each, and then there's some kind of forced engagement, and it's just brilliant from there on out. Really, really exciting stuff.
I think that game number 3 completely summarized the whole set. It was back and forth indeed. 2-1 in the end for Reject. Well played by them. And also, by the way, we crunched the numbers once again. It doesn't actually matter who wins this one, since the second and third seed have both made it into the grand final. Even though Zeta could have made it directly into World Finals today, it's now a 3-way race between those 3 teams, and it's all going to come down to August for East Asia.
I just want to be that guy and maybe speak a little bit too soon, but it has been known for teams to not qualify. I mean, world champions to not qualify. You know, teams to be knocked out by their own academy teams in other regions. I mean, anything can happen this season, but that is still a substantial thing to consider here, that Reject has done so well this season of being consistently there. It's unlikely, but I've seen jinxes happen time and time again here, and I don't want to be that guy.
In any case, even if they can't just yet qualify for the World Finals directly, for both of those teams, that win would mean so much. It would be the first grand final win this season for them. I'm sure you've seen our beautiful graphic with Melty as the bridesmaid as well. Eternal second for Reject. They made it to the monthly finals, grand finals 3 times, but never quite on the top of the leaderboard. It's always been Zeta Division. Now, Crazy Raccoon has done them a huge favor. Navi as well. They both knocked out first Zeta, then Navi knocked out Crazy Raccoon themselves. For Reject, today's bracket must have been a dream, Trev.
I mean, it's wild, because if you think about it though, like, what was it, Semantic and Humble, the guys on Humble didn't, like, win a monthly final all, they were getting second, like, religiously last year, and they go and win World Finals, and in the end, that's what matters. So maybe that's Reject's plan all day, we'll just get second, and then win Worlds. Who wouldn't want to do that at the end of the day? But Heist is going to be up next, pit stop for set number 2. The bans are going to be coming in very shortly, but it's Navi who need to get this one in the bag. Reject, if they get 2 ahead, it starts to become a bit out of reach for Navi. Really, really intense stuff here. We've got the Ali ban along with the Lumi and Kaze, and then Navi get rid of the Lu, the Cordelius, and the Berry over the other side. They have the first pick as well.
First pick in this region is normally Brawl. I mean, not necessarily first pick, but certainly the most played brawler on this kind of map. But again, with Charlie not being banned and other strong brawlers being able to defend, but again, Navi have banned a lot of them. The Lu, the Cordelius as well. So it could be something which they're going to go for straight off the bat with aggression and not worry about the defensiveness so much. But certainly this map is a troublesome thing. Shade left open here as well. Carl going to be the first pick. Not my kind of ideal kind of go-to brawler pick, but nonetheless one that they're going for. Buzz as well. Surprised to not see any of Buzz on this map here today so far. And certainly a lot of other threats as well. We've seen Edgar already today. It's a very reject pick to consider here as well. But it's these dive-based brawlers, these big tanky brawlers that can cause a real problem on pit stop.
Yeah, well, first pick for Reject should be coming up very shortly. And as you say, you're expecting something a bit aggressive, right? A lot of it's kind of slipped our minds so far, slipped through the draft, I'll say. Shade comes in and the Hypercharge along with it as well, brand new. Makes it that little bit better. And not that it wasn't already good in this region in so many of these people's hands, that it's a dangerous ball. And there you go, Ark. Have the buzz.
I'll have the buzz, I'll have the shade. Let's keep it going. Navi sometimes bring in RT here as well, and you know why, obviously, to mark up the safe, but whether they do or not here, I'm not too sure. Jackie's the response for Shade, so that should definitely be on their minds as one of these two picks. Charlie, again, yeah, that's the thing, that both sides being a little bit reserved and the ball to combine it, yeah, that's perfect. That's what you want to do. If you want to have the ball, you got to be able to back the Charlie as well, so I quite like that from them, massively so. But, you know, there was a bit of an opening there to consider the Jackie to leave it on defense. They chose to deviate away from it, so I'm going to be paying a keen eye to how this Shade performs, because that's kind of like the brawlers to shut that kind of thing down. Now it'll be down to Charlie, but with Shade able to just dash in between the walls, and there's the Edgar, that's the most picked brawler in scrims. I mean, it's a really troublesome thing now for that Charlie to actually connect. It's going to be more focused on the buzz, but that's going to leave them the Shade untouched.
Yeah, I mean, I love the bull. I think the bull pick for me is kind of the standout over this month. Like, I've loved watching it since the changes and stuff. It's just been really much more exciting. But yeah, the Shade is going to be dangerous. Edgar, it's a wild one. It didn't work. I think it was for Zeta it didn't work for. But as I said before, and I'll stand by it, if a team like this is picking the Edgar, you know it's got a chance in the draft. You know it's not going to be bad because it's such a like niche random brawler that you don't bring it in unless you're sure.
Well, again, it's one set for a Reject, but they had to fight so incredibly hard for it. They've got a very good start. However, now Melty pushing straight in, and it allows Shu with the damage gear as well to get onto the safe, and immediately that first stage is down. Defense is there from Kuru, but already that's a fantastic flying start for Reject, who are throwing every punch at this, not holding back at all. Nice connecting shots as well from Batman, and this is what I'm saying. Already the safe down to almost the second stage. A fantastic start here for Reject.
Yeah, well, it's going to be tough here for Navi to come back for this. Kind of stuck in spawn at the moment as well, because Melty's got the opportunity to just go over the top. Shu going to go back on defense. Melty and Batman choosing to go aggressive. He gets the Carl down. Now the ball comes in. Gets the stun off as well. The shield is up. Poor timing to go in for Ryohei there. Seems to have wasted so much kit. And Batman still wailing away. Gets the 4K thanks to the hypercharge there as well. And this is looking like a Reject game to win.
Yeah, Batman's going absolutely crazy now. Shu stunning out the ball there on the right-hand side. Lovely stuff there. As the safe whistling down now to what is the final percentile. And that is a very, very different story. Reject there looked so sure of themselves. I'm loving the draft. Brawlers that I was immediately afraid of. And they're cycling them so well and going immediately on the aggressive rare sight there of Melty not smiling, as he's been doing so every single time we come back to his camera shot. Fully locked in here, and it's kind of incredible to see, you know, off the back of what was so substantial as the victory there, staying so calm. Melty again going in, able to survive now, and that's going to buy valuable time as Kuru's got to choose to go on the aggressive or come back, choose to go on the aggressive and leave it and get some taps on the safe, but at what cost potentially here? Going in aggressive, gets Batman now as well, but he might then fall down to Shu, which he will do, and it's still pretty even ball to start things off.
Yeah, committed heavily on the defense there, though, I will say as well. Shu around this side, just trying to get something done, but the spiders delayed him a little bit. Bull will be coming in, but Buzz just choosing to stay back and defend. Now goes in, gets the stun, lovely stuff from him, gets the kill as well, and Edgar's already gone up top, should crack that shield and does, not Edgar, sorry. They've already gone up top and cracked the shield, down to 68 now, still 80 on the Reject side. Really nice stuff. Oh, almost gets the kill, 42, but Bull's coming forward as well. They're powering on, they're going for the base rates, which didn't really work for them in the previous.
Yeah, I agree, it's a risky game. Shu knew that it was better to stay there and heal, to go to the left-hand side and get the lower of the two brawlers than it was to contest the ball now. Doing pretty well, but he has given then over that star power to Ryohei, which is going to have that very minimal reload time. And now on the safe for potential hypercharge too. That's safe down to now to 2 stages. Going in again, gets the stun off as well to Shu. Shu bouncing his task between Kuri and Ryohei, but it's just a one-man band. And he goes down, leaving a really dangerous scenario here with the Carl and the Bull on the safe. And Navi gets it, tying up this set. But again, that last game was so convincing for Reject. They go back to the way that they were performing then and just go on the assault constantly. This could turn as quickly as that, and Navi can't afford that. They cannot afford to be in the grand final to go 2 sets down, so this has got to be their game.
Yeah, it'd be really rough if they do. It's going to be hard to claw back and reverse sweep a team like Reject who have been performing so well. Edgar going forwards, trying to get the kill, does get it on a champion, survives narrowly as well, gets the run away, and Ryohei going to be feeding a lot of this super towards Batman Hiru, will get the kill. Shu goes aggressive, will pick up the Carl too, and this is all out control for Reject.
And Melty now able to allow his teammates to come forwards and buy the time as the threat that has to be kept back from Navi. First stage down, and jumping in yet again at just the right time to ensure maximum damage. Batman's already got hypercharge here as well. That's the second stage down. This is Reject going back to business now. It's a bit of a base race continuing though, as Kuru getting some nice shots onto safe, as well as the heat ejector gadget, which we know can absolutely shred through things. And that's even things out, but that stage still remains on the safe of Reject there, that 4% before it then goes invulnerable and buys down the clock. So for Navi, they'd like to be able to pierce that down. Shu coming with the hypercharge, not giving too much stun. Buys Ryohei on the entrance though. The stage goes down and Chappie's left alone.
Oh, that was lovely from Shu there. They've still got to crack through this. The Shu on the defense. Now the shield goes. The shield up top has gone as well, though. Edgar on the safe. Shade on the safe. And Navi can't match the damage. The set goes Reject's way, and they make it 2.
And now Melty can smile. But again, the job not finished yet, as Reject know only too well. Will it be July that they finally crack it? They finally get themselves that monthly final win that they've been craving all season long, especially after June with that defeat, that reverse sweep, you know, the 2-3 scorelines in Zeta Division. They need this. It's time to lock in and get it done.
Ever since we had the change in Heist, now I feel like less of a base race, more strategical. You need to stay alive.
Wow.
That clutch from Kuro and Ryohei in that second game, that finish was actually phenomenal, but it still wasn't enough from the side of Navi. Reject take the set. Shu with a whopping 14 kills made sure that Edgar and Shade could spend the most time just on save. And I was already afraid for Reject here, honestly. Trev did say that exact sentence before today, saying that the niche brawlers you don't bring in unless you're really sure. Edgar lost for I think it was Zeta Division. Now it worked out. So I guess you're 50-50 now, Trev. Good job.
Yeah, first one was a skill issue though. Let's be real. Like Zeta Division just didn't play it well. Zeta Division just didn't play it well, and I'll stand by that. Whereas Reject, you see what happens when they play it well? They win. Like, you got to be sure about niche brawlers. They say it for a third time, just for you, Sonny. But yeah, it was really well played there from Reject. It really was. They managed it well. Second game, I was a little bit scared. I thought my jinx was maybe going to hit, but then third game they went back to how they were in the first. So I'm pleased. I'm pleased with my Reject shout there.
Yeah, at first you were like, oh, I think that it's not really a jinx. Oh, never mind, it might be. Oh, never mind, it's not. I'm the GOAT. That's literally Trev right there. Yeah, pit stop over. With that, we have Reject now leading 2-0. And we were kind of hoping, Ark, that this wouldn't be another 3-0 sweep. Reject is really stomping through the July monthly finals today.
Yeah, and it's been a long time coming. I don't want to speak too soon. There's still plenty more to come here. And the way that Navi are playing today, so far, you know, I feel like I was quite torn in my prediction actually on this, and almost tempting to go Navi just to be the only person that didn't go Reject almost, you know. I feel like Reject at the moment are playing this spot on. Their drafts especially, you know, are really impressing me. And just their composure, you know, especially for that first set, that back and forth that we saw in Gem Grab, that they were able to come out on top was really quite impressive, and they've been able to continue that forwards here in the series.
heading into the draft that could already be our last one if Reject clutches this one here as well. We're in Layer Cake once again, a map we've seen before, not only today but also in the previous map pool, so those two teams should know how to play it. We saw it once in Gen G versus Frenzy Gaming today. Bonnie, the absolute pop-off, was shut down by the berry comp from Gen G. Let's see what is coming in here. Ellie's going to be banned out, no surprises here. Shade as well, for me, a pretty good brawler on this map. Only one thrower out of the way, which I do feel like on Bounty in general, they're good options, but especially in Layer Cake Drift.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be a little bit cautious of throwers now, but how aggressive this kind of region is tending to be, and especially a couple of these teams, both very aggressive. So we'll see. Gene going to be the first pick then. Obviously, the ability to turn the game around. Good to keep people low, pepper them down, heal up your teammates. Just a good, versatile brawler. You can't really go wrong with the Gene, in my opinion, Ark.
No, I agree. Sure, it's a solid pair of hands, no pun intended. I think for Navi here, Carl's probably what they're thinking or wanting to secure early on. It's definitely a brawler which they get a lot of great results with. The Reject, I think, Mr. P, okay, interesting stuff. I was going to say for Reject, looking maybe like Ollie and that kind of thing to kind of pair with Gene to allow that kind of continued push. If you're behind, having a Gene, the magic puffs to let the Ollie push forwards is quite crucial for me. So, Mr. P, yeah, I mean, bit of an oddball one. I've seen it from them before, but Lumi here being open as well is a massive concern for me. And that's a brawler which can do so much devastation. The stun in the spawn is honestly so strong. Brawlers like Squeak as well is a Navi special. Navi taking it off the hands of Reject then. It's not really one that they tend to play too often, but they're aware that it's definitely a Reject special there. So, I mean, Hank wouldn't be a bad shout as well. Is either that, if you're going to go for tanks, Hank or the Ollie, both can work pretty well here. But back into the side of Reject now, and they've got some options for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, Bonnie's still free as well. It's surprising to see if it slipped this far through, but I mean, with Mr. P coming in, it might be hard to get some shots through. Ollie should be feeding all day long, though, towards a Bonnie, surely, but we'll see if that's a pick that they do go for. You kind of expect them to do something a bit more aggressive now they've showed the hand early with the Mr. P. Carl sliced through those porters quite nicely, I'd say, so not a bad shout from Reject, and this composition with the Gene Carl's just giving me some, like, 2020 vibes. Maybe we'll pull out like a Max or something like that next. I mean, probably won't, but we can dream of going back to those days. I mean, I expect them to kind of just keep up with this aggression, to be honest with you, because the Mr. P is leaving it very susceptible. Yeah, there you go, the Buster rolls on in as the third. I like this from Reject, I really do. I think showing the hand early on with Mr. P for Navi was a bit of a risk.
Hits escaped, and sometimes these two teams do bring it in. I think Squeak as well is not a big fan of it, but Navi might. I'm still thrown by this Mr. P pick, honestly. It's kind of funny because like the Ollie is very much a Reject pick, the Carl is massively a Navi pick. It's like both sides are kind of taking brawlers off the table for each other. I'm really, finally Lumi, yeah. I mean, I'm surprised it took this long for it to show its face because I clocked it quite early on, and it's a great map for it, but I'm hoping for Navi that they've got something planned for this Mr. P. I cannot remember the last time that I ever saw it first pick worthy, certainly on Layer Cake and many of the maps really, not since really the Hypercharge was just over-tuned and now got nerfed back down. It's not a bad map for it, I'm not saying that at all, but it's definitely the head scratcher for me in this draft that I've seen so far, and they really valued it. Bringing it in first, okay, it's a one pick, two pick kind of thing for them, or rather a 2-3 pick kind of thing, but it's just not what I was expecting, honestly.
Yeah, me neither. Can't say I was, but we'll see if it does play out. Ollie around the right-hand side here, trying to get nice and aggressive up to Shu. Gets the hypnotize there, but honestly might go down. Forced the super to get the shield. Didn't really get too much back from it other than just his life. And the lead's already with Rejects as well, thanks to the early blue star they managed to get. Shu throws up a very questionable shield as well, I will say.
Yeah, not the greatest, but plenty of time to earn back another, especially with the way that Rejects are playing. Hunkered down together. Batman needs to heal, however, and Magic Puffs, of course, will keep Melty and Shu able to provide the support until then. But this is the thing about Lumi, that kind of way of just pushing everyone where you need them to be, the zoning effectiveness of that gadget, which has always been her best gadget. And so far, Rejects are doing well under the scrutiny. They've got a hypercharge for the Buster, and already nicely done there from Melty to break open some space. Much needed so as well, because Rejects were really putting up a good battle in defense, no doubt about it. And there's the pull as well. 5 stars now to 0, and Rejects are starting to come alive.
I mean, it was a great juke on the little hypnotize from Ryohei as well. He kind of saw it coming and moved to the side prior to it even happening. So really nice from him, and it was wonderful from Melty to catch Kuru off guard, and he's going to go in again, might be able to get 2, just gets 1, backs off, doesn't really want to be too greedy when they're so far up and he's carrying this amount of stars. Ryohei going aggressive, might want to use his super on Shu here, but last time he did that, it didn't really get much return on it.
Melty is the man that they need to take down, and after that, Shu or all 3 members here are Rejects. It's a big ask here for Navi, who are already in the danger zone and a game away from being against a match point scenario. And the Buster shielding is there, stunned out, pops it now. Melty's pushed to the side, but there's a lot more to do for Navi, even if they get it, which they do. Ryo, he can't be there for the push either. He's too low HP, and it's going to be Rejects which get the game. It's match points and 1 game away from the first monthly final win of this season. Can they do it?
I mean, that was really well managed. They knew who could die, they knew who couldn't die, and they just went with that game plan. People sacrificing their lives at the perfect time so they couldn't get all 3. So just really nice stuff there from Reject, and managed it so well throughout, picking their moments, taking people down, and Melty swooping in for the blue star again. Same tactic as last time. And Kuru got to be careful not to over-aggress this time.
I was really impressed by the way that Reject were just so unshaken in the spawn side, and were able to handle the aggression of Navi quite nicely. He just lurking his right-hand side, gets the hypnosis there onto Melty, but Shu there for support. And that's what you love to see from a team like Reject. Every time getting each other's backs. A nice slow-mo replay gadget there from Shu on the right-hand side. A nice takedown as Melty then isolates a Chappie on the left. It's Reject looking so strong. And Navi are dwindling. They have not really had much on the board aside from that first set. And there's little time now for a response. 1 minute 15, and they've got to make it count.
Yeah, literally the exact same as last time. They're just gaining stars by the second and getting some good picks, some good gene pulls, Carl getting kills. It's the same game, 7-0 as well. About this time is when Navi started to make a push and started to come back, but it's not looking as hopeful in this time. Batman with another pull available, locked in place, but they can't do anything with that.
He's going in yet again for the hypnosis, and he's going to go down there. 11 stars to 0. Melty comes off the back. This is an absolute slaughter. 13 stars, and they might even get it done before the clock is over. Reject is just going crazy on this. Oh my word!
I don't know what to say. It's 15-0 in a grand final when it's on match point as well. It's domination from Reject. Navi nowhere near. The Hypnotize comes in, finally get a kill. And they're going to need more than just the 2 remaining as well. If they get everybody now, it will be their game. But it's going to take a lot. Ryohei going in, might be able to get there. Doesn't actually get towards Melty either, who gets the kill as well and adds 6 stars over his head. Can he make it 7 by the end? The pull comes through. Shots there. 20 stars is hit. And Reject are the champions of July in East Asia.
5th time lucky, and they've done it. Reject have only gone and done it. So many months of just coming shy. 2-3 finishes along the way, but finally Reject have their day. Oh, Melty's almost in tears himself. He's shaking, he can barely believe it, but they worked so hard for this, and now they can reap the rewards.
It's so nice to see those emotions come out of the boys. Congratulations to Reject here. We did not expect this final to be a 3-0, but it was. And Reject made it look easy to clutch their first ever monthly final win this season. The nearly there squad, they always just missed the mark until today. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for Navi in the end, but that's a thoroughly deserved win for Reject. Like, for Navi to come through the bracket that they came through, beating Rival, beating Crazy Raccoon, and then falling short, it's really unfortunate for them. But, you know, Reject, smooth sailing until the finals, and smooth sailing in the finals as well, just cleaning up so well, and they're going to be flying on the leaderboard now.
The East Asia July monthly finals really had it all. We had a couple of sweeps. We had 2 phenomenal 3-2s. Some things that we did not expect at all. Some things that none of us expected except that one guy. Ready? We can bring him back here. That did say Navi
Do we have to?
would win against Crazy Raccoon, but then you kind of pulled out in the grand finals. Why didn't you vote for Navi again?
Same reasons that I voted for Navi in the first place. I feel like Reject, as far as their bracket, they had a less stacked half the bracket. I think they got to dedicate more time to preparing for the grand finals. The same rhetoric that I use for predicting why Navi would take a win over Crazy Raccoon. I think all their prep went into that quarterfinal, and it was a good investment of Crazy Raccoon's time. Not only did they shut down #1 in East Asia, but they got some pretty important points for making a postseason. That said, Reject, what a deserved victory for them. That has catapulted them into a position where they almost can't lose a World Final spot.
Crazy stuff. I mean, this whole year has just been such a roller coaster for me. Every month, just a different narrative, a different storyline, an unexpected upset, and different teams taking the mantle. I've just been enjoying it so much, and it's not just like a double points thing. It's just like a regional thing. And gone are the days of that same grand finals of a Crazy Raccoon Zeta thing. It's like we've got so many more teams now joining the mix, and you just never know what's going to happen next.
We also want to have a look at the updated leaderboard of the July monthly finals. Has anything changed, Trev?
It has indeed. Reject's going to be up there in first place, taking over Zeta Division, which is thoroughly deserved after that performance, and Zeta Division dropping out in the quarterfinals. Navi and Crazy Raccoon down there in 3rd and 4th. Rivals still sitting there just about in 5th place, and Frenzy Gaming hot on their tail with 181, just 2 points behind. F Result and Niwa still sitting in the top 8, but not really that close. They're not really up there in contention like Frenzy Gaming are.
It's a position where, really, for Reject to stay here at #1, they basically have to beat one top team next month. They'll be served with likely a lower bracket team in the quarterfinals, and they just needed to win their semi, and they can make it to top 2. That's their world's clinching scenario, and just judging by what we've seen this month and in this current patch, I'd say it's quite likely, and it's something I look forward to.
A little note here as well, with Gen G qualifying through the upper bracket of the monthly qualifier this month. They are actually tied in points with Niva, but we can only feature the top 8, so they're both top 8 in that graphic there. Well, again, this month is lining up to be a good one here. East Asia already had it all, some 3-2, some 3-0 stomps like the grand final now from Reject. Do you feel like, guys, that this is gonna be a threat that is gonna go through all of the finals this month?
I will start off and say certainly so. I mean, we've seen some crazy upsets in qualifiers. I mean, with EMEA tomorrow for Esports, knocked out by the Academy team and then didn't make it through to qualifying. Last month, we saw Humble not qualify. I mean, there are upsets that are occurring as we are vamping up the pressure. That's what double points does. And it just makes you go from a place of like knowing or being able to predict a little bit more, sort of confidently what's going to happen, to a place of not knowing what's going to happen. And that's why it's a great sort of implementation into the format. And yeah, forget what you think you know, because you don't.
It's just so much more erratic. That's the thing. That, in my eyes, it's just, people are worrying about points much more because it's double points, and then they take losses they shouldn't lose. Teams win games they shouldn't be winning. And I think it just makes it a lot more exciting. And as I said, you don't know what's going to happen. Genuinely, anything can change. Coming into a last month, teams can go from 4th to 1st in some region. It's just massive moves can be made, and it's just, as I said, so erratic.
Makes consistency matter all that much more. That's how you manage the chaos that double points can introduce. And I'll tell you this much, it certainly makes that last month count more than anything else.
I think that summarizes it perfectly. What a way to kick things off here in the July monthly finals. A shocking early exit from Zeta Division in quarters. Reject, always the bridesmaid, eternal second, take their first win of the season and punch their ticket almost to the World Finals. It's still a 3-way tie between themselves, Zeta and Navi now, so the race still up here in East Asia. We are looking forward to August, but we're just getting started with the July monthly finals. Tomorrow, we shift the spotlight to EMEA. Will it be just as unpredictable? We'll find out soon enough. Until then, rest up, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the July monthly finals.
so we make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. We making noise, balling's our hobby, don't disappoint, making the party jump, time to make your body bump, let's light the dance floor up, and do it like we want. Now wait, let's turn this up, okay, let's work it out, okay, let's shake and move, okay, do what it do, I'm feeling great, now let's turn on the cool, get busy.
I was only trying to help.